Hello. Hi guys, welcome back to another live stream. आज तो यार वॉच पार्टी स्पेशल स्ट्रीम है. कैसे हो आप सब लोग? हेलो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. हाय अभय, हाय. हेलो फ्लाइंग जट, कैसे हो? हाय हर्ष. हाय कौशल, हाय दीनू, हाय तुषार, कैसे हो? कशिश, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम गाइस. हेलो. हाय मीत. हेलो विकास ओपी, कैसे हैं आप? हाय रुद्रा. ओ ये तो मुझे स्क्रीन स्विच करनी पड़ेगी गाइस. रुको. ये स्टार्ट आपको इधर से दिखाते हैं. यार मेरा फेस कैम थोड़ा वो हो गया ना. लेट मी फिक्स इट.
For some of our players, now that we have our top 4, let's take a look at our top 5 kills for.
वाह, अपने इंडिया से भी है देखो. गॉडलाइक से एक प्लेयर.
Lucason's he's been the best player in the world. Period. Flat out. Yeah, flat out. But the interesting thing was 3 Wolves players finally
कहाँ पे रखूं कैमरा?
the top 5, even facing off of against a loss. So they really did put everything forward. It just came a little bit short, I think, in particular, not seeing the MVP from last year play as well as we hoped that we would.
I think the consistency of seeing Trunks on 2 of these top 5 leaderboards.
Yeah.
बाहर होगी दोनों टीम. आई नो. हाय गर्वित, हेलो कैसे हो? हाय रिप गेमिंग एफएफ, कैसे हो? हाय रिच बाइटी, हाय अभय. हेलो. रिडीम कोड मिलने वाले हैं आपको. मैं बताती हूँ क्या क्या रिडीम कोड मिलने. आप में से कौन कौन कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी खेलता है? जल्दी बताओ मुझे चैट में फटाफट. हाय शैडो, हाय अखी, व्हाट्स अप, हेलो.
Was quick with some of those 3-0s and 3-1s.
नहीं ठीक है, ओके.
It was a well-fought battle every single time on behalf of our teams. So we've had a phenomenal competition overall so far when it comes to our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship here for 2024. It's been really exciting, which means today is sure to close out in an even more exciting way. And we don't want to keep you waiting at home any longer. It's time to start diving into our first semifinals match of the day. So let's get the teams out on the stage.
First semi-final match of the
and
day.
Now, one of the heaviest hitters in the entire world, undefeated this week without a single map drop. Introducing the #1 seed out of China, Xrock.
Xrock.
A veteran presence of the scene, always a threat, spearheaded by Emperor Ling Ching.
Chingju Club.
Talk about some epic intros there, getting our teams up on stage, set up and ready to go. So let's start talking about them. Like we heard the voice of God say himself, it's time for Xrock and Q9 to battle it out. You said it's going to be an insane matchup shift. You're not wrong. Let's start talking about Xrock.
I think Tom put it perfectly. They have not dropped a map yet. They also lead in every single statistical category. That's a big improvement from what they kind of had showed at CDSI and even during the Chinese Masters, where sometimes the hardpoint was not necessary. Map yet. They also lead in every single statistical category. That's a big improvement from what they kind of had showed at CDSI.
मजा आएगा भाई, chat मजा आने वाला है. Thank you Anuj.
That has not been the case in any form. They're perfect on hardpoint and their average.
ऋतिक मैं नहीं यार, वो खुद ही आते हैं. मैं क्यों बुलाऊंगी? मैं थोड़ी एक्ट्रेस थोड़ी हूँ.
Dominance with a capital D.
I mean,
Hi Richu Baiti, कैसे हो?
Truly have every single piece of the puzzle figured out. It has been painting a beautiful picture.
Hi Ayush, hello.
Seems that those were rectified coming into this tournament.
Guys, आप लोग को क्या लगता है कौन विनर होने वाला है? हमारे इंडिया से 2 टीम थी ना, गॉडलाइक थी एंड वाइटैलिटी थी.
And I think even in particular, we saw some really strong resiliency at moments versus a very good godlike team.
China.
This godlike team was not.
आप फॉलो कर रहे हो भाई उन्हें अच्छे से.
So no one was taking them lightly.
Xrock will win. Xrock.
The seaside control in a couple of really tight moments says a lot about why this team is coming in as the #1 squad, and that.
देखते चलो.
Has you looking at individual.
Hi Zed, hello. Thank you Nitin.
No has been unbelievable.
Hi Pavan, कैसे हो? Hi Bishnoi.
Supporting staff all just to make sure that No can completely go unnoticed. The routes that this guy is taking is backed up by a superior cast behind Xrock as well. There are certain points in time that No is just making all the right plays that you just feel like he can do whatever he wants on the map. That's just how good this guy is.
Okay.
So, formidable force, to say the least, whether you're looking at individual performances or the team.
अच्छा, मैं आप लोग को गिव अवे कोड देने वाली हूँ थोड़ी देर में, ठीक है? फर्स्ट कोड मैं आप लोग को देने वाली हूँ अभी थोड़ी देर में, रुक जाओ। पहले मैं यहाँ पे डाल दूँ ब्रॉडकास्ट।
They're going to be facing off another powerhouse in their own right. They're going to be going up against Q9, so let's talk about them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard not to have a conversation about some of the dominant forces that we have seen out of the Chinese region and not talk about Q9. Dot put it perfectly from the stage. This is a veteran roster that have been there and back again multitude of times. Came up short last year, but this tournament, they are looking fierce. Their only loss and only staying on the entire tournament was
Q9 क्या बहुत strong हो रही है?
That was a tough Swiss matchup for them to have to face.
Hi Paji, hello जी, कैसे हो? Hello. Hi Dynamic Gamer, मेरी आवाज आ रही है properly आपको? Hi Abdul, hello. Hi Anuj, you're fine? Yeah, I'm fine. Notification दिखा गया मेरा आपको?
The Chinese search and destroy has always been the staple. The question mark coming in was, would Q9 be better in their respawn this year compared to last year? Since the roster really
Hi Mohit, yes, all perfect. Okay.
I would say emphatically they have.
यार मुझे अपने CODM days याद आ गए. कितना खेलते थे हम लोग पहले?
Teams where they do play with a little bit more gusto, a little bit more tempo. That's what surprised them versus Elevate.
Link डाल दी क्या इन्होंने? Yes.
I mean, Uling to the point again. This guy has been through it, leading his entire team. It's hard not to talk about him. The presence that you have from Uling in particular, just to piggyback off the entire search.
Hello Payal Universe, what's up, what's up? Giveaway code के लिए ready हो? बहुत सारे codes हैं, आप लोग को आखिरी तक रहना है, ठीक है? For the codes.
That we will see in the respawns are going to be coming from those two players in particular.
Well, definitely.
For the codes, you have to stay.
Kind of glean information-wise from being able to watch each other compete in the quarterfinal stage of the competition. Will that impact what we see when it comes to those picks and bans coming through towards that stage?
मैं link डाल दे रही हूँ जल्दी से.
About looking at those maps. So overall, this is going to be a very, very, like you said, a banger of a match to start off the day. Right? We've got some stat lines down there on the bottom of the screen for you as well. A little bit of an edge there in the head-to-head.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is at one moment in time, as much as there was kind of this rivalry building at the beginning of the Chinese Masters scene between these two squads, Xrock had won 3 matches in a row pretty emphatically. That changed at CDSI. Q9 was able to find a little bit of revenge
3 times in a row.
Map number 7, but still, I think the series edge does say something about how Xrock have owned this head-to-head
Xrock भी काफी strong team है यार.
It's been close every single time. I mean, when they did meet up against each other at CDSI, it did go the entire 7 maps. And all the way down to that final map, it was banger after banger. You could just clearly see how much these teams do know each other, and that's what's going to set ourselves up in
चलो डाल दिया मैंने
very
story.
good best of 5 as well. Whatever maps we end up getting, you know that these two teams have faced each other at least on a handful of these, a multitude of times of the year.
I'm excited to see.
Hi Abhi, hello.
But I want to see how cohesive everybody is on the casting side of things. We're going to take some look.
Obviously, Xrock and Elevate will dominate
those map choices because we have a head-to-head here with their map comparisons across
Chalo.
the board for these two team shifts.
Codes नहीं चाहिए. अरे
all the arrows are leaning over towards Xrock's direction.
आप में से ये बताओ मुझे.
6-point differential win average on search and destroy. They've played 4 searches. Every single one of them was a 7-1 tally.
भाई Xrock वो एक भी नहीं आ रही है.
That's where I really put a lot of focus on the individual map selections because in the head-to-head, they are actually 13-5 in search and destroy. Are Xrock over Q9? They have routinely dominated the map 2 and the map 5. The only time that went awry was map 7 of CDSI. So
what is about the code? I'm giving you code. Wait. पहले stream को like कर दो फटाफट.
Both of these two squads are pretty darn even in terms of their head-to-head on Hardpoint as well.
Xrock is dream team.
It does feel like the map 2, map 5.
Yeah, they are looking very strong.
Really does say something when you're still flawless in search and destroy and you have a positive 4.6.
किसे चाहिए code? जल्दी बताओ मुझे. जल्दी बताओ. Any Indian team? There were 2, but they are out now. Godlike and Vitality were there.
Against each other on here, and this could
What code?
teams were they able to find
First code is for wait.
So tell me how you feel about the shift.
We haven't seen Q9 play
First
Hacienda yet,
code
which is I think a bit
for
surprising considering that their playstyle seems to lean towards it. But they've
item
been
name
really
बताऊं?
baking their
Item
bread
name
and
बताऊं
buttering
जल्दी
it
से.
on Summit and Apocalypse so far this weekend. So that's going to be an interesting opening test. It definitely feels like a map
Story
that
गई
should
क्या
go
मेरी
towards
life?
Xrock. You do see the Apocalypse show up map number 4, so Q9 will have that. And then the interesting thing, but considering the Chinese region loves firing range and they love Tunisia, neither get through here. So this is going to be to see who has done the
Code ले
best
लो.
prep on Takeoff and Kurahana.
Yeah, and that
दीदी आप
Kurahana
इंस्टा
search
पर
and try,
मैसेज
I
नहीं
really do
देखते
hope
हो?
that we do
देखती हूँ
get
यार,
to
ऐसा
that
नहीं है.
map number 5 just to be able to see what these two teams do look like on that map.
Indian orgs should
Combination
focus
particularly.
on
The response
CODM.
is
It
where a
has lot
the
of
focus
international
will end up being,
potential.
especially
Sad,
for
but
me,
only
last time
few
these two
orgs
teams
invest.
faced, Q9 did take
If
the hard
it
points.
hope, Soul will
Alright, well, now I
invest.
finally get to ask you,
यार
what
उसके
did
लिए
you guys
अच्छी
say
टीम
for
भी
your
चाहिए ना,
predictions?
like
First semifinals matchup of the day.
both the vitality and godlike is
I'm leaning towards Xrock.
very
I'm
very
going with
strong
how the
team. They
history
both have
has
very good
played.
teams.
I've got to go in
So
the full distance,
वो लोग
though.
perform
It
भी
does
कर रहे हैं
feel
उस
like
level
now
से.
seeing the maps as
अभी
well.
ढूंढने
I've
में
got the
player
hard
पे
points
invest
going
करने
to
में
each
takes a
team
lot
as
of
they
time.
pick
I
them.
hope
I do have
और
the control, though,
मतलब in future
favoring
आपको देखने
over
को
towards
मिलेगा
Xrock
जरूर.
and then them
But
winning
it
in map
takes
number
a lot
5.
of time
Same way, but I think that the
to
only
search
map
for
that we'll
good
probably see
players to
Xrock
make a
lose
team to
very much
invest
so
in
might be
them.
map
Then
1,
there's
but
a
the
lot.
bounce back might be
मतलब
there.
back
Stats
side पे
guy,
बहुत
the
कुछ
numbers
चलता है
always
यार.
lean towards Xrock. History is doomed to repeat itself, you would fear, but if Q9's best chance to make it to that grand finals, they gotta take at least one of these hard
Hi
points
Nishay,
in both
what's up?
searches.
Hi Shubham, hi
Alright, I'm
Shivani,
gonna talk to
कैसे
the
हो?
boys in the green room and see if they agree with these
Hi,
predictions as well.
Akhilesh.
And of course, everybody at home, you know the drill by now. You're hanging out with us in chat. Let
Hi
us know your
मिथिल.
thoughts.
अच्छा आप में से
First
कौन कौन Call of
semifinals
Duty
matchup
खेलता
of
है
the
वो
day.
बताओ
There's
मुझे
only two
पहले
of them, so
जल्दी
you don't
से.
get a lot of opportunity to do this.
जल्दी
Who do
बताओ.
you think is going to be the first team in our grand finals? Will it be Xrock or will it be Q9? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to kick off our semifinals matchup. First
Let's
team to jump into grand
go.
finals. Let's do it.
Oh, and it's a grudge match. This is the one that I think everyone has been
भाई,
waiting to see.
ready हो आप
We
लोग?
got small teases
First
of it
match
when we
के
were
लिए.
at CDSI. Now, granted,
Are you
of course,
guys
it's
ready for the
full
first
distance.
match?
We're very back and forth between the two. But now that there's no safety net of a double elimination bracket, it is a one and done.
Okay, a lot of you
match
play.
between the top two teams from
चलो,
China.
first
It's
code
Xrock
I am
against
giving.
Q9, our opening semifinal. Let's
First
get it.
code is जो भी सबसे पहले कोड रिडीम करेगा उसका होगा ये, ठीक है? First item name है Battery Command. Okay. It's BT GH ZB Z4 SC. अब मैंने बता दिया, ठीक है? BT GH ZB Z4 SC. अब जो भी रिडीम करेगा उसको मिलेगा ये. लिख दूं चैट में, लिख दूं? नहीं, बोल दो दिया मैंने अभी. हाउसी खेल रहे क्या? ओ भाई, Xrock. चलो मैं Xrock को सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ यार. I am with Xrock. आप लोग Xrock को सपोर्ट करो मेरे साथ. या फिर Q9. चैट में बताओ जल्दी. Xrock क्या Q9?
Trying to get top control over at Lambo. Fight back from Chuan. Almost able to find a double, but does get taken out. Xrock finding wins from the front, but the spawns are still good for Q9 in the back as they look to try to re-break the hill.
It's going to be marching up this driveway. Someone's going to have to try to take a route, but by that time, 30 seconds will still remain. Good presence.
Xrock because of you.
Trying to keep everybody at bay.
अच्छा.
Good contest to this point, but now
Yes,
Q9's
Xrock.
reinforcements start to come through. Pinch on the way though. Couple of split spawns for Xrock.
Neck to neck चल रहा है भाई.
Both sides at once, and Ma lighting things up. Doesn't matter if he's got a scope. Doesn't matter if he's got an Odin. Give this guy whatever weapon you want. He's going to find a way to.
Let's go,
take
Xrock,
that
let's
so
go.
far come through. Q9 though still spawning close, able to reinforce. Still 22 seconds to fight for, and a really great read on Xrock's off spawns towards well.
I mean, between Chuan and Ma, you're just being ripped to smithereens. And to be quite frank, the slaying isn't too far gone, but Q9 are just really good at being aggressive towards the back 20 seconds of every single hard point. Forces Xrock's hand just to utilize these close spawns and try to soak up the back 10 seconds. It's just about a dead even game.
ये hard point में कुछ predict नहीं कर सकते ना.
Yeah, 3 in particular in favor.
साहिल आपकी क्या लगते हैं? With Sahil.
And he is good with it. Opening for a
Full
spot,
name
good
batao.
for Uling over towards P3. The hardpoint unlocks, and Xrock are still battling for top patio. Rushi able to find the high ground position for now, but needs to wait for help. War Machine gonna get popped. It's actually gonna be immediately countered as Uling is trying to get some damage done with his own, but Xrock kind of pinching on both sides at once are working out beautifully, leaving Uling by himself. He can only do so much in this position. Has to wait for help as he does find a couple of kills, allowing a re-entry to come through.
I mean, the immediate response, Uling pulls out the War Machine. You get a War Machine out of Rushi, and then a follow-up claw as well. And it's just overwhelming pressure coming through from Xrock again. They have the numbers, the ordinances are perfect from Sunyo.
Help me need FF कैसे?
So it's scrap time to fight over here, and look where Q9 are
Bonus.
spawning all the way to the backside of the office. This is very alarming, but at least they're making the heads-up play, trying to send a couple players on different routes so that they can threaten the rotation.
They're going to need to. The Purifiers locking things down over towards Tin as Xrock are soaking up the scrap time and out, putting their focus on rotation. Prime time to get an early listen in with Xrock.
What is the code? I gave the first code. Now wait for the second one. Second one code जो है, वो तो स्पेशल कोड है, बताऊंगी थोड़ी देर में. हाय पीयूष, व्हाट्सअप, कैसे हो? Who's your favorite player from Xrock? Chat बताओ.
我们打地面没事的，兄弟们。点等花掉了，点等花没有，等花没掉。可以来加点。等花一丝，车库看车库。等花在点内呢。闪到点内，没事，漂亮。
Xrock तो dominate कर रही है भाई.
As they try to find a way back in towards this final hard point of our first rotation. 20 seconds to fight for. Operators have all been expended here proper, and for the most part, it has been a pretty even exchange. Last scrap time going to tilt over towards Q9 as they've got full numbers ready to go.
And so far, when the first set of hard points,
मुझे lockdown days याद आ गए.
Xrock have come out on top of when it comes down to
Me?
and then fighting for the back scrap.
No, Shaurya. It will be very late, and I'm going out tonight.
So it'll go and be neutral.
So
98 to 75 going back towards the center of the map. Some very key resources being invested. Uling's going to open it up with a Pred.
Yeah, just need to get a feel of what Xrock is doing on this rotation. So Pred Missile will be called in just to get the information out. Now an opportunity to fight back from the high ground. Rushi inside, finding some early time. Chuan with them, trying to move over towards the secret hallway here. But Q9, good window presence. They've really locked things down and at least made life difficult for Xrock. And with the kills starting to tilt their way, now an opportunity for them to fight for the hill itself. A little bit of extra time being tallied, but Rushi actually going to pull out a War Machine here.
इसने विंडो से कितना किल ले लिए?
Not often you see it pulled in this position, but he does find one connection, and with that, Xrock can get back on the hill.
Split spawns might have scared him. Did have at least one player for Q9 that was starting to threaten through open staircases, but now the spawns have more or less subsided themselves. One rogue spawn's going to come over towards well, and tough gunfight to have for yourself right off the spawn, but Chuan just gets smoked. And now you got to be worried about that entire position if you are Xrock, who took an immediate focus to soak up more time on P1, which to be fair, they did get 40 plus. War Machine wasn't a terrible investment here, but now you've lost the rotation to Nip.
Yeah, and you've got a really good spread of the map right now for Q9. They're going to get a read that the well spawns are still open. In fact, actually, they have two players spawned right there themselves. I'm sure that was a pleasant surprise. They clean up.
आपको याद है सबसे पहले मैं यूजी भाई को किसमें मिली थी सीओडी मैच में, पता है? सबसे फर्स्ट यूजी भाई को मैं मिली थी जब हम लोग कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी का स्ट्रीमर वो वाला खेल रहे थे बैटल. कितने साल हो गए यार इसको? 4 years. Hi पूजा, हेलो. Hi विनीत, कैसे हो? Hi विवेक. हाँ क्या? Yes. लकी किसकी बात कर रहे हो आप? विद साहिल. अरे पायल जी सुनो ना, बोलो ना. वो दिन भी क्या दिन थे. हाय बालदी, याद हूँ मैं. नागपुर एयरपोर्ट पे मिले थे and you wish me happy birthday. Oh yes, yes. कैसे हो? हेलो. कोड रिडीम कर रहे हैं. किसको मिला फर्स्ट कोड? हाय सत्यम, हेलो.
One player slipped the net, but Mauchi just gonna sock one right into Sunyo's jaw. And that could open up things to maybe move a little bit further forward over by the gardens. You did have one player that did get gunned by Q9, so now you know the flank is secure. So it's a square up, operator still online.
Curly is the one to keep an eye on. Can he hit a route with these equalizers? He has been one of the best players with that operator all weekend long, and they may need it. Here's Xrock looking solid.
मुझे कुछ प्लेयर्स याद है यार इंडिया से जिनके साथ मैं पहले खेलती थी.
Curly trying to find an angle to get in, but not going to be allowed a chance for it.
There was Monk. There was two more. There were two more. नाम भूल गई मैं. Hi Satyam. Redeem कहाँ? अरे COD. CODM. Love you from Orissa.
You're feeling quite okay with the spawn flip that came through. You should have a free rotation. You should not care about this time.
Problem is, Mauchi's cleaning everything up very quickly with this claw out. It has been a great operator for him, and now he's working on the long rotation back towards bottom bar, up to office. On the same front, Chet over the middle. Big 1v1 win. That allows an opportunity for Q9 to string scrap to initial. Just comes down to can they read the spawns, which are a bit split right now for Xrock.
Got one player lurking for Uling around the office building. Doesn't really have an angle to watch. These players flanking all the way through. Might just catch everybody from Q9 by surprise, and now Curly with the equalizer, to your point, has been so electric with them all weekend long. Loses their life. Not the investment that you were looking for, as there's still ample time to fight for here at 4.
A little crossed up right there, as there was a hit coming from the open stairs as well as from backside boathouse. Exchange looking decent though, as Q9 just take the fight right back onto the hard point. Predator missile also putting him into a little bit of effect. Uling thinking about maybe pulling the war machine here. Thought for a second he had dropped it out, but may have put it right back into the back pocket, as Xrock are having a tough time breaking until Chuan finds himself a double from the front. Now an opportunity to reinforce this from water side. Looking decent, especially with Ma.
इनकी टीम से MA अच्छा खेल रहा है. Xrock.
Curly was. They need to get a little bit more help, and No-No's going to provide it with the equalizers. Get out of his way. He's shredding everything. It's a full team wipe for No-No.
Just a
full team wipe कर दी उसने.
5 kills. Talk about investment coming through with the equalizer. Stark differences, but there's still an opportunity for Q9. Fully bring themselves back into this game. They only trail by just 40. So it's not
भाई Xrock No क्या कर रहा है ये?
A map pick of Hacienda, a map pick that they've beaten Xrock on before.
It's just one of those things where Q9 just do not have the edge in some of these really key fights. I think especially as they put together their setups around these hard points. This is already though much better over the top of P1. Rushi working on it, trying to get some action over towards the open stairs.
जीत जाएगा ये. Xrock ही जीतेगा ये राउंड.
And the kills are good. Q9 lose their high ground control. Bob just jumps in from the high ground. But Uling,
let's go to 50.
That'll be good for an opening 2, and then finds the third one down low, plus a fourth. Uling again light things up as Q9 get back into the hill.
He's leading the entire lobby as far as kills are concerned, and a lot of those kills are coming through the war machine. 47 kills now for Uling. 174 to 204. Still have scrap time to fight over here.
Uling भी अच्छा खेल रहा है. उनका 47
on the map so far. They do have the water side of the map. That's forcing Xrock's hand. Try to hit through the open archway. If you can contest the time, that's great. But you have to get these numbers to Lambo.
This hard point still open though at P1. Xrock will have 2 members spawn deep away from the second hard point. So what can Rushi find? He feels the pressure. He's popped the war machine, but he gets immediately shut down. Trophy system in place. Uling locking down the front. And now you've got full status control for Q9 with the Sparrow to boot. A massive moment in the hard point.
Yeah, the Sparrow will just keep all of these players at bay.
Second hard point
You're going to have to try to contest eventually. And well, you're just going to get immediately bolted to the dome. 2-piece coming through for Sun. And now it's all eyes forward. Another 1v1 actually happening over by the rocks. Predator missile called in, confirms the information. Q9 about to take the lead.
Sun thought he had a good angle for that
Bro,
missile. Just forward. It doesn't land under the player's back driveway, but it doesn't make a difference because Q9 are able to pick up on the flip of the spawns. Now it's back to Xrock.
ये तो close हो गया भाई.
Sun, the one just hoping he can find good timing, but it's actually going to be just a full pinch from the side door that takes him out of commission. Xrock back into the hard point. 15 seconds to fight for. Chuan trying to get the purifier, and that's immediately shut down. Q9 with a little bit of life, but they are still stuck spawning on the left side of the map as it rotates anew.
Scary. Someone did slip to the net, though. It's Sun. He's already past the garden side. He's going to have an isolated 1v1 as the rest of Xrock are just lighting things up over by Lambo. Will finally subside, but there's no more time to grab here over by the Lambo. Still straight gunfights happening, but now numbers on the other side of the map for the rotation favoring that of Xrock, but Q9 have the closer spawns.
Chen over the backside. Q9 spawning close. Xrock feeling the pressure. Pop the claw immediately. Just trying to spam down and slow this Q9 approach. No from the front is good, but Curly with the equalizers. Only able to find the first. Sunyo with the claw.
Still
hanging on. No, trying to get the information, rushes forward as he understands that Q9's coming through tin side. Can he put together the same kind of presence that we saw from Curly earlier? Now it's just down to it. Uling, he's able to collab with the War Machine and the break is in.
And then Chen also pulls out the operator for a purifier. That's a lot more space that you can take away, suppressed by all of these grenades. 235,
No.
227, can still win it here if you are Q9.
भाई ये क्या कर रहा है? ये कितने मार दिए इसने?
He's able to
Cooling.
find a double with an A. Now it's just the War Machine getting to work, trying to spam things down. He's able to connect with the players inside the hard point. No one can win here. We're going to a new hard point. No more operators available. Q9 will be there first, but Xrock with these clean kills can rotate quickly.
Gonna have to try to bunker up. You do have those close office spawns as well. I love what I'm seeing out of Xrock, just trying to cut through where you think the spawns
भाई
are
क्या
out, and they
कट
also
चल
get
रहा है यार?
assist
They're
from
finding the kills around the back. The Hunter Killer Drone's gonna hit onto Uling. Chen's the
No.
last one left. He gets taken out by a Pred missile. 242 is where it stops for Q9. Need to find a way to break. They've got split spawns.
मार दे इसको, मार दे।
Because Tron gets the double. One more player to find. They're looking the wrong direction though. Chen's able to get in for some contest. The help is here. Q9, can you find the kills? Ruchi not able to find anything. All of a sudden Q9 find themselves favorable in the kill feed. Back and forth we go. 242, 246. Still the contested play. Toronto on the back gets shut down. Q9 just need to find one more wave of kills. 3 more seconds needed. No one's able to contest. Q9 rip away the hard point.
Bro, ये क्या हुआ ये?
A lot closer than I'm sure Q9 wanted, coming into their own map pick here on map number 1, but they are going to feel great with the conclusion. A dub is a dub at the end of the day. And a
क्या
crucial
comeback
mistake
किया भाई इन लोगों ने?
for one of the players out of Xrock who was really worried about the flank. It kind of forced a 3v4 once all of those boathouse spawns came through for Q9, and then they were completely able to overwhelm everybody from Xrock that was either lingering from the Lambo spawn.
Last वाला तो insane था, it was so like neck to neck.
For Q9 across a multitude of different hills.
मैं चाहती थी यार Xrock GPAY वाला, but क्या comeback किया, insane.
The entire game, a Herculean performance out of Uling in particular. The War Machine was in
बहुत ही close हुआ ना?
every single bit of pressure that we saw all the way to the game's
मजा आ
end
गया.
was true.
Mr. Devil, thank you for joining. Thank you, Shubham. Thank you so much, Piyush. चलो, ready for the code?
Insert it right in my vein.
What a game! What a game!
Unbelievable.
Ready for code number 2?
That Xrock were able to throw
अभी इस बार मैं चैट में लिखती हूँ कोड, ठीक है? इस बार मैं कोड चैट में लिखती हूँ. नहीं यार, बोलती हूँ. चलो, बोल रही हूँ. कोड बोल रही हूँ. Second code is. Second code is. BTGI G96. किसको मिला?
Should we get an opportunity to look at these stats? Yeah, thank you so much.
BTGI ZBZ
From one in particular, obviously the
G96.
MVP on the side of Q9. That's a lot of engagements. Lots of big numbers as well, with everybody getting about a minute plus of OBJ time for Q9.
किसको मिला?
The assist column is also very nice to look at as well. Q9 are a very good team and clearly being able to show.
जिसको भी कोड रिडीम करना है उन्हें CODM में आपको ये वाला जो कोड था ये था आपके
Nearly a 60 bomb for Uling with a minute 30 in the hill. We call that the Call of Duty hat
Prize
trick,
Fighters
especially
का
when
था
you
ये.
get double-digit assists the way that he did.
अच्छा लास्ट वाला जो है कोड जो लास्ट वाला है बहुत अच्छा कोड है बहुत अच्छे वेपन का कोड है
Well, not me.
किसको मिला जल्दी बताओ ये कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी के कोड्स है कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी मोबाइल में आप रिडीम कर सकते हैं ये
and here in Atlanta to just open up the synapses between your brain waves, get a couple of extra crevasses and wrinkles in the brain because we're going to see some 5D chess between these two juggernauts.
Yes, the crevasses of your brain. All the wrinkles will be smoothed out by the end of us just nerding out about how good this upcoming Search and Destroy is about to be. On Takeoff, no less. Again, a map mode combination that Q9 hasn't exactly found a lot of fortune in historically, have not played it this weekend, but 1 and 3 throughout their entire tournament.
Hello मनोज कैसे हो गाइस 2000 लाइक कर दो फटाफट से हाय ग्रीक सभी हेलो
You feel like that there's hardly any weaknesses coming coming away from being the #1 team out of their region, but for Takeoff in particular,
नहीं मोहित यार.
played it 6 times.
कैसे Mr. Devil? Hi Piyush.
I think that
Hi Mr.
very
Devil.
obvious for being their map pick.
सौरभ को
They
मिला.
are the favorites for this map, but I just never want to count out Wuling coming away from that hot hand on a map like Takeoff.
Yeah, especially with the scope.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the biggest part about it here is, if he could just connect or lock down
अच्छा,
a lane
शुभम.
with efficiency, the Takeoff is going to look very, very dramatically different than what I'm sure Xrock had.
Guys, आप लोग सब redeem कर सकते हो code.
The overarching point though is that Xrock
Oh,
are not only
wow.
fast in search and destroy.
सुनो
Every
जो मैंने
single search map they
कोड
play,
दिए हैं
come to a final tally of
100
7-1.
रिडेम्पशन है इसमें. आप लोग सब रिडीम कर सकते हो. सब लोग ले लो भाई स्किन्स जाके फटाफट. वापस से बोलू कोड.
Also goes without
वापस
saying as
बोलू
well,
कोड.
we forgot to add commiserations. Now Xrock finally has sin on the record. That's the first map that they've lost the entire weekend.
There's going to be a lot more of that coming,
I'm
I think.
sure, yeah.
मैंने पूछा अभी कितने रिडीम कर सकते हैं. आप सब लोग रिडीम कर सकते हो. फटाफट कर लो भाई, रिडीम कर लो. ये लो सेकंड कोड ये रहा. सेकंड कोड चैट में था ना, अभी डाल दो ना सेकंड कोड जल्दी से.
And that 7-1 that they had on Takeoff, no less, was just dissection. I think, but again, if you all have not watched CDSI, you have not watched Chinese teams play.
Hi
Global.
Pratik, hello.
Especially for search and destroy.
Hi
It's
Manish.
just the way that they go about adapting and learning over time. The communication, even what you see right there. The
Code
small
दे रहे,
talk
दे रहे,
happening
दे रहे.
on the stage as well. It's just so important for them to fully.
Yes
digest
Shaurya,
what they're
yes
about
आ
to
रहा है
do.
आ रहा है.
Yeah, and the thing about this map, and
Hi,
actually
Blasty,
maybe in
कैसे हो?
map 5 with Kurohana is that
गाइस
the
2000 लाइक
defense
कर दो
is
फटाफट
super,
से.
super
सारे
favorite.
लोग लाइक
I
कर
think
दो
especially
जल्दी
with
जल्दी.
the setups that we saw from Xrock on both maps, but in particular,
COD वालों के
the other
मजे.
thing I'm really interested to see and what Wolves were
CODM का कोड है. Yes
was
yes
good
yes.
dissection and commitment to execution on the offensive front. You're not going to come into a site and win every single kill and stay alive flawlessly. You have to make sacrifices. You have to have somebody enter in.
First code is for battery command, that is BTGHZBZ4SC.
Hold good post plants. Don't get picked on crosses and get yourself a chance for a quick post plant setup. That's what China's known for, and boy, were they needed here.
That's a long grocery list. We might see you back until dinner.
You know it?
This ought to be a fun one, man. Get locked and loaded.
Okay.
There's going to be a lot of good utility.
Come on.
It's going to be happening over here. Ceremony is
चलो यार
Everybody's
Xrock,
just kind of waiting patiently, trying to see what
we
they can
need
find
you
next.
And when
to
Xrock
win this.
played this map versus Wolves, they started on the defensive side. So this will be our first real true look to see what they have to offer on the attack.
That's true.
Yeah. Trophy systems are down here for Q9 to establish a front line right in front of the scaffolding. Just a delayed nade over towards the top side where P4 would usually
Hi Ash, hello,
and look like
welcome.
they're
What's
pretty
up?
steady to kind of just hang on to these windows and these little point of contact corners.
Yeah, no need to over-aggress yourself. I mean,
Yeah.
if there's going to be one thing that you might see, it could be a Fennec, an R9 in the hands of Curly, or another individual taking abuse over by the control
अब
building.
निकल
but
चुकी है ऑप.
This is round one as it possibly gets through Takeoff. A minute has gone by the wayside, and still all 10 players are alive.
Not playing Among Us,
Really good
no.
patience here from Q9. Xrock are just waiting to see
दक्ष आज प्लान था यार, बट आज अभी लंबी स्ट्रीम चलने वाली वॉच पार्टी, सो थोड़ा वॉच पार्टी चलेगी आज. नेक्स्ट वाले में खेलूंगी.
Playing alongside Sun will be on the other. Trophy systems denying some early utility. Shots over the middle of the map. Curly's in trouble. Does get it with a little bit
कौन सा
of
नया
separation. He backs off.
mod आ गया?
Nades now coming through to
Who?
respond to this play, but Xrock
हर्ष, अरे ये हमारा हर्ष है यार.
For player number 3,
How to
specifically for
redeem?
Xrock. Nono's just waiting.
ये
for the
आप
point
in game
to
redeem
try
कर
to commit
सकते हो.
towards his flank.
Yeah, and now the retake is fully underway. Nades trying to come
तीनों
through
मैच
this
स्ट्रीम करोगे?
back
Yes,
onto the
yes,
exit.
yes.
Do you have a smoke for retake here if you're Q9? May not make a difference because that island player that you talked about, Nono's just waiting for the right time to go. It may be here. First shots will land. That's enough for Q9 to get this.
मैप हाइड कर दूं क्या, या मैं बीच में कर देती हूँ कैमरा.
Dueling, working through the middle of the map. When is Nono
Camera
going to
इधर
get
कर
involved
देती
here?
हूँ.
You got to start making a play forward. The kills are still coming through. And Sun, wait, he's just going to hop onto
yeah,
this.
wait.
Nono never gets part of the play.
So
किधर
let
चलूं
me
क्या?
try to understand this fully with Nono's weaponry of choice and the positioning that he was holding on the map. Instead of flanking or holding the angle over by
Okay.
scaffolding, he was just making sure that
गाइस
nobody
फर्स्ट
flanked the
100
stage.
कर सकते हैं रिडीम. जो पहले रिडीम करेगा उनको मिल जाएगा कोड,
It was
तो
all
आप लोग
about
कर लो
him
फटाफट.
committing towards the flank and
Yeah.
isolating the player. So a little bit of a misfire coming through, but Q9's patience does pay off. They win the first.
And I think in particular, their quick execution on the retake, notable, as Xrock were falling like flies.
Yeah.
So good opening offense coming through, and now all of a sudden, Q9.
हैप्पी नवरात्रि. सेम टू यू अविनाश. कोड कहाँ है? कोड दे दो यार, फर्स्ट और सेकंड.
Nearby, so is another. That
Yeah,
was
yeah,
Nono
yeah.
initially, and that little bit of extra pressure will push back this Q9 defense.
Thank you.
Just nobody wants to give any sort of inch to breathe, but Ma will strike first blood. So numbers now here for
और मोहित क्या हाल है?
albeit even getting the bomb planted in the previous round. It's just about the post-plant execution that they faltered on. So what can you do now that you do have a man up in this round?
Offensive smoke gets thrown towards Abe. That's just a fake. It does pull the defense further down towards the south side of the map.
पाजी कैसे हो? बढ़िया हो मनोज, आप कैसे हो?
Maushi, number 2.
आप लोग सब लोग रिडीम कर सकते हो यार, जाओ जल्दी रिडीम कर लो फटाफट.
Ma still trying to take away the mid angle. In a good spot to make sure there is no push through.
दो चार रिडीम को डीएम कर दो. अरे 100 लोग कर सकते हैं रिडीम.
That will work out. Now there's scaffold control here for Xrock, or for Q9. Xrock need to clean that back up. They're going for a smoke plant. Shots are coming through, but the bomb does get planted.
Now it's retake time. Curly's going to be one of the first ones to through the middle of the map. Mauchi, Odin will ring true. 3v3 post.
No. This time playing a little bit more aggressively around that post plant. Sunyo looking to play a little bit deeper off the scope, just making sure there is no flank on the way. Big 1v1 contact here, and okay. Mauchi will drop, and the last one standing will be Chen. And yep, he does at least get across onto Sunyo, but time is of the essence, and he will not get past that scaffolding play.
Oh, nice.
Numbers advantage comes through off the opening pick. That's a great start, but do what we are seeing out of Xrock. It's very enjoyable, and once they finally have the opportunity to get up to the mid-map, they wait for that one.
नितिन जाऊंगी मैं रात को. Hi artist, hello. Hi Daksh, कैसे हो?
Start spraying or have late utility to stop them from that plant, so they'll answer back in kind. It was all off the back end of getting that first blood.
ये Call of Duty के कोड्स है यार, आप गेम में रिडीम कर सकते हो. Skins.
The way that they're rolling out here defensively.
Yeah, a little bit of a later.
Hi Ayush, कैसे हो?
So some of the early nades from Xrock.
पहले मेरा नाम लो. अनिकेत जी कैसे हैं आप? Hi अनिकेत.
No information is still information. Nades not landing means no one's home. But will Xrock try to commit through any of that intel that was offered by Q9? Doesn't look like it in the moment. Just kind of still hoping and praying that these opening snipers can find a good first blood contact.
They're so conflicted off of that late trophy too.
Yeah.
It's like, is it no information or was it delayed? How many mind games are you willing to play?
Perfect. Pizza, watch party. वो भी आप लोग के साथ. Too good.
Down your brow.
नहीं आयुष यार, मन तो था मेरा. But आज watch party.
It says be execute written all over it.
Yeah, sure does. That's been their bomb site of preference in the last 2 rounds.
कोड नहीं मिल रहा. कोड है ना चैट में मिल जाएगा, मांगो मॉड से.
Looking for a cross over the top of the mid statue fountain area. Smoke will come down. That's usually enough for a go call to be executed. But Sun hits. Unreal through the smoke. That's your bomb carrier down. And now Xrock are in trouble. They've lost their ability to try to follow up on a quick post plant. They have to throw their secondary smoke just to try to recover. And at least fortunately they get a trade back as Uling drops.
I was about to say watch out for that one play though. That is currently being put together.
दी बंगाली में कुछ बोलो. बताओ क्या बोलूं?
For one, but you can just play the trade game and it'll sure work out in Xrock's favor.
Oh. Chuan got cold feet, was halfway through the plant, steps off of it. Weird moment between the sniper rifles, but Ma hits both. I mean, it looked like he was caught off guard. For him to be able to quick scope the first and then reset and not miss on the second, whoa.
First blood, clutch moments, Ma lives for it all. It all becomes null and void on you sticking the plant.
साथ खेलते हैं COD. The next COD stream करते हैं यार. It's been a while.
More of an aggressive approach for Q9 in this round.
Yeah, with the smoke,
खेलते हैं साथ में.
looking to try to isolate quickly over towards the top side of the map. That is a beautiful, aggressive defensive stance. You smoke mid, you block the snipers.
दर्जन ऐसे नहीं है. मैं खेलती हूँ. वीडियो में mostly मैं STL के साथ ही खेलती हूँ.
Up towards top mid.
Group games तो अभी start हुए ना वापस.
You want to get aggressive at the top of the map? We'll get aggressive at the bottom.
It's an immediate response, and it's so respectable. I mean, look how much space Chuan was able to get over the backside of the site with it going down.
What a nade over the top, though. Chuan trying for some spam over towards scaffold side. Curly around the back, trying to clear things out, but it's Uling who gets there first. Now
फिर वो एक भी दिन कभी नहीं आएगा. मतलब पार्ट नहीं करते.
He's finessing beautifully. Ma also hits over towards this 1v2 towards Sun. Mauchi now trying to find his way over to help his teammate.
Oh, no.
Anime battle between the two snipers. Comes out in favor of Q9, and Sun will do what Ma had done previously. Another nice set of kills from the scope, and Q9 will tie us at 2.
It's weird how you go from one round of Ma hitting one of the nastier quick scopes that we have seen all weekend to that little Benny Hill music playing.
जोकर भाई उनके घर पे हैं.
Sniper 1v1.
कल ही मिले हम उन्हें.
What was almost about to be for Xrock in a numbers disadvantage post-plant situation, a fantastic response just to agree that, hey, you're taking the B side of the map, we'll go back over towards A as we go in towards this round number 5.
2 all.
Gonna be putting a couple more players. Are Xrock in position to try to deny that scaffolding push this time?
Same deep defensive smoke thrown at mid. Counter flashes get pulled because of that, but Xrock have now used that utility for really no good reason in terms of how it was finding its effectiveness. Q9 was not actually pushing up, and they may actually consider a delayed hit top mid. They got some good mid pressure already established towards the bottom side of the
Xrock will win. यार पहला राउंड तो Q9 जीता है, अभी देखते हैं. इसमें भी 2 all चल रहा है.
I think Xrock are just super worried about Chen trying to get back inside of the scaffolding area, but it's a lot of Sun to get back.
Ooh.
It's not top scaff, it's at the bottom of it, and Sun is holding a very aggressive angle. Big first blood to have.
And he's going to reposition. Watch a different angle on this secondary cross, knowing that there could be some sort of a follow-up, and there was, but he changes the position again, and this time he gets caught. Ooh, don't know how I feel about that.
Nice.
Sun was in a good spot to still hold over towards the bomb site. Uling was watching this cross, but he puts himself in the line of fire, and that now counteracts the trade into a 4v4.
आयुष मैं 9th को शूट करने वाली हूँ. अभी हमने जोकर भाई के साथ किया कल शूट किया. पाल जी मेरी फ्रेंड का नाम बोल लो एक बार. हर्षी. हेलो हर्षी, कैसे हो?
Yeah, the problem is, I think for the side of Q9's defense is that Xrock know they've got.
I am excited for this
shutting down that scope at mid. Now allows
Squid Game यार. नया Squid Game आने वाला ना सीजन, नया सीजन. उसका करेंगे.
Ma now sticking for the plant. This would be a heroic 2v4 retake. It starts with Chen, R9 in hand. First shot misses, second shot lands, but it's not enough for the kill. Ma with the quick kill. Just down to Mauchi. 1v3 from him if we can catch
1v3 है ना. Nice.
Ma's able to find the quick connection, and that'll be enough.
Easy, easy, easy.
Yeah, it's just the timing, having the numbers advantage regardless. There's only so much that you can watch with so many angles that can still be hit on the opposite side, but Xrock will take that 1-round lead. Final round in this half, is it going to be even Stevens to flip the sides, or is Xrock have something special planned?
Yeah. Well, here we go. No smoke, just a flash and dash. But Sunyo,
nice
watching from top scaffold, lands for the first. The counter flash is there, and you thought there may have been an opportunity for Xrock just to steamroll this play, but not to be. Opening exchange, again, gets us to an early numbers advantage. Xrock with the offensive pressure, looking to make a play over towards A, and this is all down to Uling can hit, playing aggressive. He has to hold his ground.
Oh, we're going to have to put a pin in this. Got something to break down after this round finishes, but it's a great lurk play coming through.
Yay!
All of Xrock to deny the flank,
Good one.
but again, that setup aggressively
बहुत easily निकाल लिया ये round
was
10
set up to orchestrate Xrock to aggressively hit back over towards A, and what Q9 wanted was just that, for them to meet them inside of the stadium, but Xrock were too privy to it. They read it, they gunned them, they have a 2-round lead on the side swap.
Huge on the opening pick as well.
अरे स्ट्रीम क्योंकि यार बहुत लेट हो गया था कल. हम पहले एक टर्फ पे गए, फिर वहाँ से दूसरे टर्फ गए. 11 बज गए मुझे बूट कैंप पे कल. फैल जी इंदौर आओ तो बताना, हम मिलेंगे. डन डन डन. फैल जी मेरी फ्रेंड का नाम लो. हर्षी. हर्षी कैसे हुआ है बताओ.
Sun going to the machine pistol, wants to chase this down, while meanwhile Uling is able to find Rushi, and this may lead to an opportunity for Q9 to flip the numbers from a 4v3 to a 3v2.
Sun is so confused. Where did Ma go? Went back over towards the scaffolding. And got Chuan to worry about on the stadium. The B side is more than vacated.
2v3.
Tough to say with Ma's positioning.
Yeah,
no angle on it whatsoever. They're just going to stack together, get caught out.
Oh, no.
Control.
Yeah, Xrock just got a little bit lost there. Thinking Q9 were still playing largely in front of the scaffolding. Not the case. They're still playing behind
Good
the
round.
spawn. So a great opening offensive round gets Q9 back to within 1. And that asserts a certain level of identity to how they may try to play this, with the aggressive hit immediately coming off the get-go towards B.
They're just going to have to be worried about it. I mean, Ma does cause a little bit of odyssey with that push. I mean, he got all the way inside of the base.
ये मैप में टॉप पे प्लान करना इजी होता है.
Maybe try to catch a player from
B और A.
aggressive over by the A bomb site. Stuns, nade, smokes over through the middle of the map. They are already on the A side.
वो ग्रुप क्या है?
Landed about G. 3 smokes down. Quick commitment for the plant. Curly playing bodyguard. Xrock trying to chow this, and Modest runs in by himself. Crossfire setup is decent for the trade, though, so numbers will still stay with Xrock. Now they start to collapse. Tron laying down the damage.
Hold करो यार.
Oh, but the shots up top don't fully come through. Chen does get
traded. Oh, only Sun left.
1v3. Sun now by himself. What can he do? The answer
Whoa,
is
nice
no locks down the
one.
angle, and Xrock will get their 5th.
2 more rounds away for Xrock, tying up this series. I thought it was all just going to be fallen by the wayside. I just didn't think that Ma wanted to die that quickly.
Yeah.
Only 2 rounds.
Instead of waiting for his team.
I know, Yash, I know.
But still, a lot more work to do here for Q9. The aggression over towards B was met, and they tried to flip it back over.
Aditi, ये World Championship है Call of Duty Mobile की.
This is the same thing for 3 straight rounds. Offense smokes both sides of the statue, but this time Xrock decided to challenge it. They just push right through. They don't care about the smokes. And it works out so beautifully initially, but then they get caught in kind of a crossfire setup. Long route for the defense around the back. That's Ma, who could possibly just find an angle from here. Good shots from Uling, but no one has any idea where Ma is. And he's taking advantage of it. First shot will land.
1v1.
But now Q9 are aware of the threat.
The sneaky,
Sun versus
sneaky flanking sniper in a 1v1 versus Sun. The anime fight will continue.
Yeah.
Bomb's going to get planted here, and now I'm curious with the bomb. How quickly can Ma isolate the information on where Sun might be?
Ma does have 2 pieces of utility if he wants to use it. Sun predicting it's going to be a long wrap around through the defensive spawn. He has guessed incorrectly for now, but the longer this takes, the more certain he will be that he has guessed the right spot. Here's the smoke. Here's the play. This is a massive round for Q9. Sun defaulting to the pistol, thinking he's hot for the defuse. Not the case. So now Sun has had to play this straight up in Ma around the
Let's
back.
go!
Get out of my face. Where do you
Easy!
think there? And Xrock will get their 6 down on map point.
Map point, 1 round away from tying up the series, guaranteeing us to go to the apocalypse map.
Vitality तो कल ही बाहर हो गई थी ना? Yes, yes.
A real issue, and I don't just mean that because he's got 12 kills for crying out loud.
Last round, guys, for Xrock.
The map with a sniper rifle.
अगर जीते,
egregious positions, it is catching Q9 off guard. He's isolating players left, right, and center. Need this for Q9. Hopefully to see another round here in the search.
Different look this time.
भाई Xrock माँ क्या कर रहा है? PS12 finishes.
Not the case this time. Q9 just taking a bit of a pause, letting this round play out a little while longer. But the thing about this is to make this kind of a play happen, because you don't really know what the Xrock default setup is, largely due to the fact that you've rushed at them the last 3 rounds. So this is going to be a lot of figuring out for Q9.
And with all the utility already being thrown, you haven't seen the one adaptation.
How does super chat to you? Super chat के लिए chat में option होता है ना?
To watch the exit out of the control building, and that's causing a considerable amount of doubt.
Any update regarding DreamHack? अभी तो कुछ plan नहीं है यार.
With a minute already going by from the game clock, they're going to have to make a decision. It seems they're going to default back towards his B push. Rushi's the guy to watch.
Is there anyone on the cross?
अंकित आपका device कौन सा है?
Smoke. Nade, whoa, initially was meant to toss in towards mid-map. It doesn't get there for the defense. So Xrock kind of have to back off and respect the smoke here just a touch. Flash also lands on Maushi, who's still alive, but the information's now known in Q9.
अभी बस 4 टीम्स हैं. ये 2 टीम है, फिर नेक्स्ट 2 टीम है. उनमें से जो जीतेगा, इनमें से जो जीतेगा, उन दोनों के बीच में होगा फाइनल. That's it.
Watch out for the sniper angle trying to be taken. Sunil gets punished for it, but Chuan responds.
And now it's just time to get the quick scope, and Uling will miss.
Whoa.
Takes down 2. And this is a huge position for Xrock.
3v3.
Sun also comes up a bit awry. Not often you see that, and this is why I was saying Chuan puts the right play forward, shuts down the ability for the Q9 clutch up spot scaffold to be utilized, but the kills are still decent. So now it's all on to Chuan. This would have to be a 4-kill round and a 1v2 clutch.
Come on. 1v2 clutch.
He's already been hurt, surely, by Mauchi off of that slide. Here's the
he can defuse now.
Yep, there's just nowhere to go. So Q9's post plant stay very stable.
NT.
And it brings them to within 2.
So need the 2 more, force out the overtime. Easy peasy, right? But I do love just the late utility being held for the unknown quantities that we were kind of suggesting for Q9 for that execute. It works out fully in their favor, pushing all of Xrock back. They pissed off Xrock, all these nades over the top.
Kaushal.
Q9 looking to get aggressive through control.
By that I'll buy the pass. I don't know Abhinav. अगर कुछ brand का होगा तो ही मैं आऊँगी. Otherwise I will not come.
Xrock come over with the first 2, and then you've got No playing aggressively. Have not said his name much here as Uling is able to battle back and find 2, but it's just not enough. The quick action from Xrock trying to step up the tempo.
Let's go Xrock.
For them to take their search and destroy map pick and tie up our series at 1.
Easy था रे ये round तो कुछ ज़्यादा ही.
They've allowed more than a single round to come through.
Yes, Mohit.
Unbelievable, but tied up the series nonetheless. Both teams winning their opening map picks. Nobody's.
Redeem code से पहले redeem नहीं हो रहा. आपने तो नहीं मैंने नहीं किया यार.
Look, this is one for one what we saw from Xrock.
One all, yes, guys.
On this exact weekend. If you will not punish them for
No,
their
Sagar,
aggression
बिल्कुल भी नहीं.
early and their sniper rifles continue to get in these very annoying positions, they will deny you any round wins whatsoever. But Q9 were prepared for it. I mean, I do love the 4D chess that we at least got to see from both sides out of Q9.
वोटिंग का क्या है? वोटिंग करना है यार आप लोगों को, मेरे लिए वोट करना है.
Maybe throwing out a different piece of utility to just
वैलोरेंट भी वापस स्टार्ट करो पहले. ओके शौर्या, करती हूँ.
the sniper rifle from Mob, the first bloods that came through, the clutch ability of this man today was just too much.
WhatsApp check.
That's the big point, right? Is the ability for Ma to not just find value early with the scope, but in particular late. You know, it just allows you to play the map from such safer range. I think in particular, when we start to kind of reduce the numbers, the scopes for Q9, we're just not hitting in the same way that Sunyo and Ma were. So really good stuff out of Ma. 14-6 for the win. No, 11-6, a little bit more.
नोटिफिकेशन आया. अरे वो मेरा पीछे से कनेक्टेड है ना, इसीलिए.
As for Q9,
चलो.
pretty even split
चेसमैन,
across the
हेलो
board.
कैसे हो? जोकर भाई का WhatsApp चेक करो. किया मैंने, किया.
Yeah, it's just Xrock were so much quicker to punish off the information that they were able to get. A little bit of hesitation from Q9, but that's also just the nature of a takeoff search and destroy.
Yeah.
So have a lot more call left to be played in this best of 5 for all intents and purposes. This is a qualification for grand finals, but it's also an elimination match. You lose this,
जोकर भाई
you go
पूछ
back
रहे हैं
home.
कितने बजे जाना है.
Off of recency bias. They know that they can get the job done. But
Don't forget to hydrate. I don't have water. What? Guys, पानी पियो फटाफट.
Water. That guy's got water. He's excited. Everyone's excited about water. Or Monster. Hydration's hydration. Yeah. Let's get
हाय,
into
कोड
control,
कैसे
friends.
यूज करूँ? कोड
This will be an
कैसे यूज
interesting one.
करूँ?
If this again with the kind of
बता रहे, एक
historical
second.
storylines that we've told about the Chinese region in control have often been, what are they going to offer for us?
Yeah.
And that has mostly been the case, I think, in particular with Arsenal and Seaside, because the two preferred maps throughout Chinese Masters and even at CDSI were Raid and Crossroads. Obviously, we don't have Crossroads in the mix here in this map pool, but we do have Raid. So we're going to get, I would assume, to be what is going to be a very even battle here between these two teams.
Oh, absolutely. And as far as the weekend is concerned, Q9 are the only ones to play a raid control, and they lost it 1-3 to Elevate, where you might be able to make those immediate comparisons in between what happened with Elevate and what Xrock might have to offer for you as well. And that's mostly just looking at No. That guy was a real issue through the majority of that map number 1 on Hacienda, which Q9, of course, did end up winning, finally being dealt with in their aggression. But I would say tempo setter 101 is going to be coming from No.
Yeah, I like that call. Other side of things here in terms of this map number 3 is that they've only played this map between each other once, and that was way back in China Masters Season 8, Stage 2. So
Pretty
that was
impressive
a
for having
long
7
time.
meetings.
कोड अभी नहीं मिलेगा. नेक्स्ट कोड अभी थोड़ी देर बाद, ठीक है? आप लोग 3 के लाइक्स कंप्लीट करोगे तब मिलेगा नेक्स्ट कोड.
I'm here for chaos. But the raid, I think the thing about this is macro.
जा रही हूँ इशिका, जा रही हूँ, बट मैं लेट जाऊंगी. वो स्टार्ट तो हो चुकी है, बट मैं लेट जाऊंगी. शौर्या जी, ओके जी. थैंक यू फैजल, थैंक
Times
यू.
past, China has been a little bit too frisky of trying to be like, let's just play for this long wrap, get this spawn trap in play. It's like, boys, we can't forget about the OBJ. Now, I will say lessons have been learned there, and I think the Chinese region has been better about stacking points on offense in particular. Just comes down to knowing when you do have the ability to take it a step further and put a little bit of pressure on the spawns.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, I feel like that a lot of the Chinese teams, especially looking at last year and at the beginning of this year as well, we're always just happily considering the one-win condition, and that's just eliminate everybody.
यार मस्त सेटअप किया ना ये लोगों ने.
30 lives, it's no problem at all, but the objective is your best friend when it comes
यार
down
cool
to
stage
raid
एकदम
control.
मस्त.
So many corners, so many different opportunities. The spawn traps, maybe not
Very
as
nice.
egregious when it comes down to Arsenal and Seaside, but are still potent nonetheless.
Indeed the case. Again, on this current map pool, if you want to get a little bit more into the numbers and the stats.
हाय आशीष, कैसे हो? मैंने आपको एक दिन बूट कैंप में देखा था. सच में? किस दिन?
And they have split their meetings.
हाय ट्रिगर्ड अंगूर, हेलो.
Very even battle. Definitely feels like a
मिस्टर शॉन्टी, यार ये लॉर्ड को बता दो ना कैसे करना है रीडिंग. हाय विवेक, हेलो
So
हेलो.
let's see what we got. Q9 will be in the blue, Xrock in the yellow, starting off on offense.
1 all चल रहा है guys.
Very excited.
Nice, Mohit. Thank you so much.
Online on this main stage right now, you have some of the best.
Ayush, yeah, I know that, and I like it.
Juwan's going to
Hello,
strike
Hoop.
for the first blood as
Please.
well. This is going to be an overall 50-50 of the fight for Ring. Xrock do have numbers in this position, but I mean, Chen is just in your face.
Hilary, could you wish Muskan happy birthday? Happy birthday, Muskan.
Like that.
30 if you know.
You guys
I know.
hear it was muted. Yeah.
I'm the voice
ये तो
actor
मेरी गाड़ी
for
का
the
number
sound
है.
effects for the KRM. There it
ये
is
कैसे
again.
पता आपको?
Shed now all of a sudden could put some pressure on towards the gym. This
Yes,
will force
Praveen,
Xrock to
yes, I
start
will
bottom
do
of the
that.
map, which means that they will have to take their efforts over towards A. Mid-map focus,
Ooh.
trying to come through. Chuan's able to take down one. That splits the Q9 defense up just a touch. He actually comes back to the fight, and now all of a sudden, you got mid-map control. You've dealt with the flank.
No,
and
no,
you're
it's
on
very
top
low.
of the puck, getting progress at A.
This is such a massive moment for Rushi. I mean, albeit having
Whoa.
Odin, he's making it work. Gonna be able to at least take down one. Is Curly trying to get
Oh.
through the wheelbarrow window, but Sunyo will be there to shut things down. Second segment's gonna get
4v4.
locked before U9 are able to fully get on the zone.
Ah, Chen is not quite able to get through the money window.
अरे ये तो वो है ना,
Maybe a
respawn
chunk
वाला
of
है
rotate
तो.
moment. Maybe one more chance to contest this if Q9 want to, but instead they're going to play for exits as Sun lands. He's going to go for it. He's going to get it. What? And now you've got Curly making a
First
move
redeem
like
code.
Mike
First
Tyson in
redeem
the
code
flash.
आपको दे
Not
देंगे
quite able
mods.
to get
जिसने
there with
redeem
the
नहीं किया ले
hands.
लो.
Chuan's still trying to force the issue here, and with a little bit of assistance.
एक दिन देखा था, वो
they
दिन
will
याद
get back
नहीं.
on, but not
अच्छा.
before Q9 are able to deplete most of the progress of the third tick.
You're kind of forced to keep assaulting.
सरदार जी, cosplay थोड़ी होता है यार, वो तो इंडियन अटायर है.
Positional advantage. Malchi is in your spawn and is constantly being looked at, but Chuan won't be allowed to get past
Hi,
the
Payal,
AC
love
unit.
from
In a
Jharkhand.
very
Please say
annoying
my name,
position to be in
Aman.
if you
Hello,
are
Aman
Xrock.
जी,
You
कैसे हो
trail
यार?
by 4 lives. You just need this one
Nohara
more
जी के
second, but
पास
there's
है
simply
कोई.
not enough time, you'd fear.
Yep, good elimination to clean out the spawn just a touch. Solo play for No-No up towards B to stop the clock, and boy, does Xrock need that. Q9 have re-cleared out A. They fully depleted the third tick of progress, and now all efforts for Xrock have to move over towards the A zone, perfect the B zone. Xrock trying to get there with numbers. Sunyo over the top, shot at range. Juling almost
Half हो गया B zone का भी.
does enough damage to credit the assist. 12 plays 6.
Code
15
for
seconds on the clock,
skins.
and Xrock have one more chance to break over this B point.
I mean, by the time that they fully realize maybe we should just go over towards B, clear away our spawn, it's just not enough time. Now you're running out of lives. 3 plays up against 10. Sun's still ringing true with the sniper rifle. And Uling's starting to deny a lot more
पायल
space
को
over
वोट
by
कर दिया
Ring.
अलग-अलग
The
डिवाइस
stats
से.
for
थैंक यू
Q9,
यार, थैंक
knowing
यू.
that they have every
15
single
अक्टूबर से
advantage
शॉर्ट फीड
is
में अपडेट आ रहा है.
fantastic,
पहले
and
नो
Xrock's
यस आई नो
double
हेमंग.
looking for more kills. Maybe not
शॉर्ट
for
में
more
you
scores
can
as
upload
well.
up to
Maybe
3
see those
minutes.
operators a little bit later when it comes
मतलब
down to this
शॉर्ट
round.
की जो
So,
वीडियोस होते थे पहले 1 मिनट होता था. अभी आप
3 segments off of 2
3 मिनट
different
तक का
zone
upload कर
captures
सकते हो.
for Xrock, where realistically, I mean, it was
CODM
an egregious retake for Q9 that worked
CODM
out.
Yeah,
अमन
I
इज
was gonna say
लाइव.
Ruchi
ये
was
फर्स्ट
around
वाला
A.
जो
He
है
had a free sight to
कोई
set
तो
up and stop
अवतार
the
का
clock
है.
in about 8 seconds. Just didn't choose to
सेकंड
do
वाला
so.
I'll tell you.
So Xrock now the defense. Rushi, the only one who had earned an operator in the first round, has already popped it. It's the War Machine. It's only connected once to this point. It immediately gets shut down. Opening defensive pressure though for Xrock is largely successful.
पार्थ नहीं यार, ऐसा नहीं है.
They will stop the clock and get a little
SF
bit
क्यों
of
नहीं
a
खेलते
stack
हैं?
on
Yeah,
towards
that's
the
true.
point with
Feels YouTube is
Uling
more
supporting
focused on
with the War
shots.
Machine.
Yeah, War Machine for
Yeah,
War Machine.
शॉर्ट्स
Uling's
उनका
War Machine
मेन
will
बिजनेस
run
हो
out
गया
of
यार अभी.
ammunition, but
क्योंकि
was
शॉट
very
बनाना बहुत
resilient
इजी है.
Hacienda map number
शॉट
1.
कंज्यूम लोग
Big
ज्यादा
assistance for
करते
Q9,
हैं.
why they took that first map. Second segment has been locked. Still trailing by.
Stream delay
one
चल
line
रही है
is
क्या?
Xrock from the opening salvo, but
No.
they are just
Delay
trying
लग रहा है
to
क्या?
get yourself inside of that garage. Set up for a spawn trap. Make sure nobody can lurk through mid map.
But
Delay
look
तो
at the
नहीं
awareness
लगाया
of
मैंने
Q9. They
वैसे.
know that this is a possibility. They're sending 2 players back, and one of them is Sun,
Try
who
Starfall
clears out the
2.0.
gym. If he gets this second one inside the garage, just don't
कुछ कुछ
tell him
होते हैं
anymore.
पार्थ,
It
सारे
looks
तो
like
नहीं है.
Sunyo's
कुछ
saying,
कुछ
I
अच्छे
already
भी
don't
हैं.
want to challenge him. Shift, I'm out of there. The rest of Xrock holding over towards Pool. Claw is out, though, for Q9 as they try to clear out the area of backside laundry.
Do love this call for Curly. Malchi's actually going to invest the Annihilator as well. Will take down No-No, and they're going to start assaulting jungle. But what's the response on the opposite side? It's going to be Sunyo with the Sparrow. A little bit of a base race for a base race.
Payal, मैं
Nice
शुभ
turn
याद
for
हूँ.
Malchi,
Hi,
will at least take
तपन.
down No-No,
कैसे हो?
making
Hi,
sure that they
शुभ.
are not
What's
a
up?
part of that fight. And you have a player on the control zone as well, but they were by themselves. So Sunyo's Sparrow will clean house. They will maintain control on this side of the map.
Yeah, it's really nice placement from the Sparrow.
Thank you,
Curl, and I was
Aditya.
like, this isn't really finding value, but he comes
शॉर्ट
back
स्ट्रीम पे
to
लाइव
point, takes down
व्यूज
2
भी
on
ज्यादा
the
आते हैं.
back.
हाँ,
But
उससे
this is
सब्सक्राइबर भी
Q9
बढ़ते हैं. लाइव
over
फ्रॉम
towards
लव
zone.
फ्रॉम
Quick missile
गुजरात.
right
थैंक
down
यू
into
यार.
the spawn finds 2. Sun connects for a third. Curly on the equalizers through kitchen. Rip them apart. 20 plays 9. Q9 looking good to stay on the A zone. First take going to be locked. More to come.
Equalizer.
Hi, Kapil.
Empty.
Mercy.
Might as well just do what you did originally, Curly. Just sprint at them. Equalizing. Couple players
Could not
coming off the
working.
respawn though.
Really?
4 lives remaining
Crimson?
for Xrock again, and you know that Q9 should be stacking this zone, but Don't count on Xrock. They're working their way back in.
Yeah, nice shots coming through. Clears things out, but
it's
the
not working. You tried it.
Victory in this second round is arduous, to say the least.
Oh, big word.
4v13. Ruji inside kitchen, isolated. Good 2v1 situation there. Ma following up, does get 2, but still, how do you survive a 2v10, especially with the pressure already on the zone? The answer is you don't. Last player to find his top window, and No does stay alive, but still, smoke down. Clock will continue to stop, and Q9 will find him in kitchen. Q9 up 2-0 early in the control.
Yeah, that's devastating.
Yeah.
Coming through for Xrock. Not only are you down as far as 2 rounds are concerned, the segments are
Hi,
just not
triggered
good as well. The trade
Ankur, what's
department
up?
is just so superior.
अच्छा जी.
Fauci is done
Mods क्या
positive
हुआ
reports in
Lord?
this
क्या हुआ? Tell me
15
what
and
happened?
9.
नहीं work कर रहा क्या?
Coming through.
नहीं कोड में प्रॉब्लम आ रही है.
Seems that they can do no wrong. Their trade game
Let me
is
ask the
assaulting
team.
different
Wait.
portions of the map. This is that much more superior for Xrock, who are
Hi,
assaulting
bet with
these
luck.
zones.
Hello.
Oh, great opening though. Ma finds 2 through mid-zig. Booling, able to confirm the trade now, pushing up in towards Art, but he doesn't really have the ability of going much further. He doesn't have any defensive pressure from Laundry side, and the awareness from Xrock is great. You got to keep in mind, that first offensive round was not unwinnable for Xrock, and they're already finding great success this time breaking off towards B.
Yeah, I mean, the opening breakoffs have been good for Xrock. It's just the returning gunfights consistently through the past 2 rounds just simply have not been. Uling has another war machine. Starting to push
जल्दी से शॉट में
inside
स्क्रॉल हो
Art.
जाता है.
Oh,
अच्छा.
Ma is holding it.
फाइल मोड्स
Good
नहीं
trophy
बता
system
रहे.
will deny
अरे
the grenade
यार
from
रुको
actually
रुको I'll
getting
tell you.
towards Ma,
Wait.
and he will deny any more value with that operator. 4 operators online currently
Yep.
for Xrock. You have to feel like they need to start using some of these just to extend the clock.
Well, smokes are out. That's going to block the money window and the top side jump wall over towards the opposite zone. Sun's going to rotate over. And No will get to work with the equalizers inside a
Take
kitchen.
second, huh?
The problem is he loses his teammates on the A zone. And once more, you have the situation for Xrock where you're trying to finesse the map, but you're
मैं
really not
कोड के
finding
लिए आपको
success
वो
on the
देती हूँ
actual
redeem
zones
करने के लिए.
themselves. You're down to 25 seconds. No, re-rapid and try to get back over towards Tiki. And they cannot find Chen. Finally, they get the connection from Sunyo.
Wait a
They
second,
can
okay?
stack over towards this B point, but boy, do they need the extra 60 seconds. They need it now.
You have a 3-life lead. 4 operators still online for Xrock. Just trying to use some of these resources, get around the zone. The clock is still being stalled over by B. You have players lurking for Q9, denying any driveway shenanigans that might come through, but the Annihilator's invested for Ma. You need the 60.
Ma only finds 1 though. Trade out from Chen.
कोड रिडीम के लिए ना मैं आपको वो देती हूँ लिंक वहाँ से करना पिन. ठीक है?
is pretty darn good for Q9. Still, the A zone
पायल
is
जी
not
आप
fully
इंदौर आए तो
captured.
बताना हमें मिलेंगे जरूर प्रियांशु.
Tempting, I think, for Q9 to try to get back to it to see if they can
मोबाइल
put
पे
more
वर्क
pressure on
नहीं
the clock,
करेगा
but
लैपटॉप या
as Curly
डेस्कटॉप
gives
से
it an
होगा.
effort, he will
Still,
drop it,
I'm
but
giving
the
the
extra
link.
60 is tallied, and now here comes the player on the back soon. Yo, good for the first 2. Can't quite capitalize on the third as Curly gets to work on maybe another 1v2 moment, but no, cannot land the shots. And now you're just down to 4 lives if you're Q9.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, if you're Q9, you're never going to work your way back fully into that zone, not being down by so many lives, but they are winning some gunfights. The biggest concern for me, 3v10, if you can get any more operators out from Xrock for the rest of the game, that'd be great. But in a 2v10, you know Q9 are not going to be expending anything else.
Not at all. Chen still just trying to go from kill to kill, and he is. Whoa, what? That's not bad. Could potentially put together a bit of a streak here. Already has the hunter killer, already has the claw at the ready. Dancing.
यहाँ पे आप अपना UID डालो, गेम का UID डालो, उसके बाद वहाँ पर आपका रिडीम कोड डालो एंड वेरिफिकेशन के लिए जो नंबर आ रहा है वो डाल के सबमिट कर दो. You will get it. Okay?
For Q9 after the previous attempts. But Xrock still have an opportunity to potentially get a round 5 defense should it get there. Just comes out of this opening break.
मॉड्स एक मैसेज बना दो ना ऐसा
So good. It just
और उसको मैं पिन कर देती हूँ.
so much they're going to do it again.
Yeah, Q9 go 2 for 1. Ma only catching 1 this time. Smokes are out over towards the pillars side at B. Push forward here for Q9.
एक मैसेज बना दो
Be aware of it.
और मैं पिन कर
Let's get
दूंगी
the
इसको.
operators out. Counter from Chen though with the claw, working this top jump window. Rushi on the hunt. This is the first. Swapping back off of the war machine will not work out, and Q9 now have entrance on the A zone until Ma steps up. This guy doesn't miss. Oh,
Hi Augie Gaming, what's up, hello.
Curly.
Fazal, I used
Curly's
to
get a little bit more
earlier.
done.
I used to.
Invest the equalizer and just continue to run rampant all the way.
कितना अच्छा होता Xrock की जगह इंडिया होती.
He's trying to
Hard luck.
trap you is Sunyo, but Curly on the opposite side trying to make headway over by the B control zone. The clock's still not stalled out as Chen will at least isolate No over by the rocks, but we gotta commit to something here. If you are Q9, you're running out of time.
And Sunyo and Ma, this double sniper setup continues to connect. Finally, Mauchi's able to deal with Sunyo, who had been alive in their backline forever. Ma also drops, so who's next here for this Xrock defense? Time down to 24 seconds. Focus for Q9 outside of this 1v1 is over.
अभी first और second code वापस से दे देती हूँ. First and SNL will enter. I don't know about this. You better ask Thug or Goldie Bhai because like I have no idea about this. So I don't think अभी उनका कुछ plan है in Call of Duty. Maybe in Valorant they will do something, but I don't think Call of Duty से इंडिया से है ना, Vitality है, Godlike है. They are doing pretty well.
Two operators, should you want to have that, but you almost feel like this has round 5 written all over. Those are resources you probably
Code चाहिए, code चाहिए. Okay. मैं first और second code वापस से दे रही हूँ. आप लोगों को कैसे redeem करना है code? जो ऊपर पे link pin है. Click on that link. आपका UID डालो, अपना redeem code डालो and verification code डालो. That's it and submit. These codes will not work in India. Really? आपने try किया एक बार?
Even going for the 1-for-1 is perfectly fine, but 2 responses do come through from Q9. 7 plays up against 13. Trying to at least get past the AC unit, but I mean...
Pin message है ना मेरा एक?
MG42 goes burr, and you have a head glitch. You had to compete against 125 bullets. Never want to see that. But there is some progress being made on the backside of the jungle here for Q9, who are now out of respawns.
That's the only option that they have. I mean, this double setup towards bedroom is so powerful.
Not working. आपने try किया? Okay, I'm giving the third code. Let me see if it's working.
Right here, right now, and it's just absolutely not coming through. 11v2.
I am giving you the third code.
Final 5 seconds. Doesn't win his 1v1, so it all comes down to what Uling can create, and the answer is he can't create much. Round 5. Let's go.
Segment progression lead should still be there for Q9. So it's going to have to be an offense for Xrock should they want to take this swing map mode combination. They've been showing up in a big way in the past 2 rounds, specifically for Sunyo. 25 and 18 now. 23 kills now for Juan. But realistically,
slice and dice
when you expend those last 2 operators towards the end of the round for Q9, you're much happier to at least see the defense. The issue is you didn't get the read.
Try this.
Over towards A, and the clock stalled early.
And even more importantly here,
I'm giving third code, guys. Okay. आप लोग like कर दो फटाफट जब तक.
So they still have the ability to use this in reactionary form once they get read what this defense is doing, which is now coming through money window. No. He's got the equalizers out, trying to re-wrap through kitchen. Finds the first. Curly trying to play off the heady. Denies No any further action, who just has to sit here and wait. Not what he wants with these equalizers, so he's going to try to force it, and he does find Chen.
Okay, this is the third code. Try this. Try redeeming this.
Does not see Sun initially, but as he makes the hop up, there's the third, and Xrock can pause the clock with focus on both zones now.
Third code.
Wasn't the cleanest, but still value coming through from No. Ma is going to invest the Annihilator. Roshi actually ended up pulling out the operator as well, but then got immediately shut down. The beam push did not find success, but Mama has been accurate throughout the entirety of this series so far.
Guys.
The Annihilator running out of bullets. The claw invested as a argument on the opposite side.
All chal raha hai yaar.
So the clock will tick once again.
Oh, we've got Sparrow v boxing gloves. Sun able to take that one in stride. Fight harder. Off the spawn, Xrock spawning down towards the bottom part of the map at A, which they already have 2 ticks of progress done at, and early looks over the top of the site. Shots up towards window, good. Chen crossed up over towards Tiki, can't find any room to work with. It's just out of what Mauchi can create from backside basketball, and he's done well for the first, but the claw puts him out of commission. Uling with the flash cannot stop the claw from Chuan, and we're gonna get an extra 60 seconds tally with the capture at A.
Lives aren't 2 for a gone. Anything to find on transition would be massive for Xrock, but the exits could be that much better. Oh, a little slide bait switch with himself for Curly. Still takes down Ma, again, who has been having a great series so far. 12 plays up against 15. Ample time.
पायल गरबा ग्रुप कब जाने वाले हो? देखते यार, अभी तो प्लान किया था कल का, बट कैंसिल हो गया वो. Taranveer, hello, कैसे हो? Welcome to the stream. Hi.
Not fully going to work out, but in the same breath, Sun also
यार, I want Xrock to win.
Existential pressure on Xrock spawn towards garage. So now,
पहले DM देखना एक बार, देखती हूँ.
Spammed by Uling. Trophy systems are down, so everyone stays alive.
Garvit.
Last 3 shots remaining.
Don't say that.
Uling trying to get aggressive, and he's not finding any value with that. That's the last operator for Q9.
Hi Manish, कैसे हो? Hi Pahadi Gaming. हम कल जाएंगे अगर बनाए तो. Oh, nice, nice. हमारा भी कल का प्लान था, but कैंसिल हो गया. आज तो जा रहे हो ना? हाँ, आज थोड़ी देर के लिए जाएंगे. थोड़ी देर के लिए.
Biding their time. 30 seconds remain.
Hi Ayush, thank you.
Gonna take down Uling. Could be an opportunity to push through pillars here.
अब तो Call of Duty गेम नहीं खेलते. हाँ यार, पहले खेलती थी बहुत.
Sun, did he just no-scope no at range? Looked like it, doesn't make a difference. He gets taken out through a wallbang. 7v8. Operators now out for Rushi. Just trying to put the war machine over towards backside laundry. Here comes Q9.
Hi Jatin, कैसे हो?
They cross up the
Hi Divya Ratna.
This is a 6v3. Xrock running out of lives. One more player on the zone will drop. 20 seconds remaining. Chen trying to get aggressive, gets stopped out. Sunyo shut down by Sun. Just down to 1. Rushi would have to do this by himself. 1v5. Try to get the cross up, but the heady is held, and Q9 will take the swing map in 3-2 form.
Tough situation to find yourself in if you are Xrock. Again, ample opportunities through a handful of rounds to try to win this reverse sweep of a control. But still, when it starts off the way, and
all
it's so
good, that was
Q9,
lucky.
It's realistically just their opening breakoffs for me, Alan. When they are winning those opening breakoffs so convincingly, even take that last round for example, when they just completely all go over towards ring, they give up everything by the pool side.
नहीं करूँगा Xrock को support.
Perfectly fine. Now we know exactly where you're located at.
You will know how I know about 30-30. Okay, अच्छा, I'll check.
One through bedroom, and everybody's exactly where you would expect them to be. Fish in a barrel for Q9 to win that opening breakoff. Denies so much time for Xrock in that final round.
Unbelievable raid control. Unbelievable series.
पार्टी बदल लो. मुझे भी लग रहा है क्रिम्सन यही करना पड़ेगा. सत्यम आज तो नहीं होगा यार. You're welcome, Jatin. पार्टी बदल ले क्या?
But here is where the problem starts to come back into fold again.
वो तो नहीं बोल सकता यहाँ पे. गर्वित हाँ, obviously.
For map 5, who cares who picked it? It's going to
no
be
Faisal, no plans.
More of this to come here, and I believe it's going to be just as fiery as we saw map number 1 on Apocalypse coming up.
I mean, you just feel so happy with your prediction, don't you?
जयपुर में कोई event है क्या आपका? जयपुर में नहीं.
Look. Apocalypse Hardpoint, we'll get into
the
nitty-gritty of that because we got to give some flowers to Curly. 32 and 24. Dude's been a menace all day. Uling, 19 and 23, not the most sexy KD ratio, but let me tell you, that guy's presence on the map, especially when the War Machine has been popped, has been something of a spectacle through the first 2 respawns. Xrock just kind of struggled as far as the returning gunfights are concerned. The trade department was always coming through for Q9, just solely off the reason that they always felt like that they had a life lead.
Indeed the case. Big shout out to another one of our sponsors at Air Force. We love you, Air Force. Aim high, find your aim. Here we go. I'm pumped for this APOC. This is, I mean, again, we've seen it only a couple of times the weekend so far. I think in particular, we've seen teams play the map extremely well, elevated particularly.
The Free Fire video banao, please. Okay. I got news and DMAG is planning something big. Yeah, you and I heard that.
With their history on the map, I'm really
Dero Gaming, no, मैं नहीं हूँ यार. क्या मतलब पता नहीं चलना चाहिए ऑब्वियसली मोहित पहल जी आप इंदौर आओ तो बताना हम मिलेंगे जी जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल हाय शिवम कैसे हो सब विनय कोड वर्क कर रहे हैं आप लोगों के लिए बताओ ना मुझे आप लोग ने ट्राई किया
俱乐部然后这一次我们来参加亚特兰大的使命召唤世界锦标赛然后这一次我们的目标就是比去年做得更好并且争取夺到最后的总冠军秦九加油
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by
Yes, working.
Snapdragon
okay,
Elite
nice.
Gaming,
Great.
Monster Energy, DHL,
Codes are working. Great.
and the United States Air Force.
जिसके लिए वर्क नहीं कर रहा अपना आईडी सही से डालो यार. ट्राई किया नॉट वर्किंग. अरे मैंने जो लिंक दिया ना उस पे क्लिक करो एंड देन रिडीम इट. अपने दोस्तों को भी बता दो जो COD खेलते हैं. आ जाओ हाय अभिषेक कैसे हो? कोड नॉट वर्किंग? यार आपको थोड़ा देखना पड़ेगा, बाकी लोग के लिए तो वर्क कर रहे हैं. हाय गुरी, व्हाट्स अप? हाय मिस्टर वैभव. मस्त सॉन्ग है. Also, are you aware of Insta subscription का free trial था? No. Anyone can join. I have voted for you streamer of the year. Thank you warrior. Thank you so much. पायल जी मुंबई में कहाँ रहते हो? पायल गर्ल्स टीम बना के CODM बीजू में dominate कर दो. Hey Payal, love from Riva. How you visit soon? Boss fighty. Yes, I hope so. Thank you so much. Lots of love to you. Bet with Lucky download कर लो ना. ओह अच्छा, मेरे को नहीं पता था ये. बैंड्रा में? नहीं. Love from Nagpur. Thank you so much. गुरी जी. Hi Deepa, what's up? Hello. No Faisal, not today. Hi Chiku, hello. Like कर दो यार फटाफट. How many codes are there? Pali, tell us. Love you. There are few more. I'll tell you. रिडीम कैसे करना है समझ में आया या नहीं आप लोगों को, या मैं बताऊं? हाउ टू रिडीम द कोड्स. आटा को कहते हैं इंग्लिश में वाइट. जस्ट टेल मी व्हाई यू आर सो स्वीट. ओह वाइट नहीं, बीट, सॉरी. आटा को कहते हैं इंग्लिश में बीट. जस्ट टेल मी व्हाई यू आर सो स्वीट. वाह. बाय द वे दैट रेड ड्रेस गर्ल होल्डिंग द ग्लास. टीम कॉम्स कैसे आते देखो इनके. वाइट पड़ गया यार, सॉरी. I'll do IRL cooking stream. Yes, I'll do. It's been a while. Hi Guri. मैं भी बॉस वाइटी. Start doing it now. अपने चैनल स्टार्ट किया कि नहीं अपना लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग्स, अपलोडिंग वीडियोस. कितने कोड्स है 7-8 कोड्स है. कल करनी थी यार. थैंक यू वॉरियर, थैंक यू फॉर वोटिंग यार. थैंक यू. प्रो चैलेंजर्स, हेलो, लव योर वीडियोस. थैंक यू सो मच. वाओ, अटलांटा.
Of the day where we are live from DreamHack Atlanta. Our players are getting
few more,
yes, ready to go in a series. So
मुझे एक बार मिला है फ्रेंड से नीड योर हेल्प. मुझे एक डेयर मिला है फ्रेंड से नीड योर हेल्प. क्या डेयर है बताओ. पायल जी रिडीम कैसे करें पता नहीं चला. देखो जो लिंक मैंने, एक सेकंड, जो लिंक मैंने पिन की है उस लिंक पर आप क्लिक करो. वहां पर आप जाओगे तो आपको दिखेगा UID, फिर रिडीम कोड डालो, देन वेरिफिकेशन कोड डालो एंड देन सबमिट. ओके, देन यू विल गेट इट. जो लिंक पिन है उससे आपको मिलेगी कोड्स. वेरिफिकेशन कोड एरर आ रहा है. आप सही से नहीं डाल रहे होगे ना वेरिफिकेशन वाला. हाय रितेश, कैसे हो? हेलो. बीच में रिडीम कोड दे दो यार. अभी हम वी आर वॉचिंग कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी. कितने सारे स्पॉन्सर्स है. वाओ. नहीं आ रही है लिंक. सेंड करो. लिंक मैंने पिन कर रखी है यहाँ पर. लिंक देखो पिन है. नहीं, बहुत सारे लोगों का हो रहा है रिडीम यार. लिंक पिन है. पिन चैट पे देखो लिंक. No need for redeem code. Just open your CODM stream. Watch the CODM live from game. मिस्टर डेविल का हो गया. Okay. Them are good at that eyebrow lift expression. अच्छा. Hot हो आप. I have my YT with 100 subs, but I need the free editor until I get income from YouTube. Till 500k, I used to edit my videos. All of my videos, everything I used to do. Still, my Insta reels and everything, I edit myself. Link paste karo. Oh God.
Why was that?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a 5-3 half, or sorry, not a 5-3, a 4-2 half, and at that point in time, you start to see a lot more of those adaptations, a lot more preparation coming through in response specifically for Xrock. Every single kill, every single positioning had an answer and a response as well. I mean, there were so many times that we start seeing an immediate focus on Xrock's offense, showing over towards B, just immediately to bait play over towards A.
Game से stream देखने से बस ये drawback है that we have to.
Things that we got to see in the macro development for Xrock. That Q9 were just a little bit too delayed to respond to.
And it's really interesting because
see stream for 3 hours to get all the rewards. The last reading code is a Fennec, right? I know it.
In general, of course, over the course of this year. But
yeah.
I think the thing that was really surprising was
cheat codes मत दो इन्हें.
Chat पे. This weekend, it was 6 rounds of defense. It was 6 wins.
अच्छा है ना मुझसे बात करते-करते आप लोग को कोड मिल रहे हैं.
Q9 doesn't have much
दिल्ली की हवा में है लू. जब भी आपको देखता हूँ आपके प्यार में पड़ जाता हूँ. ट्रिगर्ड अंगूर नॉटी. सेकंड कोड प्लीज. फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड कोड तीनों दे दो चैट में. गाइस सब लोग रिडीम कर लेंगे. फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड तीनों कोड दे दो. हाय दिनेश कैसे हो? हाय अयान.
So talk to me about that.
हितेश यार डेस्कटॉप से करो.
Map manipulation from Q9 is great. Often when we talk about raid, it's all about who wins mid-map. That usually dictates how spawns try to get moved, and of course, it allows you a second point of ingress, whether you're on the defensive or offensive side, as you focus towards either of the two zones. So I think that was great from Q9 in the first couple of rounds. It was counteracted nicely by Xrock.
Hi Dinesh, hello Amul. Kamble. Manav, Bijumai. Mayank, मैंने ये पेपर कैसल से लिया था. DM को कुछ बताया something.
So egregious that it just simply should not have worked out. How would you ever expect it to come all the way through? Curly had himself a great game. It was some of that manipulation that you were talking about, Alan, through the middle of the map, just benefiting from all of the different pressure that was being surmounted by the rest of the supporting staff that is this Q9 roster. When you're down 0-2 and in control, no matter the map, that is a very tough comeback to try to surmount for yourself. But the slaying, the returning gunfights, the trade department, it was just that much better for Q9. Through the opening breakoffs alone, it just always felt like they had a life advantage.
Can't watch 5 ads, but watching this 3-hour long ad.
This time on Apocalypse. How does this
बिल्कुल भी ad नहीं है यार ये लोग. वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप देख रहे हैं हम साथ में. क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Give me your thoughts on this.
So Xrock's map pick, Q9 will start.
Thank you, Warrior. Thank you.
I think it starts in the first 2 hills. Q9 needs to establish.
Thank you, Nine.
Lock down the rotation.
शुभम हेलो कैसे हो? पहले आपके लिए बॉडी भी बना ली है. अब आपके घर के सामने घर लेना है. कहाँ से देखते हो तुम लोग ये सब क्लिप्स?
I do see Xrock finding favor because they move around this map like water.
कितना मस्त स्टेज है यार.
Wow.
Thank you, Warrior. मैंने पढ़ा ना आपका chat. Warrior 87.
All right, well, it looks like it is time to get back into the matchup here. Map number 4.
Suyash ko huge shout out.
Should be a fun one, and yep, there it is.
You're my favorite one. Chalo bye. Okay, Nitin, take care. Have fun. Hi Ayush, I'm good. Guys, 3K likes पे next code मिलेगा.
Does mean early operators. So far, so good. Nice little snap from Sun. Can't quite turn it into more, but you got Shen and Uling right behind.
3K likes पे next code.
The opening breakoff is great from Q9.
Yeah, look at the spatial awareness coming from Q9 as well. Just making sure that Malchi is playing over by the tunnel side.
Hi Mr. Devil, कैसे हो?
Currently being developed by Sunyo.
Thank you Ishan, thank you.
But everybody else from Xrock was just the bait over by.
Hi, first time on your stream. Hello, Irish Gotham.
From Q9. Absolutely beautiful spawns for Xrock with 30 seconds to fight for. They can split their focus here. Put some pressure on mid, but also try to play this rotation. Q9 very aware of it though. This hold over towards the jump wall from Mauchi is exquisite.
यार Q9 को क्या हो गया है ये? Q9, what is happening with you?
13 seconds. Xrock has to play through ult. This is exactly what Q9 wanted.
Just have to hold for the opening salvo. One player lurking through maps was Chen, will be dealt with, but even sending a couple players late to just try to finesse with Black's bit of scrap time might just be a little bit more biting off than you can chew, but luckily enough, as the hill becomes available, the spawns over to the backside of the ruins are still there for Q9.
Smoke trying to cover this Xrock approach. Chen committing forward. Wow, this is aggressive.
Sayu, I need that neat autograph this time at the phone case. Okay, I'll give it. किसको support कर रहे हो? Xrock.
Just get given a gift, which is the
Okay, Anushka.
immediately into the hill, and now
Hi, FT Gamers official. कैसे हो? What's up? Hello, Hitesh. Baji, मेरी
Misstep one time, it turns into a
X को कौन birthday wish करता है?
Xrock, who now have themselves a war machine early from Rushi. And you're just forced yourself just to go through the tunnel. I mean, not for a lack of trying.
तुम्हें hit करने का मन भी नहीं करता. अरे वैभव.
Being watched continuously by
Sweet.
Xrock, who again punished Q9.
Yeah.
Who walk away with the
Sweet,
majority of
sweet,
time on the money hill.
And the difference is, if you were to go back and watch the minimap as P2 opens,
Hey, Palam,
what we're
first time
seeing
on your
right
stream.
now
Hi,
is
Whiskey
Xrock
YT,
continue to
welcome.
use No-No
Hello.
as an anchor. He's flipping back and forth.
Last time we were
and
at
up towards
30,
Mount
right?
Ruins
But
just
it's
to make
okay,
sure
I
the
got the
spawns don't
poster
flip.
sign.
That was something Q9 did not do, and now you get punished for it. Xrock
All
now
three
double the
redeemed.
points of Q9.
Very nice,
Red
very
Whistle
nice.
called in. They're going to win the rotation to 3.
And look at the trap that might just be coming
Hi,
through. He pushed
Shantanu.
up a little bit past useless was Sunyo, so you will actually get a spawn out from Sun. How quickly do Xrock
Thank you,
start to
Whiskey.
read this? I mean, they're in possession of the hill.
Come
but
on,
the pitch is coming through.
Xrock.
Able to
Come
turn a little bit,
on.
but not in time. Sun will find one from the back. Easy follow-up. That was the Sparrow out and countered immediately. EMP from Ma was also spent, or at least earned.
आप लोग का favorite weapon कौन सा है CODM में? The one that you use most.
Fire out from Chuan, clearing out the bottom side of the trenches.
Taranveer, बोलो ना, मैं पढ़ रही हूँ.
Further than this point, but he seems to be feeling pretty frisky.
Garvit, I know that.
Xrock all over P3. Q9 having a tough time breaking through with 23 seconds remaining. They gotta still try.
Salish, actually, they told me to do it today, so आज का ही permission मिला, that's why.
For Q9, just
Fennec?
working their way back in, finds himself a good two-piece there, and then from inside the hill itself,
Okay,
No-No
bombastic, okay.
gets to work. Purifier was wonderfully expended there for Xrock, just
Sniper.
making sure that if you're not walking through the bullet hose that is in the front side of this hard point, you're going
Alias
to
closer
get
and we whisper.
completely ripped
Okay.
to smithereens by a Purifier on the opposite side.
Phasmophobia lover are here.
After
Okay.
Q9 have themselves a great
Fennec,
start on P1.
Fennec.
Do have Chen
सबको Fennec
rewrapping
पसंद है.
this route towards the left side of the map. That is the preferred set of spawns. But Xrock aware of it, holding inside of the cave, and at least simultaneously for a moment, they were inside the chicken coop. Ma still trying to hang on, but that's cleared out by the Purifier. who can now
Payal,
take
ma'am,
all of
आप
its
बहुत
focus over
अच्छे.
towards the front.
Thank you,
Once
NK,
again,
thank
Q9,
you.
They don't know where the spawns are. You do have a bit of an anchor around the
आपको
back.
देखते
That's good
पिज्जा
for this
मंगवाया था.
elimination, but
Okay,
Xrock
okay.
will wait
Have-
for these operators to
have
expire before
pizza.
they hit, and they actually just walk right in and deny it. Now the claw's out.
Ants in their
BP
pants, trying
50.
to at least find value with their operators as they just sprint inside of the ruins to their utmost.
ऋषभ राजपूत, hello. Pacify में new update आया क्या? I have completed जो पहले के दो थे वो तो मैंने कर लिए थे.
Map number 4 and rips them all to smithereens.
Hi, Arpit. Please tell me how to join.
Gonna try to at least meet everybody.
Android
trying to
say
jump
it's
out
more
the ruins,
easy
and
to
it
join.
worked out quite wonderfully for Xrock in the
boy.
first set of hard points. Alan,
Yeah.
140 to 46 is where the scoreline looks like it's going.
You got to remember, this is after Q9 had started this map off flawlessly.
Yeah.
They stopped their early rotation. They find 90% of their
Come
points
on, come
in the first
on.
2 hills. It just has
Xrock
not been able to be recovered
अच्छा
since
खेल रहा है अभी.
Xrock broke that second hill. So now we've reset.
No Mercy Gaming. अरे Pacific अभी नया वाला खेलूंगी मैं. पहले हम लोग ने खेला था, मैं वैनी ये सब लोग.
Yeah, let's just put it this way.
Ban के time पे हम
Across
लोग
4
खेलते
different
थे.
hard points, 36 of Q9's current was off of P1 and P2.
Yes, hello, कैसे हो? In recent time I have played with
Consistently.
MG4
You're
to
gonna have
girl.
the split spawns coming through from Q9. They're focused mostly around the objective.
Aditi,
but no
तुम्हारा
vision to the
तो
backside of
सही
the
है.
temple. The spawns are
Time
very
pass
much
हो
so
जाएगा.
open, and Xrock are looking to reap
Yes,
the benefits.
Anushka G.
Q9 not fully aware that there were kind of parallel spawns on the right side of the map, but they have done nicely over the top
मेरे को ना
of
आपका
hardpoint.
green
That
knife
really
favorite है.
stabilized things on
Green
that hill.
knife
Problem
that I
is,
use
it
for
also
cutting the
stabilizes
cake.
spawns in favor of Xrock. So now the rebattle starts to come back.
ये बहुत
through.
ad आते हैं stream पे, बंद कर दूं क्या ad?
66 the current score.
Ad off कर
Xrock
दूं.
trying to commit back at the hardpoint, but being denied largely just from the front. So there's a chance
No
Q9
ads.
can set up a break attempt to try to flip these spawns around.
And Malchi was just outside of maps. He actually had a really good angle on the
No
on the
Mercy,
players for
अच्छा.
Xrock that were
Hi Sinchan FF, hello. आज कम लोग हैं ना, तो अभी पढ़ सकती हूँ मैं. Sakshi, thank you so much for 9 months. Sakshi G, welcome back.
P2 is about to pop.
Well, जी, आज
You can
प्रीति का
see
birthday
all of
है.
Xrock on the
Happy
minimap.
birthday,
They are
प्रीति.
guarding the temple.
Oh, and they're trying to just hit this from the front, but oh no, the Purifier gets pulled out perfectly. Chuan cleans everything up for 3. Q9, you cannot get lazy here. You have to still play through the middle of the map
अच्छा
because the
Gadvet,
Purifier is
okay.
still alive and well.
Hi, God LRJ.
Shut down, but a gravity vortex gun takes
NK
it
Neeraj
out.
Gaming,
And
Payal ma'am
Interest,
बीच में.
Misery meets company for Q9 right through cave. They're still trying to force their way through.
Hello, Ayan.
35 seconds, but still Xrock spawn close, and they will still get more time here on the second hill.
I mean, what do you do now if you're Q9? Desperation was yesterday's news. Now you just are forced to fight for every single bit of time that you could possibly find for yourself, but the resource management from Xrock is absolutely exquisite. Find value with one operator, it gets expended. Find value with the gravity vortex gun soon after, and now the war machine from Rushi. All for 10 seconds, but it is just dagger or
Hi,
grenade
Shashank, hello.
after grenade that is just blowing Q9 out of the water.
Oh man, you never like to see a map get this far.
टीवी सीरियल वालों की
out of
पूरी
what was
जिंदगी की
essentially just
कमाई
one
है ये तेरे
mistake.
मतलब
But that's really what it comes down to, and now it's not a
Hi, Nikhil.
snowball, friends. It's a full-on avalanche. As Xrock will be close to the 200-point threshold. 50-50 battle on either side of the third hard point. Gunfights currently trading in favor of Xrock. Also operators at the ready for both sides. Who uses what? Patience starts to come through. No off the backside of the play. He could hit this pinch with the equalizers whenever he sees the time to. And as Curly drops it, maybe now as Xrock have a full surround.
भगवान ये तो Xrock का ही है अगर इस पे कम बैक कर लिया ना उनने तो क्रेजी हो जाएगा फिर तो ये तो Xrock का है
fly on forward for Xrock, but Q9 previous in a superior position, down to 20 seconds. Equalizer now called for No.
And he can just put the game away right here. Stop this rotation.
No equalizer ही use करता है ना
Also building on potential streaks. Curly seen up top on the ladders. Shots not fully landing, but now an opportunity to come around from behind. And No. Able to rip things apart. Scrap time going the way of Xrock, who can now take all of their respawners up and focus towards the new hard point.
Whoa.
You do have one player that needs to go big. It's going to be Chen for Q9. Player number 3 in blue is going to be watching all these players trying to meet out from the temple side. And it's big enough to find 2. Now you got 2 players trying to lurk around the useless buildings for Xrock, trying to make sure that Q9 feel pinch as the pinch is starting to come through.
You still got to find 160 points before Xrock finds 26.
कुछ भी समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई अरे देखो द टारगेट इज 250 Xrock का अभी 224 है जो दूसरी टीम है उनका 105 सो Xrock ने अगर 250 अचीव कर लिया तो दे विल विन दिस
Now the Purifier trying to take its place. That's also put out of commission. Now it's just down to the last couple of members with no operators to fight for. If you're Q9,
from which device and software you edit for mobile, तो I use this InShot app से blog वगैरह भी edit कर सकते हो आराम से. It's very nice. मैं फोन पे edit करती हूँ. फोन पे मेरे को easy पड़ता है. Not the cake, the unboxing वाला, वही Amazon वाला. अच्छा. I remember. Yes.
Ready for Xrock to put this game away.
Because my prime game was PUBG ना, that's why. मेरी ज़्यादातर audience PUBG वाली है.
Curly follows up, the trades are in, and Q9 will have a chance.
आज मैंने आपको 1 साल से फॉलो किया है और हितेश में फॉलो बैक नहीं कर सकती. इंदर अरोरा ब्लॉग्स थैंक यू फॉर द सुपर चैट. थैंक यू. चलो ये वाले Xrock के जीतने के बाद मैं कोड देती हूँ आपको, ठीक है? हाय सिंचैन, हेलो कैसे हो?
This is doable. It is. Improbable. Odds in Vegas aren't good, tell you that much. As Chuan will find 2 shutting down.
अंकित यादव, आज तो नहीं होगा यार.
For Xrock trying to win the game. Some respect being shown here though, as Xrock are trying to really wait for a full setup. Smoke will encompass the entirety of the middle of the map. Nades through it.
9 points. Come on.
Q9. But there's the eliminations you need. 3 for 2 the exchange. Xrock will hop on in, and with that, we will go to map number 5.
Hi Devdishu, hello, welcome. कैसे हो? बदमाश ऐश. अच्छा एक बार सारे लोग हाई लिखो तो मुझे. Triple K new addition. He left S8UL and he's joining RNT.
It's just crazy that the one mistake that happened for Q9, who did start off this map just as perfect as you could possibly imagine, favorite side of the map, win the opening gunfights, get 30 points on P1, and you hold the rotation over towards New. You get punished for not anchoring out.
Now it's 2 all, guys.
All the way through. What would you feel like the extra 50 points or so that they were probably looking
Hi
at getting
Jatin,
there
hi
is
Aditya, hi
ultimately the
Rishabh.
biggest difference maker
Hello
between
Avinash.
this game being
I
competitive and where
saw
it
your
currently
name
was residing
in
at. Because
Snap
you got
and
to
sent
see again,
request. I
much
don't
like
know
on
it's you.
Hacienda,
I don't use
that Q9 did
Snapchat.
win.
I have an
They are
account, but
constantly
I
trying
don't
to
use
fight
it.
for rotations, but getting a little bit ahead of themselves.
Love you दी
or
name ले लो please.
benefiting from
अंगूर
it,
कितने
or
बार?
Xrock
पढ़ा था
continuously,
मैंने आपका नाम.
specifically for Sunio. I mean, talk about a selfless route man.
अरे
that's
आदित्य,
constantly
thank you
getting
जी, thank you.
more often than not, always first on rotation. More often than not, is always the player in those very annoying positions, cutting off reinforcements, because Q9 were just so gung-ho about making sure that they at least got to the objective. Sunio was the one setting up his team for all the damage to be peppered up before they could actually sniff the zone.
Yeah, there's one moment in particular, and call this your shift breakdown through the replays. It happens
Hi
right as
कुलदीप,
P2
कैसे हो?
opens.
मतलब एक
You
साल
see
से
it happen off
गलत
Q9
लड़की के
spawns.
स्नैप भेज रहा
Xrock
था.
is starting to find success on exiting from the first hill.
नहीं मेरा अकाउंट है
Q9
बट मैं
are
यूज नहीं करती.
reading,
मतलब
and it's gonna
अकाउंट
be
तो
a
ऑन
play
है.
over towards the bottom side at Temple, and they get one
In
player
India, which
forward,
CODM
trying to
lineup is best
contest
like
finesse,
बीच में?
and I love that. I love that Q9
Which
trying to create a
CODM? I
buffer.
think
Off the phone
Vitality and
spawns,
Godlike
the
की है
players
ना
that are
इंडिया
coming
से.
up in the battle
Godlike
don't know if they need to go
is very
help
nice
Temple
in
or if they need to go
CODM.
help Cave.
They play really
And
well.
there's this moment where they
अच्छा
kind
टीम है
of
उनका,
cross
बहुत strong है.
paths, and then as they start to move forward, no one's back anchored.
I wing दे
So
तो
Xrock
दी.
just spawned behind the play. It's really tough scenes because I love what Q9 was attempting to do. They just had a moment in there where there was uncertainty, and that led to Xrock getting the flip and, of course, getting the second hard point, running this game
BO5.
really downhill from there. So we do get the map 5 that we thought we would. The Apocalypse is looking nasty.
It's too all.
But
भाई
as we
क्या
start to
चल
get
रहा
to
है
the
ये?
Kurahana, this is again what we kind of had framed up earlier.
बाय मैं जा रहा हूँ. बाय
A pretty
रेट्रो.
square
चलो.
battleground. Again, it's been a lot of
कोड दे
tension
रही हूँ मैं
between these
आप
teams.
लोगों को.
It's been a lot of
Redeem
close
कर लेना
between these two
फटाफट से.
teams. It's surprising to not see
Ready for
either
the code?
Tunisia or firing range in this
Are you
map
ready
pool,
for the
but
code?
It does put us onto a bit of newness, so to speak, between how these squads have played against each other on this current Search and Destroy map pool.
Q9 have played.
Now I am giving you
Metropolis twice this
code
entire weekend
for
so far. They have a 7-1 win over
multi
Tribe.
knife.
They have a 7-3 win over Elevate, which does speak volumes. And now Elevate are mostly known for the respawns and maybe not so much for the Search and Destroy, but you can tell by the canter, this is exactly what the conversation we need to have, is that Q9 Search and Destroy has been very good on this entire weekend, but Xrox has been that much more elevated comparatively to their countrymen's counterparts. I will say this much for Xrock again, every single time we talk about any Search and Destroy they played leading into this series, it's always going to be a 7-1. It was a 7-1 win versus 4MV on Kurahana Metropolis, and during that entire series, it was exactly what we got out of Xrock that we saw on Takeoff. Just patent aggression, just waiting for their timing to strike. Yep. They're not afraid to give up a minute worth of game clock so long as it means that you will get antsy and throw an ego chow out. Q9's not going to be that team though. Kurahana Metropolis is a very good map to be able to nerd out for you and me, Shift, when we finally get in there to see all the utility, the trophy system, mind games is going to be coming through, the sniper rifle gameplay as well. This is a map that will punish you for any amount of hesitation.
I think the other side of things and why I'm really curious to see what we're going to get for this map in terms of identity is that both of our
are you ready for the code?
Showed us moments of full-on raw aggression.
Are you ready for the code?
From the offensive side. So will we see that here?
The code
that does feel
is
very similar in terms of the difficulties of breaking into these
BT, GK, ZB, ZR, SH.
Sniper battles. Picking through mid,
B, T, GL,
in the interiors of mid, whether that be
no, sorry, BT, GK, ZB, ZR, SH. लिख दो चैट पे. पंजाब कब आओगे? आप 100 लोग रिडीम कर सकते हो इसको फटाफट से. BT, GK, ZB, ZR, SH.
Blocking past our stage.
Stream hack, baby.
Yes, sir. But I think if anybody is wondering about like the nerdy
Take
stuff
this
as well,
code.
because we keep talking about how these two teams have faced against each other multiple times, as far as this head-to-head matchup is concerned, Xrock do hold a mighty shadow over Q9's head. They face each other here 3 times. It has all gone Xrock's way.
Yeah, I mean, the story in general has often always led towards Xrock favor. I think it was like 13-5.
ये कोड कैसे रिडीम करना है? जो लिंक पिन है उस पे जाओ, क्लिक ऑन दैट लिंक, अपना UID डालो, कोड डालो एंड you'll get it. हो गया अभिनव.
Call of Duty Mobile, you're looking at Wolves,
ये लो कोड.
large part of this squad for Xrock didn't make it to qualify to champs last
Taranveer,
year.
क्या
They
लिखा
had a really good
पढ़
run
रहे
at
हो?
CDSI in 2023, but it wasn't enough for them to
Hi
earn
Guri,
enough points
कैसे हो?
to earn their place at champs.
हाँ यार, watch
So
करना है
it's one
मुझे
of those
Z's
things of what does this team
edit.
have to offer with another global series set
I
in
will,
front of them,
I will.
and they have provided every step of the way here in 2024. But can they
पंजाब
continue
कब
to
आओगे?
do what they've
पंजाब
barely
पंजाब आने
been
का
able
भी
to do
प्लान
throughout
नहीं
the
है.
year,
एक
and that's
शायरी
taken edge
सुनाओ
over their
गुरी.
Chinese counterparts in Q9 who are
शायरी.
looking for that sweet revenge and a chance to get to the grand finals for the first time. Here we go.
Losing goal.
सॉरी पहले टाइपिंग करना मुश्किल है सबके सामने.
Immediately. Look at Q9 getting a little aggressive.
क्यों sorry
trying to get
क्यों?
back behind B cuts.
Oh, watched by Nono, but not able to deal with
Guys,
shotgun pressure.
ये round बहुत important है. Let's watch this.
Who is in trouble.
This is very important round.
Out overwhelmed. Last defensive player nearby is Mon. He has to respect that Q9's offensive hit has
Hey,
found
flip कर
success.
दो.
And as he backs up, he makes it more manageable. What? He gets two by himself waiting for help? And now all of a sudden it's a 3v2 for Xrock.
Look at the pinch. It's about to be coming through. Chuan is moving as swiftly as possible. Wuling's going to elect to play at least this close corner.
Oh
Gets scouted out.
my.
Chuan's flank comes all the way through. 3v1. Chuan will find two as well. Ma, the magic maker. Fantastic stuff coming through yet again out of Ma with a sniper rifle in hand. And it's like we never left Takeoff.
Unbelievable. I mean, that is a perfect execute from Q9. You smoke out the first cross, you stun deep, you find
East is
success,
best.
you isolate
West
onto
is-
players rocking
West
long-range
is what?
weapons with your shotguns and your SMGs. Ma
Shobit,
has to
thank you for the
forfeit
super
the
chat.
sight,
What do you
But he
mean?
doesn't forfeit anything. There's no retreat. He's like a Spartan.
दी बोल के
Stand
आइविंग
tall,
मांगे
deal
तो
with the
वैसे ही
pressure.
आएगा.
And he saves the round for Xrock, who now find themselves a little
What,
more
your dream
aggressively
car?
situated over towards the
I
A side of the map
want
with
a
a different
G-Wagon.
crossfire setup at B.
Always got to be worried about the rewrap so long as Ma's alive. And maybe a sniper rifle to some, but that is a close range weapon in that.
Aditya,
boy's
shout
hands.
out to you.
Currently
Hi
lurking
Kuldeep,
around on
hello.
their side of B
Mr.
or
Virat, hello,
Q9,
कैसे हो?
just waiting for any stun information.
भाई ये round बहुत important है भाई.
That was a
It's
smoke
to
that gets
all.
denied by Trophy. So now you're committing through this with no cover, and Xrock are cleaning up. That is legitimately just smoke beats Trophy because you have to throw that from so
यार
far.
फिर से
You don't
2v4
know
हो गया
if the
इनका.
smoke is going to land or not before you have to commit to the execute. And the final play through mid largely gets shut down. Q9 did a decent job of trying to trade this
1v3.
back, but it still rests with Sun. 1v3, pressure from the low ground is enough, and that is legitimately just Trophy beats Smoke, Xrock beats Q9 because of it.
It's a very obscure way of explaining rock paper.
ओ अच्छा
scissors.
Xrock.
You know, it's-
ओ
again, one of those things
नहीं
where
नहीं
you
नहीं सही
typically
चल रहा है
see
सही चल
something
रहा है.
all
Guys
over
मैं
it, you
Xrock
need
के
that
side ही हूँ यार.
information.
Q9 सही चल रहा है
It's
सही
not
चल
gonna be
रहा है.
made, it needs to be a
I
stunt,
thought
that's what
this
makes it
side-
come through.
I'm
Some
so
systems
lost.
are quite powerful, yes.
Nice,
Xrock
nice,
won
nice.
the opening two.
Xrock is
Patience paying
defender.
off quite wonderfully. But they are getting a little bit more aggressive.
Hi,
in the middle of the
Gurpreet.
map. They were
Hello,
expecting
hello,
Q9
hello.
to go back to what they were
Code
doing in the opening
code
round.
दिया ना
They
मैंने
are
अभी.
throwing
Last वाला
nades
code ये लो.
that will land the trophy system just a bit
Last
outside.
code ये था.
I love
But
this,
everybody's
though.
still alive.
I love this from Xrock.
Take it, take it, take it.
You just have Sunyo
Hi, Kaushal.
pruning flowers. Misses
Hi,
the
Ankit.
first. Isolation coming back. Q9 respecting the fact that that deep smoke had to be countered.
Attitude
Over the top
question
of
का
both
आंसर ही
sides,
नहीं
and
दिया.
that will lead to a
नहीं नहीं
full
एटीट्यूड नहीं.
reset.
पंजाब
Trophy
कब आओगे?
system
अभी
still
प्लान नहीं यार.
alive.
पंजाब आने का
Well,
जब
defense
आऊंगी
at
तब
B.
मैं बता दूंगी यार. Dhruv Patel, thank you so much for $6.99. Lots of love from Canada, Payal. Thank you यार. Lots of love to you.
Here comes
Thank
at
you,
least
yeah.
some over top. A nade actually got thrown over inside of A.
Elevate versus Xrock will be the
They're not gonna give
final.
any information, but
Yeah,
here
even
comes
I
the
think
swarm
so.
around the B site. Trades will favor that at Q9. They're going to get the bomb planted.
Yep. Keep in mind, though, Ma's still alive. This time he will not try to hold his ground. He'll rejoin his teammates as Tron tried to make a quick hit, comes on the contest. Not going to happen. Curly shuts it down. Just up to Ma. 1v4
Hi Kuldeep,
now. That's
कैसे
down
हो?
to 3.
Thank you Aditya, thank you so much.
Curly, next
Click on
one
the
up.
pin comment and
Shot
redeem this
towards
code.
Patience trying to come through for Ma, but overwhelmed. And I love the call.
Hardik,
for
thank you
Q9.
so much for
have
the
to
super
respect
chat,
the
Hardik.
defensive smoke. You throw some things back, you re-clear it, and then you just flood them. Love the idea.
You even saw right there at the end. It is Ma alive. Do not.
अभिनव
give them
इस
any
पे
individual
पावर है.
fights. Should be a double shot every time.
यूपी वाला आ गया है. Hello जी, कैसे हो? Lots of love from UAE. Hello FT Gamers, welcome back. What's up? Thank you Rafiq.
Any sort of antics that
Star-Lord आज watch party था ना इसीलिए.
Players try to cross through A Street, preserves his life.
Yeah, missed
खेलना
the
तो
chance
मुझे
right
भी
there,
था यार.
though. He has the peeker's advantage, counting toes underneath the trucks. But Q9 are going to pull off a tactical retreat.
छत्तीसगढ़ में आओगे
Knowing that
पायल आप
Xrock are
प्लीज.
likely to
मेरा
commit
big
forward
dream है
on
आपसे
this.
मिलना
They
है.
don't though. They still trust that Sunyo can hold his own on this long cross. he will not anymore be able to play through A Street. He has to hold this angle for pretty much the rest of the round. So there will be an advantage for Q9 numbers-wise if they decide to actually execute over towards
माँ
B.
बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर है यार, है ना? आपको Xrock में से सबसे बेस्ट प्लेयर कौन सा लगता है? हितेश मुझे उनकी टीम ने भेजा है.
Isolation on Ama. First blood has finally been found, and the raid boss has been dealt with.
Yeah, flash over the top once again. Rushi.
Oh, they're pushing together.
Trying to hold the corner. It's actually going to be nicely counteracted as Ruchi able to get a little bit of help from Nono. Trades are decent. Recontest coming through. Xrock looking to go quickly. Shut down. Just down to Sunyo. 1v1. With Mauchi, here's the challenge, not gonna happen. Shotgun beats Sniper, and we got ourselves a 2-2 tie.
You can hear a pin drop in the
Game
middle
show
of
mota
Metropolis when
मतलब?
there's a minute already exhausted off of the clock.
मैंने तो डे 2 डे फुल देखा था. अच्छा, इन गेम से
all year long, candidly speaking. Just overwhelming presence. It's going to be going back towards that A push. One player still lurking for at least towards the middle of the map, but it's the same exact rinse, wash, repeat. Sunio gets away with his life, but leaves Chuan back behind. Does go 1-for-1.
Yeah, Curly is going to be left forward to try to scale deeper in towards A. Smokes will dissipate. Here comes the next bit of action. Mom watching one cross. His teammate and Sunio watching the other. Tucked into a corner. Quick action comes through. Sunio able to connect. Ma still in the corner. Does he find a way to break this? Whoa, that is a slide if you've ever seen one from Sun. Oh my, shine bright. Opportunity for Mauchi to hit the pinch late in Q9. Overwhelmed the defensive setup of Xrock over towards
कैसे वो बड़े लोग होता है. अच्छा.
Time around for Xrock, any sort of alteration.
Leave it वैसे ही नहीं पढ़ोगे क्या हुआ
But the difference was Chuan just playing a little bit further up.
Oh, अच्छा अच्छा.
Going 1-for-1 would be fine, but Q9 they just do not relent. They just continue to push all the way through, and they overwhelm Xrock again. 3 in a row now. Nades over the top. It's a forward approach from Xrock. Look at all the defensive push that's coming through over by the A cuts, but no one's here.
Yeah, this was Q9. All 5 frag grenades sent towards that back corner at B. They were looking for a nade first blood. It doesn't work. But
Mexican पानी लेके आओ जल्दी
no
से.
trophy there. So you get the smoke down, and now you can execute through B. And only thing in your way is Chuan with a shotgun, which means nothing's in your way. There's the smoke separation. Here comes the plant, and it's going to be on Xrock, who do have a utility advantage.
पानी लेके आइए हाँ जल्दी.
Bomb has been planted.
Timing for the exit.
आप खेलोगे खेलते हैं ये संडे खेलते हैं. एक मिनट पानी लेके आइए. Okay.
We are still waiting for at least a flank to potentially come through from Nono all the way through mid. There's a lot of focus on the flank though for Q9.
That's the last smoke for Q9. Chen just trying to use that as a way to separate. Chuan trying to move his way back in. Here's the contact. Curly stunned, shooting the ground. He can't find a way to get things going. Xrock finding eliminations. Curly will drop. Now you got to just find the last player to move on through. That's going to be on the player number 5 in Sun. Cannot get back in time. It's an expensive hit from Q9. They use everything, but they get the plant. They just think Xrock is going for the flank. Not fully the case as they recut back through mid.
Again, you had 3 players watching the flank that time around for Q9 as we will switch sides. And when you take so much of an immediate focus towards the flank, once the hit finally comes through over by the B cuts defensively, you're just not going to have your numbers there in time for the trades nor the assistance. So tied up, 3 apiece, 3 in a row for Q9 on that offensive incursion is no easy feat.
Yep. Trophy systems denied towards B, but look at the Q9 aggressive defensive setup. High-low setup in the B cut. Mauchi just waiting for contact before he pops the Type 19. And then you got your scopes watching every single outer angle. So lots of investment for Q9 trying to really congest the middle of the map here.
It's got to be so annoying. I'm just getting antsy just thinking about how Q9 are just holding these angles. That's exactly what Xrock want. Any late utility that they might be able to find over by the B bomb site. No trophy systems guarding it. So a wood ring on true, but they're currently stacking up together to try to assault this B bomb site all together. I'll tell you, Chen's about
भाई क्या neck to neck चल रहा है यार ये.
MG though, MG go burst sometimes.
They do.
Smoke out deep. That's going to take the angle away from Wuling. Nade behind that. Defense at mid, starting to rotate over to help on the angle. Chen finds the first before being shut down by Sunyo.
Ankit, अच्छा moto. I think you need to upgrade your device.
They do get a player deep though. Do Xrock. They've scaled through the B site, and now they're trying to see if they can wrap this over mid, but it's being shut down again. Q9's congested of mid map will work out nicely, and the last hit remaining for Xrock has to come.
Yes, how do you know that?
Yeah, bomb needs to get recollected.
How do you know?
To be able to find a pick, loses their life within the process. Down to 2-1. 1v4, no bomb in hand, decides to push all the way through, gets timing at least a good look at the second, but just gives away the positioning for now. And it gives Q9 the utmost opportunity for the win condition to be set. Stacked together. Bad timing through the middle of the map. Don't give Chuan a chance here as he only has 10 seconds left.
Here comes the collapse. Both players out, little slide shell out, and it's perfect from Q9. Yeah, that's that mid-map stack. Works out.
Who's your favorite YouTuber?
Xrock anticipated there was going to be maybe more on the site, not the case.
Everyone from SATL.
That's enough for Q9 just to completely collapse on it with some counter nades of their own. Really well done.
Patience can only pay off so long
Hi,
as you win
Ashu.
the
Hello,
upcoming
hello.
fights, but when you're holding scopes and irons the way that Q9 worked through the middle of the map, it works out quite wonderfully for them. This time, there is some focus through the middle of the map. Very similar offensive setup coming through. Actually, 1-for-1 if I'm being candid with you, Alan. But the
तू बोल
difference
अरे
here
यार
for Q9 is on the defense.
आपको गेम के बारे में पता नहीं है ना इसीलिए
Trophy systems this time deny the early Xrock nades.
यार मैं नहीं कर रही हूँ क्यों मैं नहीं कर रही हूँ Xrock को सपोर्ट
Small advantages here at mid. Smoke
मैं अनलकी हूँ इन लोगों के लिए पक्का
So he can hold the angle a little bit more freely. Desperate nade for Q9.
आज मैं सही स्ट्रीम पे आया हूँ हाय जतिन क्यों आज आपके मैसेज ज्यादा पढ़ रही हूँ मैं
Towards the actual execute itself, and it's a 5-player stack towards B. Pressure on the way for Q9. As soon as they decide to flash and dash, there's the flash, here's the dash. First shots land as the stun connects, and Xrock will get entry to B.
Yeah, luckily enough, it's going so cleanly, but Uling's still playing in the corner with the Odin, at least even things up. Sunyo's still committing towards the bomb plant. Now it's need to get in a better position for a post plant, especially with the scope in hand.
Xrock defaulted to play the post plant on site.
जी आप में से तूफान को जानते हो क्या बीच में मैं नहीं यार
Rushi watching for the hit.
0.75 no not 0.75
Can they isolate one of these corners? Flash out first. Nate doesn't quite get to where it needs to. Mauchi takes himself out of the picture. Oh no, he cooks it maybe a little bit too long, or it caught a corner. That was supposed to be a flash nade combo, and instead it bounces back into the sender's face. That's enough for Xrock to tie us at 4.
Yeah. Slight little mishaps coming through for Q9, who
बीच में रूम बनाओ सब खेले अरे बीच में अभी नहीं खेलना है भाई पायल जी नाम लेके शाउट आउट देना कुलदीप यू शाउट आउट टू यू आपसे मिलना है
That is how you don't double chow 101. Timing not great on that corner, and the Q9 will punish. As war happens with Mauchi's reload. Sickest skin I've ever seen in my life.
Real.
इनके दो चले गए यार
A huge numbers advantage. 5v3. First contact good. Sunyo gets one, gets away. Makes this more manageable.
Trying to book it. Trying to get back up towards this A street to maybe work a little bit of an angle. Look at the flank coming through. Curly. Q9's so smart. They know they have a slight little bit of an advantage. She's going to play in this corner. And just
Curly knows he doesn't have to do anything here. This is full map control for Q9.
Oh, they're trapped.
Yeah. The only way that this works out for Xrock is if they recognize the potential of someone watching this flank and they try to slide shell everything together.
Right.
But you just wouldn't anticipate them doing that from this position.
I don't want to cut out any possibility.
Get one.
So watching this studio is alive. Ma still has a sniper rifle as well. 3v3, 37 seconds remain. The bomb's collected, and the flank's not coming through. Rewrap neither. So Curly might have to get a little activated here. Yeah, here he comes.
Oh, nice shots coming out. Sun able to find the connection with Jen, and then the follow-up is perfect. So Q9 evaluate the threat. They get the map control. They know they've got Xrock completely taken care of and enveloped over towards the A side of the map, and it works out. 5 for the count. Xrock need to find a way to respond.
I sure do.
अच्छा
The aggression was looking so
Yes,
good.
I have no clue about this.
Probably not going to be seeing that again. As it's pretty standardized, just split the map. No double trophy through the middle of the map. Not
भूमि को भूल गए
just
clipping
hoping
it.
to be able to find some
मतलब
nades. Maybe get a little bit of a pop flash, go for a swing, but Xrock
Hi,
playing
Master,
all the
car
back to
shots.
base. Maybe catching Q9 off guard if they over chow, but they haven't this entire time. They're completely comfortable playing these close corners.
This evaluation for Q9 is really, really smart. They know that the B side has been a little bit more
कौशिक हाँ बोलो ना क्या हुआ
loosely guarded, and so now you put a player deep. That's Chen, shotgun in hand at mid steps.
Hi Yash, hello, hi Ayan.
Re-wrap a play if there is an execute on B. So they're looking to kind of play off of quick contact, but instead it's Sun over towards the A side of the map. Opening shots towards Rushi were good, but not good enough as the first blood is tallied, and Q9 are dealing with this play towards A, but it's just a fake. This is expensive from Xrock.
They stun naded over
Defaulter gaming. मेरे सारे games अच्छे होते हैं यार, ऐसा नहीं है.
And now they're going to try to re-wrap through mid. Curly's playing a timing with a Type 19 through the middle of the map. Fully aware of
Hi
what's
Devang,
happening.
hello.
But how would you ever expect what the defense
Hi
looks like over
Vijay.
here at B?
Yeah, Chen's moved. He's got himself a shotgun watching for the drop
अख्तर
down.
जी कैसे हो कैसे हो?
Can Xrock get a flash in sight? There are no trophies
Thank you,
nearby to
Jerry.
keep
Thank
Chen
you.
safe.
Hi,
He's
Meet.
also playing
Hi,
a very
Tanmay.
odd off angle. A beautiful look at how this
Which
hit
team
is
do you
going to
support
develop.
other than
What is still
Xrock?
available for Xrock? Here comes the walk down.
I don't
Not even
follow
bothering with the
CODM a
sprint.
lot,
Up and over.
but
One shot
यार
from
Indian
Chen
teams रहती तो और अच्छा
No
लगता.
trade involved. Looking for more. Q9 have completely overwhelmed the shot. Ma by himself. Almost. Yeah, he gets the second.
दिन कैसा
Good
गया?
reset. Tag down low. 1v2 situation. Isolates. Gets him down to half, but can't finish. Q9 are on match
क्या हो
point.
रहा है यार?
Xrock. Is history doomed to repeat itself here for Q9? Will they take down Xrock again in such similar time where they were at CDSI in that best of 7? Just one round away from doing so. Xrock have had no response on the offense so far, so they're just going to go straight towards the same
Match point.
Yeah, I think the thing about this is you know for a fact what this sniper angle looks like. Deep trophy system in play. Smoke over towards the backside of the site. Nades, secondary smoke, also placed towards back truck. Xrock looking like they want to commit. Another trophy on towards the site. This would be good to at least allow a plant to come through. Can Q9 contest? Do they want to? Secondary nades are good. Stops the plant. Sun still holding the angle.
ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है Q9 is going to
It's chaos around the front, but Xrock
Grand
winning
Finals.
the ball. Just down to one. Sun for the win. He's got the 1v1.
Oh my
Can he
god!
find a way to isolate this? He knows that
Sunu versus Sun.
down on the site. It's
भाई ये 1v1 decider है इनका.
Just going to elect to play the angle. Oh, this timing is about to be immense. They're about to meet each other around the corner.
Sun for the win. Yes! He finds the angle. Q9 takes down the #1 seed and their rival from China to punch the first ticket in the grand finals.
Happened at CDSI.
Bro, this was not expected, yaar.
2024 Q9 go the distance. Everybody, ourselves included, I'm willing to throw us under the bus. Had Q9 written off, should this go to 5? Not the case.
Well
at
played,
all.
Q9.
So prepared for Kurahana Metropolis. So prepared just to play the patient game and just wait for all of the mistakes that Xrock were throwing.
Bye, Xrock.
Through all of 11 rounds worth of play, Q9 on that defense were electric.
Oh.
Wow. And you
Close
can
match.
see the deliberation, the debate happening of what went wrong for Xrock on those last couple of rounds. Regardless of it, this is a team that was very patient, having a great end of the year 2023, but missing out on qualification for the champs.
यार मैं क्यों sad हो रही हूँ? It's
This year
okay.
with an absolute fury.
ठीक है भाई, कोई भी जीते.
The edge
तो
over
sad
their
होने की क्या
rivals
बात?
throughout the regular season, but when it matters most, both at CDSI and here at World Champs, they could not best Q9.
Q9 in the finals. Both team played well.
I mean, they have every bit of
Q9
tool at
versus
their
Elevate.
disposal, from the sniping, from the oppression that was coming
मुझे
through
लगा
early in the
Xrock versus
respawns,
Elevate होगा.
ruling with the war machine of the respawns, but then you just cannot give enough praise. Chen with that shotgun displacing.
Shri, shout out.
multiple different
Shri,
members
huge
of
shout out
Xrock
to you.
continuously, and then also the sniping. and the overall
सच में
threat that
आज
was coming
शायद
through
कुछ
from
अच्छा होगा.
outside.
You are able to read
Absolute
more
spectacle
text
to
today.
happen themselves. Q9
Yeah.
are grand finals bound.
I mean, you said it yourself, Shift.
Swaraj, hello. Hi, Gujot.
Making your
कैसे
way
हो?
through to the next stage of the competition was a $90,000
आज मैंने पिज़्ज़ा खाया. Retro Race.
And that is exact. Honestly, I feel like that's what we got out of both of these teams. They
यार
were
अच्छा खेला
fighting
Xrock
tooth
ने
and
भी,
nail
but
to try and make their way through.
start तो अच्छा हुआ था
finals.
इसका.
This
2-0
is
से.
the closest back and forth we've seen up here on the main stage the entire weekend. This was such a well-fought battle on behalf of these teams. It's unfortunate that one does have to go home,
Yeah.
but holy, that was a great way to kick off the weekend.
And it's just one of those things that this
The day.
very well could have been a grand finals. I mean, it has been many times before, so it's one of those situations that it's going to feel really painful to see Xrock finish with the top 4 next to them when they very well may be the second best team here. And we're just never going to know. It's just the nature of a world
हाँ हाँ
championship.
बिना वो तो
coming
है.
down to
भाई
do or
डॉक्टर
die
बुला रहा है और
pretty much
DM
the
तो
entire
देखोगे
way
नहीं
through.
आप.
So
हार्दिक क्या
it
हुआ?
takes
You
a
sick?
lot of guts, I think, for
Take care,
Q9
यार.
to step up at a map 5 after being
अभी तो
blown out of the
final
fourth
बाकी
map.
है.
Have the
Yes.
resiliency, have the trust,
Thank you हितेश.
and
Thank
see
you.
Sun win
विनायक
the
मैंने
game
खाया
with their
आज
1v2 going to
पिज़्ज़ा
1v6.
खाया मैंने. अभी भी रखा है
Huge
उधर
carry
मेरे
potential
टेबल
right
पे.
there.
I mean,
आपने
we
क्या
were
खाया?
one just opportunity away from this
What's up,
actually being
Hitesh?
in 4, and it's not even funny. 4 seconds was the differential on that
Correct.
map #1,
गर्वित.
and this very much
याद
so
आ
could
गया
have
मुझे.
ended by the 4th map, given
Hi,
how the other
Sinchan.
ones ended
Hello.
up working.
श्रीश नहीं करूँगी मैं ये फ्रीज कर दोगे तुम मुझे पैजल व्हाट्स अप पायल जी व्लॉग नहीं आया था कल व्लॉग नहीं किया मैंने
Thank you so much, Glitter. My goodness, what a phenomenal win. Again, we have the Emperor Uli right here on the stage. I guess when it comes to the gameplay, I know it's not just you, it's a whole team effort. But can you give one teammate that gave the biggest impact here on your entire series up against Xrock?
赢得了这场比赛，刚刚这一场比赛里面，除了你以外，你觉得你的队友哪一位表现得比较出色？
我觉得我们今天每一个人都很出色，然后这整个过程并不顺利，然后我觉得现在这一个时刻我非常的激动，因为这是我第一次打进世界赛的总决赛。
समझ नहीं आ रहा
हाय
स्वास्तिक हेलो हाय अभी जैन अवनीत जैन अब वाईटी का शॉट 3 मिनट का हो गया तो वाईटी फैंस बोलूं अभी चॉकलेट लाए खाओगे भेजो
It's a tough year for my team because we've never made it this far. I cannot express myself enough. But we're really excited about this event.
And of course, a well-deserved placing for Q9. Last year, they had a very difficult run.
आप vlog नहीं किया मैंने अभी यार vlog करते हैं.
How does it feel like to be in the grand finals and who do you want to see in the grand
पायल जी
finals?
4 years से आपने सब्सक्राइब कर रखा ओ स्वराज थैंक यू सो मच यार.
你们决赛想要迎战哪个队伍？
Yes श्रीश पता है ना मुझे. कुछ भी हो सकता है पायल ये चैंपियनशिप कौन सी टीम कैसा खेलती है थोड़ी बता सकते हैं ये बात तो सही है यार.
Let's give it to him. Let's go. He chose Elevate to be in the grand finals alongside him.
Xrock को
Xrock. Oh, he doesn't want. You can do whatever you want. Do whatever you want, my dude. Hearts across the board.
Oh, cute, cute, cute.
Eastern teams. Brotherhood right there. We love to see it. Thank you so much. Good luck on your matchup later on. But of course, like what I already pegged, we still got Glory and Elevate for our next set of matches. You wouldn't want to miss this.
Glories and Elevate के बीच में होने वाला है अब इसमें से जो जीतेगा उसका होगा मैच विद Q9 द फाइनल्स. भाई मेरा नाम यूनिक है क्या? वेरी यूनिक.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Hi Dipesh, what's up? CP Tech हाँ, he's my very good friend. गर्वित हाँ बिल्कुल न्यू. Break time guys, we can wait for 4 minutes. Let's talk. Oh भाई. आओ बातें करते हैं अभी. खांसी क्यों आ रही है मुझे? Nice song. ब्रेक फॉर 4 मिनट्स तब तक हम बातें करते हैं. आ जाओ. न्यू कोड दे दो. कोड मिलेगा मिलेगा मिलेगा. अभी मैचेस बाकी है ना. आराम से न्यू कोड मिलेगा. आप लोग ने पुराने कोड सारे रिडीम कर लिए क्या? एक बार वापस दे दो कोड सारे. एक बार सारे कोड डाल दो वापस चैट में. हाय प्रियेश. हाय विशु. व्हाट्स अप लव फ्रॉम इंदौर. थैंक यू यार. लॉट्स ऑफ लव टू यू. हाय डिजास्टर प्लीज. हेलो. माय फेवरेट गेम. ये दूसरी स्ट्रीम पे पूछना, आज मत पूछो. जिंदगी में पहली बार रिप्लाई दिया पायल दिया आपने। अरे गुरजोत यार, आज मैं पढ़ पा रही हूँ ना चैट आराम से, इसीलिए। देखो आपको सिंचन सारे कोड्स दे रहा है, जिसने भी रिडीम नहीं किया वो ये कर लो। यस जतिन, वेरी गुड वेरी गुड। इंदौर कब आओगे? इंदौर तो नहीं पता यार। आई एम 14 year old and हो थैंक यू सिंचन एफएफ, थैंक यू सो मच। यस डिजास्टर। एक्सप्लेन करो प्लीज। वेरिफिकेशन वेरिफिकेशन पहले के एडिट पर रिएक्ट करोगे? बिल्कुल भी नहीं, तुम लोग ये फालतू के एडिट बनाने लगे हो ना, बिल्कुल भी नहीं। हाय सोनेक्स, कैसे हो? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। शाउट आउट प्लीज प्रियेश, ह्यूज शाउट आउट टू यू। शोएब अली क्या यार, कुछ लुक नहीं। हाय स्वास्तिक, आई एम 24। यार बताने में भी अजीब लग रहा है। एम आई 24? पायल जी स्ट्रीम पर जब शुभोद बताओ ना, अभी तो मैं पढ़ रही हूँ मैसेजेस आपके। नाउ से व्हाट यू वांट टू से। कौन से कोड की बात चल रही है बताओ। आप कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी खेलते हो? कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी के रिडीम कोड्स थे। तनिष्क मत कर मस्ती, बिल्कुल मस्ती नहीं। हाय पायू, कैसे हो? अरे पायू नाम रखा है तुमने? रायू, सॉरी मैंने पायू पढ़ लिया। शाउट आउट प्लीज साहिब धलीवाल। साहिब धलीवाल को ह्यूज शाउट आउट। देख रहे हो पायल, इंग्लिश तक तो ठीक है, बट ये चाइना वाले बोलते हैं तो क्या। डिफॉल्टर गेमिंग, बात तो सही है। पायल जी हमारे भी कमेंट चैट देख लिया करिए। प्रियांशु जी बोलिए ना आप, मैं पढ़ रही हूँ, सारे पढ़ रही हूँ यार। प्लेइंग सीओडी सिंस 3.5 years। ओह वाओ। पायू तो हम बोलते हैं। डिड यू सी द वीडियो ऑफ? यस यस देखा मैंने, जानवी कपूर वाला ना। हे डियर एक बार प्लीज बोल दो हरमन लव यू टू मच डियर। हरमन लव यू यार। पायल यू आर लुकिंग 16 year old। अच्छा। आप कब खेलोगे? प्लान करते 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 थोड़ी देर में स्टार्ट होने वाला है मैच। खाना बनाती हो? नहीं आता है मुझे, बट मैं नहीं बनाती। लुकिंग लाइक वाओ। अच्छा। श्रीश नहीं 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 खेला मैंने। आज मजा आया, पायल जी ने मेरा 4 टाइम नाम लिया। जतिन लो 5वीं बार आपका नाम ले लिया। पायल जी मैंने आपका फैन पेज भी चला दो इंस्टा पर। क्या नाम से प्रियांशु आपका फैन पेज? यस अभी मैंने एडिट्स देखे उसके ऊपर बहुत सारे। कोड रिडीम करना है आपको, कोड दे कौन रहा है ये बताना प्लीज। आईडी हैक तो नहीं होगा ना? मेरी सेकंड आईडी है। नहीं डिफॉल्टर नहीं होगी आईडी हैक, ये तो ऑफिशियल वालों ने भेजे हैं मुझे कोड। ऑफिशियल्स ने भेजे हैं, डोंट वरी, बिल्कुल आईडी वाईडी कुछ हैक नहीं होगा। हाय श्रीश कैसे हो? हाय टिकट अंगूर, हाय तमीम जी। पायल देखती ही नहीं मैसेज। ऐसा नहीं है कुणाल, बोलो ना क्या हुआ। आपकी एज क्या है? आई एम 24। लव फ्रॉम द होड, थैंक यू सो मच। गाइस मैच स्टार्ट हो गए, मैच स्टार्ट हो गया। आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ। नहीं 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 हुआ नहीं हुआ नहीं हुआ, होने वाला है। थैंक यू प्रियेश। पायल दी लव यू यार, थैंक यू यार। शीश मैंने ज्यादा मोबाइल गेम्स नहीं खेले, मोबाइल गेम्स में मैंने पबजी खेला है एक, और कौन सा खेला है यार, एक कार वाला कोई गेम था। मोबाइल में मैं ज्यादा नहीं खेलती थी। पायल पायल FP23 के नाम से है पायल जी। ओके ओके मैं चेक करती हूँ प्रियांशु जी। आज अमंग अस सक्षम, आज तो अभी हम ये देख रहे हैं फाइनल मैच, फिर मैं नेक्स्ट वाले ग्रुप गेम्स में रहूंगी इन, डोंट वरी। लव फ्रॉम आसाम, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू। यू शुड सी द थिएटर्स हियर, इट बिकेम कॉन्सर्ट्स। मैंने कोई रील में देखा था वो चीज। मोहम्मद वी आर शूटिंग ऑन 8th, प्रोबेबली 8th या 9th को। पायल एक बात बताना प्लीज, आपकी सुपरचैट वाली सारी बातें वीडियो देखी है थोड़ी। डिफॉल्टर यार वो आती रहती, क्या करूं मैं अभी। सरदार जी, I will choose BGMI. एक बार love you बोल दो मेरे नाम लेके. Trigger and good, love you यार. Akhtar Hussain, thank you so much, love you यार. You sing the lyrics, we will say ah. धीरे धीरे झुके मेरे. अजीब भाई. Resend the redeem code. Resend the redeem codes. यार जितने भी redeem code दिए थोड़े resend कर दो यार. परेशान हो रहे हैं दोस्त हमारे. Oops. चलो स्क्रीन स्विच करने का समय आ चुका है. Guys, अब तो
They're getting themselves now onto the stage set up and ready to go for semifinals match number 2.
Semifinal match number 2 is about to start.
I think that we've somehow ended up with one of the most exciting outcomes we could have gotten here for our semifinals. Talk to me about how you think this is going to go. Obviously, we've got Gallerus up there. We have Elevate. Let's start with talking about Gallerus.
Yeah, Gallerus. I think
Elevate जीतेगी for sure इसमें तो.
About Gallerus the entire weekend, haven't we?
Let's see.
By many, and now that's definitely no longer the case because over the last couple of days, we've
ठंडा
seen them
पिज़्ज़ा
make
खाने
marked
वाली हूँ मैं.
improvements. Even coming into this weekend, they're like a totally different search and destroy squad. Albeit again, it's a small asterisk to that with the battlegrounds that they played.
We are here, baby.
Yes. Of day number 1, but
now the Telugu one is more vibing. ये तो है.
Pro Series Season 5.
But उसके lyrics नहीं आते मुझे.
We get into yesterday, and it looks like they've also
Hi,
found Hardpoint as well. So I think Gallerus here are a roster that could go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, look, everybody was talking about China and everybody was talking about Elevate
Hi,
throughout the entire
Vinayak.
build-up of this tournament, but there was always that asterisk next to Gallerus after their performance at Mobile Masters. Could they actually go and push that a little bit further? But I think everyone would have probably had them around top 4, top 5. This is where, if they can take it to the next level, where they start to exceed a lot of people's expectations. But I think a lot of us have to remember what Gallerus did in Mobile Masters. It's arguable that they fumbled that final just a little bit.
Yeah, they absolutely did. A reminder again, in groups, they actually did end up beating their eventual finalists in Q9. Then when it came to that final, they got absolutely stomped. So Gallerus, while they did chuckle that grand final, they are capable of taking down gods.
And honestly, we've seen all weekend long so far, anytime Gallerus has kind of
Rich Whitey OP.
they've thrived under that
ये
pressure.
वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप है
So
कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी मोबाइल का जिसका आज फाइनल डे है तो आज जो का विनर डिसाइड होगा इसलिए
It's Lucas.
Yeah, Lucasin has turned up for sure.
मैंने भी ऑर्डर कर दिया पिज़्ज़ा.
Right? I mean, he's just doing the regular things. I've got to give a shout out to Sporting Cast, though. Everyone has kind of got up to his level. But yesterday, I think it was during the final Hardpoint versus
Team कब कर रहे हो VR की?
That is where we saw the
करती हूँ.
godlike Lucasin that we saw back at
Beat
Mobile
Saber ना?
Masters. This is why he
अभी मैं
is
सोच रही हूँ
considered
Spider-Man
one
करूँ.
of the best players in the world. A conversation we're going to go back to over
या कोई
and over
horror
again.
game.
If Gallerus win this event, Lucasin is the
मजा आएगा.
best player in the world.
100%. I think, you know, this guy comes in every single time. We have that expectation of him. But again, at the same point, we kind of just touched on that. The rest of the team have really been pulling their weight during this event. It has been mostly about Lucas when he's needed to be, but when he hasn't necessarily been performing, the rest of the team have been filling in.
And when they've been filling in, they also have been breaking things. And if you guys know what I'm talking about, we're going to show you a clip from yesterday when the Passion Gallerus really came out.
Okay, Hardik, I'll check.
A massive clutch.
Hi, Sanika.
And it may or may not have
Flying Judd. You don't play CODM?
Breaking of a desk here, Brody. Have you ever seen that before?
No, I haven't actually, to be fair.
ये बात तो सही है
World Championships, but still, one
ताई
desk broken.
अरे सोनिक हिंदी में बात करो यार मुझे मराठी नहीं आती इतने अच्छे से.
So yeah, okay, I mean,
मुझे स्किन चाहिए. अच्छा.
You get passionate.
I didn't see where he actually broke it. He must have kicked.
He like slammed it, I think.
Oh, did he when he
yeah.
We should have maybe got stronger desk.
Garvit, when you become a streamer, then you'll understand how to reply.
We love to see that passion coming out of our players.
Yeah, definitely learn.
कुछ healthy खाओ घर का.
We'll be reinforcing all of the desks in preparation for the World Championship passion. But of course, we have to talk about the other side of our stage. That is Elevate, one of the only two teams that came out of Swiss undefeated ton, now facing off against Gallerus.
Coming in as the favorites for the tournament.
Elevate.
Obviously, most recently at CDSI took the win. And that was a huge tournament for them to find, especially in the route that they had to do it. Had to drop down the losers, fight their way back, but they got the job done. And CDSI means a lot in the grand scheme of things coming into this tournament.
मुझे भी चाहिए पिज़्ज़ा.
Best regions in the game going up against each other, and they conquered that tournament. it is more so pressure on them in this
अच्छा,
game.
okay, sure, next बताओ.
Touch on when it does come down to Elevate. The expectations are fully behind them rather than on the side of Gallows.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Elevate have definitely got a weight on their shoulders now. That losers bracket run at CDSI was phenomenal. They literally took out everybody that was an important add to that.
हेमंत नहीं किया यार.
They did it via the respawns. They did not lose a single respawn in bracket play.
I know, but taunting is important. हाँ.
I mean, what they've
तुम तो यही
lost
करो.
one control, I think, is the only respawn that they've lost. That is insane. Look, their S&D might need work, and we'll talk about that as we get into this best of 5. But I mean, if you're just consecutively winning the respawns over and over again, do you even really need it?
I mean, so far they haven't seemed to, but now we're getting into the tougher parts of the competition. We've got some individual stats here for PJ as well. There are just so many impressive performances out of these players.
ये तनिष्का को क्यों परेशान कर रहे हो? आदित्य, बारिश हो रही है क्या? नहीं. आपसे क्वेश्चन है मेरा, साथ में आप वैष्णो देवी चलो कि क्या? वैष्णो देवी तो अभी कोई
All right, well, we want to highlight our teams here just a little bit.
Okay, player from hell, take care.
For this one, because this is arguably even more evenly matched than the first one already was. It's going to be a banger.
Match start होता है ना तभी switch
करती हूँ. I know
करती
you
हूँ.
want to start talking about these maps here, Brody, because you got some points. You kind of alluded to it a little bit already. Here are the head-to-head map stats that we've got for these two teams.
Yeah, for sure. Again, you know, Gallerist Search and Destroy has been their bread and butter this weekend. If Elevate their weaknesses in Search and Destroy, you kind of figure out, right, well, that's where Gallerist need to get into this best of 5. It has to be the Search and Destroy. The question then becomes, does the map set as we get into this best of 5 actually favor that narrative? Are they going to be able to take the Search and Destroys away? Because, Tom, we've been talking a lot about Takeoff Search and Destroy being the battlegrounds.
Yeah, Takeoff Search and Destroy very much gone. As soon as it was possible for the side of Elevate, we will get, of course, into maps in just a second. But this just does very much paint the picture of this game. The Hardpoint should go Elevate's way. The S&D, you would like to think, goes Gallerist's way as well. But both these teams are more than capable of beating the other on each and every game mode. So you would think that it's really about the control, but I would say we probably lean towards Elevate on that game mode specifically as well. But we'll talk about it a little bit more when we do get into the actual maps. It's such a hard one to call.
Thank you, Priyanshu. Thank you.
And it does offer some questions up.
Yeah, it absolutely does. So we look over towards this best of 5 again, and there are a couple of questions I think for Gallerist, right? You know, actually to give you guys a bit of an insight as to what the vetoes look like. Standoff Hardpoint, the best Hardpoint map for Gallerist was on the table, as was Fire and Range, Search and Destroy, a map in which you can definitely take down Elevate, and they took neither of those maps. That's a decision I think that you kind of have to question, right? What is the thought process for Gallerist here?
So, I mean, we were having a back and forth about this. There has to be a reason. Look, they know themselves better than we do, absolutely. And they...
जैसे स्टार्ट होगा ना तभी मैं लगाती हूँ. बेस्ट टीम फॉर रिस्पॉन एलिवेट अभी चाइना में CDSI जीती ये टीम. हाँ मुझे बताया इसने, कोई तो बता रहा था चैट में. देखते अभी ये वाले में क्या होता है. Q9 ने तो बहुत ही अच्छा खेला यार. हाय विनायक, कैसे हो? मेरी बात हो रही है स्वैमर की फॉर रियल. Who knows? राधिका यार नहीं देखा मैंने. डिजास्टर प्लेस कैसे हो? हाय ओमकार. लव फ्रॉम शिलोंग. व्हाट्सअप लव. हाय ओमकार. मैं अच्छा हूँ, आप कैसे? मैं भी बढ़िया हूँ यार. मेक हार्ट विथ हैंड. हार्ट विथ हैंड लाइक दिस. यार कितना अच्छा इन लोगों ने स्टेज बनाया है इसका. लव इट. ठीक हूँ बस. क्यों, क्या हुआ? कमेंट पढ़ लिया बस. एक और जतिन बताओ ना, आप अपना कार कलेक्शन कब बनाओगे? कार कलेक्शन यार मुझे कार्स में उतना ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, बट पता नहीं शायद बाद में बनाऊं जब बहुत ज्यादा अमीर हो जाऊं मैं. मिस्टर श्रेयस, थैंक यू फॉर द सुपर चैट. क्या चल रहा है? हाय डिजास्टर. नथिंग यार, जस्ट वाचिंग द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप. थैंक यू वाईटी रोहित वीडियो. थैंक यू सो मच. मेरा चैट देख लो यार. टेंशन गेमर्स बताइए. I miss meeting you in Hyderabad 2 times, I guess. Yeah. Don't miss it next time. Flip air कर दो. अरे रहने दो यार आज ऐसे ही. Love from Prachi झारखंड. Lots of love to you जगू. Peter, दीवाने हैं तेरे नाम के, खड़े हैं दिल थाम के, कि हम तेरे प्यार में रखे ना कोई काम के, ये सब प्यार का मामला है. Okay. आपको तो नहीं, भूमि को तो है कार में इंटरेस्ट। यस हाँ उसको है। ओमकार आज नो गेम, आज वॉच पार्टी। हाय जतिन, आज का व्लॉग बनाऊंगी ठीक है। आज मैं गरबा के लिए जा रही हूँ ना, आज आई विल मेक व्लॉग। दीदी वूकॉन्ग की स्ट्रीम क्यों नहीं कर रहे यार? नहीं सो नेक्स्ट मेरे को ऐसा व्यूज का कोई दिक्कत नहीं होता रे। आई डोंट वरी अबाउट वॉचिंग व्यूज एंड एवरीथिंग। आज का अभी का इकोसिस्टम ऐसा वॉचिंग और इस पे नहीं रहा भाई, इट्स टोटली चेंज्ड। मेरे को इससे प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। वूकॉन्ग पे ब्रेक हो गया बहुत लंबा बिकॉज फिर मैं ट्रैवलिंग कर रही थी, घर चली गई थी। बट करते हैं, वूकॉन्ग करना है यार मुझे। चलो मैच स्टार्ट हो गया, आ जाओ लेट्स वॉच गाइस, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मैच है ये वाला।
Time for Wolves, that much was for sure. Elevate, this is no surprise to anybody at home, their pick in towards this best of 5. So if Gallerus can come out swinging here, if this is the hard point maybe that you can steal away, there's a lot of Fury crafting here, that would be a phenomenal start to this semi-final. It is going to be Gallerus though, kicking things off first here, and of course Tun, most importantly, they are on the better side of the map for the rotation towards new.
आप लोग इसको support करो इसमें, elevate.
Help when it does come down to this map specifically. We know how strong that P2 can be, and getting yourself a nice little lead on this map is
yes,
nothing that you want to try.
Who are you supporting guys? बताओ जल्दी। Yes राघव, अभी तो बहुत टाइम है राघव। 9 lakh subscribers for that.
Yeah, now the start of challenge for new though. Spawn already pushing through. Yeah, spawn out coming through from Hen. So if you're now Gallerus, you need to hold on. Fokke, a lot to do around this back line. And if you're Fokke, I think you just kind of wait for a bit of reinforcements here. You will soon be challenged by Elevate. If you can win these gunfights as well, that would be everything. Surely not Susano too. No, that's a little.
आप लोग इसको support करो, बताओ जल्दी बताओ।
So the advantage that Gallerus had heading into this map already gone.
Okay, चलो मैं अभी elevate को करती हूँ।
Fully belonging to the side of Elevate, 33 points on the board.
8.3 lakh, not line. हाँ 8.3 lakh.
Unless Gallerus can find a way through Hen and Lucasian, starting to combine well.
Mrs. Luyash, thank you for the super chat. Thank you.
Spawns towards the back, big gunfights coming in. They can just about win them. So Gallerus have an opportunity here.
Bro, क्या lead ली है? 48.
Out for a few seconds, 40 seconds to go.
Spawns in. Gallerus now have to hit this at the same time here, but you don't want to funnel all into the line of sights of Elevate here. Chloe already starting things off with that first kill through the smoke. On the hunt for more kills starting to come through from Elevate.
Hold करके रखा है इन्होंने point.
Do anything with the R9? No. Will get shut down, but those spawns still good for Gallerus.
Still very close here though. If you're the side of Elevate, they managed to get through the tomb side very, very quickly. But it will be a break for Gallerus. They need to just pick up these kills on the secondary push. But this is all going to be for around 20 seconds. They've taken their time, did the right thing, but they need to make sure they get this time. They haven't quite got rid of Elevate yet.
Yeah, Elevate still find this one from the front. They have now done enough to exactly push them out, but Elevate will hit this over and over again. Susano taking Pabzera down is now going to leave just one left inside the hard point. That's Fokke, and they go as well. So Elevate happy with the control of this game thus far. Gallerus though fighting tooth and nail for that scrap time means that Elevate will actually have the first look at the new hard point here.
आपकी बिलिंग में फ्लैग कितने का मिलता है रेंट पे?
This flanking play from a couple of players is going to work out because you're losing numbers around the front of the point. Those players on the flank were red as well. Elevate have just made the perfect rotation.
Elevate is elevating.
Good reason as to why Elevate are considered one of the best teams in the game when it comes down to Apocalypse and just Hardpoint in general. So fluid.
Hey, Hardpoint तो easy है इन लोगों के लिए भाई। क्या खेल रहे हैं?
But it's a nice break coming in from Gallerus, but we need to get themselves inside of the point here. 35 seconds remaining on P3. You can pick up some decent time here. It's not necessarily the biggest banker, but Elevate are going to go in there and prove otherwise. There's 4 or 5 kills falling their way. It's a complete team wipe. They get themselves back in. It feels like Gallerus are sometimes finding the kills and not quite getting in the hill.
Yeah, and this has been a problem for Gallerus in the past. I think, you know, back in even the Latin American
आपकी जैसी लाइफ हमारी कहाँ है पायल? एकदम बॉलीवुड जैसी लाइफ है आपकी।
Never been their issue, but maybe being effective.
नहीं यार ऐसे नहीं है।
You can't do that.
My life is very normal.
So damn potent in Hardpoint. They are considered the best Hardpoint.
पहले normal थी, थोड़ी fancy हो गई है अभी।
Right now they're showing off against
बॉलीवुड जैसी नहीं है।
80-point differential. I am feeling exactly the way I felt watching them versus Wolves in this map yesterday.
Growl out from Caleb.
रेंट ज्यादा कैसे आपकी बिल्डिंग में आप रहते हो इसलिए क्या? नहीं यार ये एरिया की वजह से और यहाँ पे सब कुछ पास में है ना। That's fine. Swastika used to play games since I was in school. मुझे हमेशा से गेम खेलना अच्छा लगता था. Then I started playing PUBG. And I made so many friends. I started YouTube. That's how.
After this map is done and dusted, but I think Apocalypse was just such an uphill battle to kick off this series. It was always going to be. And Elevate, they know.
Meeshwing, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, buddy. Bollywood से भी ज़्यादा.
This entirety of the game thus far, the slaying just has not been there. Lucasson is trying to to catch up at 15, but you've got like
पीयूष मैं आऊंगी
18 apiece, 19 now.
Mostly दिवाली पे.
Outslaying them at every single turn.
ये मॉड ज़्यादा तेज हो रहे हैं, बताओ क्यों टाइम आउट दे रहे हैं?
We've been to a pulp across the entirety of Apocalypse so far. But if we put it into context, yes, okay, they may find themselves around 140 seconds behind by the time we get over to the second rotation. But if
I attend the events but couldn't reach you. Big people
find that slaying ability though. Starting to get a few operators a little bit later online, but they need to find some good time here at P1. They've got the spawns they want for P2. They need to make sure they keep a hold of them. Candy trying to find something.
No way. Elevate is.
They'll be pushing the issue for.
कि मेरे को कुछ advice दे सकते हो SATL के लिए? Rich YT OP. SATL is invite only buddy. मतलब वो लोग decide करते हैं यार किनको लेना है, किनको रखना है, किनको नहीं. सब SATL के हाथ में.
Now managed to flip the spawns in their favor, and they're looking for the time as well.
Elevate lead पे है ना? They are at 189 already.
I mean,
बहुत जल्दी जीत जाएंगे वो.
Scoreline right now because it just continues to grow by the seconds.
Every single time you think Gallerus may have found a break, you look up to the top.
इनका hardpoint I think बहुत strong है.
Still 23 points on the board. They barely got a second over the last 3 hills. Elevate really starting to run away with this one if they weren't already. P2 rotation belongs to them. Every single.
Mods time out मत दो यार, अभी किसी को भी time out मत दो.
Gallerus.
Say Tanishka, Aditya really love you and loyal please. Aditya really love you Tanishka. Mods time out मत दो अभी किसी को. Please Payal ji hire me as a cinematographer and designer. I'm looking for a content writer यार. बाकी मेरे पास तो है. आपने support किया ना तो Elevate जीत रही है. इसके पहले Xrock को कर रही थी वो हार गई. Q&A वीडियो चाहिए पायल जी. Okay, Nayan.
Are now finding themselves 25 seconds away. They can win it at the second iteration of P2.
This is insane for the start of a semi-final here. Elevate are putting the pain down on Gallerus. Pabzera, couple of kills though. Gallerus trying to hold on here. Elevate, they're still looking at a contest because why not at this stage of the game? Pabzera will find more with that war machine. Elevate can't finish things here regardless, but Yoppie and PJ, the stops are getting it done.
Didi, how to start a gaming channel? What's the minimum requirement of devices to work at? यार मैं इस पे वीडियो बनाती हूँ एक अच्छा सा. I'll make a video on this.
So far behind, they're about to possibly get
only kill and steal.
Rotation over towards P3, which is about to pop in 8 seconds. Elevate.
Who's your favorite player from Elevate?
Entirety of the map, and this is the hallmark of a
Guys, 4,000 like कर दो फटाफट से.
Insane from the word go.
हाँ, Aditya, I used to play a lot. मैंने बहुत खेला लॉकडाउन में.
In map number 1 versus Gallerus, your people find a couple of kills. There's the openers here. Gallerus, what do you got to say for yourselves here? Elevate just a few seconds
yes,
away.
Done.
In favor of Elevate. Focky, can he do anything? No. Shut down for the 2-piece from Susano. There's Chloe as well. Elevate looking to close out this game right here, right now. An insatiable start of this best of 5.
Easy.
That is.
मतलब उनकी requirement क्या होती है? Loyalty. No, it's not like that. It's very different. मतलब बहुत सारी चीजें, बहुत factors हैं.
Elevate are here to play on Sunday and find themselves in the lead in this series up against Gallerus. That was as
Let's go Elevate! One-sided victory.
That is, yeah, I mean, that is possibly the most one-sided hardpoint in a professional game of Call of Duty Mobile at this level, mind you. Even at any level, right?
Prince Goswami, कैसे हो? Hello.
I don't think we've seen anything
Setup tour आया नहीं? अरे हाँ यार. आ जाएगा वो जल्दी.
North America or Europe, something like that.
धीरज फ्री नहीं है, वो घर चला गया था जब शूट करना था हमें.
Just how good Elevate are, not just at hardpoint.
मुक्तांश जैन, hello.
Apocalypse. They showboated it yesterday versus Wolves. Today, I mean, it's even worse.
डिफॉल्टर मैं Q&A वीडियो बनाऊंगी, उस पे बताऊंगी सारे आंसर. जतिन क्या हुआ आपको?
This is going to be a tough one, absolutely. I don't think they will.
फिल्मिक लेंस अच्छा ठीक है, आप मेल करना मेरे मेल पे work for payal007 पे मेल करो. PJ Elevate के बहुत सारे फैंस दिख रहे हैं इधर. Elevate PJ is the best क्या इनके टीम में?
That's a brutal start to the series for Gallerus. Let's take a look at the scoreboard at the end of the game.
Oh, Jatin ध्यान रखो यार. Take care.
I said it before we got into the matchup. I think he's
Hi,
the
sweet
best
boy.
SMG player in the world right now.
He's the best SMG player in the world. Wow.
As well, had so many 2-pieces and 3-pieces that gave Elevate control over hard points, and he's going to finish hell positive. I mean, Gallerus just had no chance, and we've been talking a lot about Gallerus, not just Lucas Intel. turning up to these games, but everybody turning up, everybody doing their part for Gallerus.
Hi Abhishek Bora, what's up? Hello.
This is one of those situations where no, Lucasen is the only one slaying out, and everybody
Prakash
else
ji
is just
बार-बार एक ही message ना लिखे.
Yeah, perhaps they're the only other
Age
ones
matters
really anyway,
for age matters for it.
It's almost like you want to speak about the
You
time
should
they
be
did,
above
but
18.
I mean, Gallerus really just weren't there very often, were they? Well, it's not necessarily the start we would have expected in that manner. Okay, Elevate winning that one, yes.
Only few codes left. अभी मैं बाद में देती हूँ, okay?
You would have thought that Gallerus would have put a bit of a better fight yesterday. They looked so much better in that hard point. But Elevate showing exactly what they're made of in that game mode in particular. Now Gallerus will be looking towards the rest of the series. They have to put that one to the back of their mind. But the question is, when that happens in that way, can you do that?
Yeah, and this is my worry when we even looked at the kind of the best of five, right? We kind of sat through it and said, okay, how do we think this series is going to break down? And I still think I'm going to stick to my 3-1 prediction here for Elevate, of course. I still think Gallerus have a shot in the search and destroy. But this first 3 maps is a rough one for Gallerus. You start with the Apocalypse Hardpoint, where I think you kind of almost knew that was going to happen. Maybe not to that extent, but we knew that something like that was going to happen as we get into this best of 5. Next up now, you have made things more difficult for yourselves by allowing Tunisia search and destroy through, by not getting that out of the way and going for the firing range instead. I genuinely believe that if firing range search and destroy was a pick, I'd feel a lot more confident if I was Gallerus right now. Maybe they feel confident in the amount of VOD that they've got on Elevate, on Tunisia search and destroy, but still, that's difficult. And then, of course, for the third and final map in that triage, Arsenal control, and we've seen Gallerus make mistakes on that over the last couple of days. So it's a daunting first 3 maps for Gallerus.
We can talk about the control when we get there a little bit more, because we had some points on that as well. But when it does come down to the search and destroy, we haven't seen a whole load from Gallerus on Tunisia.
Thank you Mahi, thank you PVH, hello. What's up? Hello, hello. Notification आए कि नहीं आप लोगों को?
Every single time, and this is the point, they still haven't yet to lose a search and destroy at this tournament. And this will be their ace in the hole. This is absolutely what they need to find. Put it this way, if Gallerus lose this map, I do not see a way into the series whatsoever for them. They absolutely must find the search and destroy.
See, part of me thinks that maybe Gallerus, you know, they walked away from yesterday's Arsenal control versus Luminosity, and they were like, and again,
hi PVH Gaming, what's up? Hello Jatin, hello, hi Abhishek, hello.
Where we went wrong.
आपसे कैसे मिलेंगे बताती हूँ.
We're going to go on with those kind of learnings.
Gaming with
again, I mean, Tunisia is such a question
gaming
mark
with
for me. It really
Bijoy,
is, you know,
कैसे हो
allowing
gaming?
is a really weird one.
I want to become a part of SDL and 15-year-old. No, you're too young.
Versus Elevate, Fire and Range Search and
Hi
Destroy is probably the best one that you can
this
hope
is
for, and again, it was there, and they
Call of
did
Duty
not go
World
for it.
Championship.
So, again, I would love to know what the decision making there for Gallerus was, but they have made things more difficult for themselves. But let's, you know, talk a little bit about what they have to do then as we get into this Tunisia to actually come out on top. And for me, it has to be the sniper pressure coming through from Gallerus. You've got to have Lucasen going off for those first picks, I think, if you want any chance of stopping Elevate getting into the sites.
Well, let's see if they can find it. We'll be loading in just a moment to map number 2. It's a bit of a shell shock for Gallerus. They'll have to just regain that composure. Say to yourself, okay, no problem. We go on to our comfort pick now in the search and destroy as we head over towards Tunisia. The first time, at least for me this weekend, we haven't seen too much of it. I think we were so used to seeing so much of it over the entirety of the season.
Yeah.
लगता है मुझे हाइड मिल गया. नहीं stuff I can see your chat. पहले आपका favorite COD. अच्छा, देखो जो भी COD नहीं खेलते उनको मैं दूसरे redeem codes दे दूंगी. Okay, don't worry.
But you know for a fact Elevate can have an answer.
दी Among Us भी खेलो. हाँ, Among Us भी खेलेंगे हम लोग next team पे पक्का. Team Elevate का search and destroy थोड़ा weak है. Okay. Hi Gaming with Bijoy, कैसे हो?
They will start things off on the offense. They'll be the ones deciding how the pace of this
Oh,
game
अच्छा,
will
okay,
be going
okay,
to
ठीक है,
kick things
सुकून
off. And already
I
here,
will
Gallerus
make it.
starting to make their move towards A.
Hi Sanika. अच्छा, because of the commentary.
For the moment here, no idea where everything's going.
Hi Ram Kumar, कैसे हो? आशी, हेलो, अभी देखा मैंने आपका कमेंट. हेलो अर्श, कैसे? हाय मेहताब. या फर्स्ट राउंड तो ये लोग जीत गए. Let's see. Search and destroy ये लोग का weak है थोड़ा कह रहे हैं ये.
Well, Gallerus have figured it out.
Gamer D, yes.
Looks like it is their primary target, but both two teams happy to play passive here.
मैं select करूँगी आप लोग को chat में से, okay?
I know that first blood for Elevate, especially as time has already dwindled down extensively here in this round.
Hi Annie, hello,
would be
कैसे हो?
frustrating. There's just so much you've got to check. around that winery exit.
Please shout out Ankur. Gaming World with
they
are miss हो गया chat
for the middle of the map and for A. So Galaris could well get some
देखो
good
best
time
of
here.
5 है
To take up PJ before something there's the opening snipe. Kendi out.
सब लोग बोल रहे हैं एलिवेट ही जीतेगी मेरे को तो लग रहा है जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा ये
has a lot to do here on A.
Hi Balji, how are you? Is everything all right? Yes Nitish, all good. आप मुझे बताओ कैसे हो यार?
They find the pick and now they start to move. PJ, what can he find? Yeah, he finds one. Another kill on the other
Hi
side.
Gurjot, कैसे हो? Hi Ashi.
Will find another one, but the trade's going in Galaris'
Hi
favor.
Satyam, hi GNP Gamer.
Search and destroy. They were patient.
Aditya Ranjan, yes. चलो start होने वाला है. Let's go.
The bomb is now down.
Hi Amit.
Lucas and Foki. In a position to
Roham G, what's up? Hi Madhav. मैं जीतूंगा नहीं जा रहा नेगेटिव इफेक्ट्स अच्छा
allowing Galaris to maybe overthink things.
Yeah, I mean Galaris.
Select for what? चलो मैं गिव अवे करूंगी ना स्पेशल जो लोग के पास COD नहीं है उनके लिए मेरी तरफ से गिव अवे बट यू हैव टू स्टे इन द चैट you have to be very active, okay? Search and destroy is like मौत का कुआं. I remember those days 2020 when we all get knocked with single nade and no array.
Just nice and patient. That's all they needed to do. So they're happy to take their time, and I wonder if that will give Elevate a reason to maybe push forward this time. Seems like a very similar setup, at least on the defensive side. Galaris yet to really make a push.
Payal, but आप मुझे link में Nitish, thank you so much for the super chat. Hi Payal, how are you? Is everything all right? Everything is great. Thank you Nitish for the super chat. कैसे हो? Welcome to the stream. Thank you Nitish.
The difference, but Susanna pushed forward and gets caught. First blood for Elevate.
And this is where I was concerned for Galaris here on the offense. You've now lost that first blood, and you kind of find
yourself stuck in the wall, right? Come on.
Tunisia is so difficult on the offense to penetrate the sites anyway.
मैं आज full active हूँ. देखते हैं.
Galaris will be pushing through the middle of the map here.
Hi Daisy Gaming, what's up?
He has the right weapon for it.
Sukuna.
Did they see him?
All boys are good. ऐसे particular तो क्या सारे अच्छे पहली फोरबिडन स्ट्रेंजर वाली आईडी को अनफॉलो कर दिया आपने यार उसने मुझे मैसेज करके बोला था कि मैं ये आईडी किसी और को दे रहा हूँ सो मैंने कर दिया फिर अनफॉलो उसने बोला था अनफॉलो करने हाय पार्थ हाय कृषिक कैसे हो हाय वरुण
So back and forth on this site, but the thing is there that was good from Elevate. They realized that the push was coming through the double doors, so they push out towards Lukashin.
Habzera's got out though. He's now no longer pinned in from Susano, so he's got options here. 30 seconds.
पहले मैंने आश्रम को वोट दिया है मोबाइल. Thank you यार. Thank you so much.
That's a good nade. They're both very weak. They're both very weak. And Habzera can get out. Now left in a 1 versus 1.
1v1 guys.
Versus 3. Susano spots him. 15 seconds.
Susano.
Gotta make a call. You got to make a call if you're Habzera. Susano's going to go for the middle map regardless here, so he's going to stick it. Has he just seen him? He walks away. I don't think he saw him.
He's faked it. He's not going to have time. He was waiting for him to come for the pick. It's not going to happen. And every round for both squads. But Elevator Resolution just holds.
Come on यार ये वाला निकाल ले.
That was a scarier round than maybe Elevate would have wanted after their stop.
Hi Muniba, कैसे हो? My friend यशवंत को hi कर दो. He's big fan of you. Hi यशवंत, hello. क्यों नहीं हो रही पढ़ाई?
But even so, it comes down to 1 versus 1. That Habzera is unable
Susano की वजह से इंडियन टीम हारी थी.
Oh. Elevate haven't drawn first blood this time around. Galaris right now
Garvit क्या बोलूं
their options. How do they want to approach this one? Elevate have changed things up ever so slightly on the defense here. A couple of players in the middle of the map here. They're anticipating that push through mid.
Habzera's nade in the previous round was really the cat amongst the pigeons.
Sweet boy, आज मैंने अच्छा
happy to sit and Galaris are running out of utility.
Please दी आने के पहले बता देना. Please मेरे भाई को आपसे मिलना है. Okay.
They considered the push over towards A. He's able to back down.
Thank you so much for asking. I'm also fine. You're welcome, Nitish.
We'll go back and have another look at it and say, yeah, is there anybody else to come in and have a try? Cannot find it. PJ is able to answer back with one onto Hen, but this is a very solid defensive round from Elevate. Shot's going to come in from Miho can answer back, but PJ is there to pick up the pieces. A 1v4 is needed.
वैसे मेरा तबीयत थोड़ा ठीक हो गया. आपने बात किया इसलिए. Oh, take care. भूमि कहाँ है? भूमि अपने घर पे.
At least he's got an Odin to work with, not just the R9. But still, options are really limited here. 40 seconds on the clock. You have to imagine this is a foregone conclusion. Fokke just extending the round, but it is done regardless. And both snipes from Kendi, man. Terrifying.
Mahi White from Bangladesh. Thank you so much, yaar. Scary Killer Gaming. Thank you, thank you. Please ये आने से पहले बता देना मेरा भाई को आपसे मिलना है वो आपको ओके पीयूष ओके ठीक है डन डेजी वेलकम वेलकम कैसे हो यार
The slow and steady approach. Let's work one time out of 3. Susano this time is going to miss the bullet through the middle of the map. Here comes the pressure coming in.
Payal, आपका favorite Google Gemini है.
Bullets though off screen finds 2 in the middle.
Hi Payal, how are you? I'm good. NJ Hattori Gaming. आप कैसे हो? Thank you so much for the super chat.
May well choose to plant.
Yeah, trades are good, but you ideally
Susano is best player in Search and Destroy.
Players are still hanging about here. Yoppie's been spotted out nice from head.
Shonix.
They're also going to take
क्या हो गया? पढ़ रही हूँ बाबा.
In favor of Gallerus here. They could still commit to this plant if they so desire. Elevate would hear the audio cue though. PJ is going to get some free looks at some players here. Nice trade though, overwhelming. Now the 2 versus 1. The call should be made to Chloe. What does the reaction look like?
The enemy has the bomb.
साथ में पुश किया उन लोगों ने.
This call going to be here on time.
Yes, Sukuna.
Cat and mouse now. Are they going to go the wrong way? Yes, they are. They're going to collide here together, but the call turn around at the wrong time.
ऐसे बोलो कि यशवंत तरन के फ्रेंड हेलो अच्छा यशवंत तरन वीर के फ्रेंड हेलो आपको कैसे हो How are you liking the competition here? Looks like every team is at par with each other.
To rethink how he wants to approach this one.
I think Elevate और Q9 के बीच में ही होगा finals. Earlier I thought Xrock बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है, but Q9 ने beat कर दिया उनको, so बहुत ही tough competition है यार.
Found himself in a 1 versus 1 in round number 2. Could not find it. Chloe though is going to walk.
My favorite.
Zero reads this one right. Gallerus get another attacking round.
I like Nami. I like.
2 more rounds to go for Elevate on this defensive side, and we're all tied up.
मैंने इतना पूरा नहीं देखा वैसे, but main characters I know.
Man, these guys are reading each other so damn well. You can tell that Elevate spent the night.
There are so many episodes. सारे तो नहीं देखे.
Search and destroy. What's made them so
Xrock China region में number 1 थी. Q9 at that.
They've answered back so far.
But Q9 at that time जीत गई, हाँ ना?
Excuse me, Chloe gets aggressive, gets punished for it.
Xrock का unexpected था. True यार.
S&D thus far. They want to draw an early first blood and unsettle Gallerus, and that goes against them.
It's a classic game of Tunisia. Both 2 teams being punished for any sort of misstep.
Ignore तो ऐसे कर रहे हो जैसे हर साल fan favorite winner हो.
Elevate have got the majority of their numbers over to one specific site.
Now, yes.
May well have an inclination as to what's
yes,
going on.
Aditya, I will
Here
make.
comes the push. One player goes across the other.
Do this type of stream every month. Okay, Richard. Hi, Arnav.
They are 100% over towards
Hi,
this B side. Push coming through. Shot now with again from Susano. Needs to hit something here shortly, but who doesn't miss this? Lucas Jin opens things wide for Gallerus now.
Yeah, now Yoppie needs to get into the action here.
Now it's 4v3.
For the rest of your team. Elevate looking to surge through the backline here. It's going to be a fast and furious retake. Gallerus though, are they ready for it? Kenny's going to take out Lucas Jin. That's going to be the entry.
3v3. Lucas will fall. Now looking for the picks. PJ will find
nice,
another
nice. Last guy.
Retake from the side of Elevate. There's a 5v3 in Gallerus' favor with the bomb down. They lose the round.
And that is just classic Elevate right there. You can't get it done individually, just
well done, Elevate.
Team to the opposition. Elevate do not care if they look like a high-level zombie.
मैं कभी-कभी ज़्यादा ही कर देता हूँ क्या? नहीं, मैं पढ़ती हूँ यार, मतलब ऐसा नहीं है. दीदी आप इंट्रोवर्ट हो या एक्सट्रोवर्ट? मैं दोनों के बीच पे हूँ यार. मैं कभी-कभी इंट्रोवर्ट हो जाती हूँ, कभी-कभी एकदम एक्सट्रोवर्ट हो जाती हूँ. समझे?
Oh, here we go though. Elevate here in numbers.
मैं चाहती हूँ यार ये वाला जीते ये लोग जल्दी. Come on, Elevate, come on. Guys, 4,000 like होने वाले, फटाफट कर दीजिए like.
Some presence here, but Gallerus are going for it again. The bomb will go down. Can they hold it this time?
Yeah, this time it's a 3 versus 5 for Elevate. I think we're going to need something a little bit more individual out of them. Yoppie would have been happy with something off the back of that nade. No deliverance. 30 seconds on the clock here for Elevate.
दो कैसे मर रहे हैं यार?
Waiting for the moment.
नहीं, मुझे आपके साथ बीच में खेलने का मौका मिलेगा, मिलेगा, बिल्कुल मिलेगा.
First one to find something, so that makes it a 4 versus 3. But the time is just not on their side. If you're Elevate, you just absolutely have to move quickly. They can find another one on the Yoppie though.
I like Nico Robin also, Sukuna, and I did the cosplay as well.
Find another 7 seconds to go. Lucas is that foul 2, and Mihawk cleans it up.
What? भाई क्या चल रहा है ये? इतना कट कैसे हो रहा है?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I was stressed when Hen got called on the flank. I thought Hen was going to be the player there that broke everything up for Elevate, but no, it is going to be Capture in the end.
आएगी अंकित चौहान आएगी.
Relatively slow so far in this search and destroy. Only 4 kills to his
Madhav,
name.
I watched
This is where he's going to come to play.
Control on Netflix.
That's what they want to play around, getting those snipers out of position. And they're doing the exact same thing that Gallerus are doing to them only a few rounds ago. Just getting a feel for what's going on here for Gallerus on the defense.
उसने plan cancel कर दिया यार about the गरबा. वो आने वाला था, but he is in Hyderabad. एक hello for my friend Nishit. Hi Nishit, hello. Taranveer के दोस्त.
Absolutely see that as a win. But I wonder if Elevate are as well versed. Shots in, not going to land. Pab0 is the first one to draw blood here. In their defensive side, if you're Gallerus and you're back on down, give up the site, but they have the numbers 5v4 in favor of Gallerus.
And I absolutely love this, right? Because you've done it over towards B, so they think
Sukuna.
right here. Gallerus.
Sukuna cosplay करती हूँ मैं. ऐसे ही मुझे जुजुत्सु काइसेन अच्छा लगता है.
Utility to try and find a way through. PJ can find one. Luxin finds one back.
Come on, PJ, come on,
They still have the number advantage. They have a little bit more now. Mihawk will take down PJ. Left now if you're Yoppie. Susano will be all on his own in a 1 versus 4. 20 seconds to go. Needs to find the first. Wow, that's a wonderful retake from Gallerus. They had the number advantage.
Not happening.
Yep, playing as a team are Gallerus there.
नहीं show next नहीं गए दिल्ली में ना
For
हमको.
Elevate, just not able to check all the different angles and overwhelmed
Thank you,
by
Ram
the numbers
Kumar.
from Gallerus. Beautiful start. Despite the fact that they lost the site, these retakes, I mean, you know, we've stressed that defense is, or offense, excuse me, is difficult here, but equally as difficult is retaking sites once you lose them.
But they did the right thing. As soon as Pab0 finds that first kill, backs out the site, because he knows he's going to get
से डर
overwhelmed. He
लगता है
must
क्या
have
वो
that
आपके
information.
पीछे देख लो.
Backs on down, lives to fight another day. And
Wait.
his teammates retake that site. Same thing's going to happen, but this time he does not find a pick. Elevate find their way through the front door. Bomb's going to go down a bit.
Yep, side aggression from Elevate once again.
अरे वो तो फेक बना सकते हैं सुकुना उसमें क्या. Thank you, Rakshit. Thank you.
Handcuff throw these guys off. Kendi can get those kills. Susano for another one as well. That's the entirety of the flank picked apart here, just down to Pab0 and Lucasin.
So difficult from this position because they have a read on exactly where they are. The pressure's starting to come in. Lukashin is good. He ain't that good though. And 1 versus 4 just not going to happen. Yoppie will clean it up. But it's all down to Kendi there on the flank. It was 3 players hit it from the side of Gallerus.
आज और क्या giveaway?
Yeah, and Elevate just applying their hardpoint
I will
right now,
give you redeem code. Special मैं select करूँगी chat में से. जो सबसे ज़्यादा active रहेगा chat में उसको मिलेगा.
Just don't really have a response. Their snipers are brilliant. They're not brilliant enough at the moment.
Daisy जब भी मैं आपको team code दे दूँगी ठीक है next stream पे. भाई क्या चल रहा है यार 4-4 all है ये.
Look at this from Yoppie though. You're caught out of your Pab0. You don't even see him. And now all of a sudden they start swarming in around the A site. You need to find some kills here if you're Gallerus, but the shots are just not good enough from Susano. You continue to survive in the corner if you're Hen. You need to find some sort of help, but Yoppie will come in and clean things up. It is now a 4 versus 2 in the favor of Elevate.
If Hen finds anything there, it makes things
only 2 left
better for Gallerus here. You got to retake the site with me.
Yes, COD खेलने का मन कर रहा है देखकर.
Phenomenal for Gallerus this season.
Hi Siddhant, कैसे हो? Hello. Hi Manish.
Just looking for anything for free. He finds Yoppie here. Mihawk's going to go.
Thank you, Jayan. Thank you so much.
Pop up and it's just so easy from this angle. Yoppie and PJ
easy.
Well together. Elevate
2 more rounds for Elevate.
Rounds
Come
now
on.
Gone in their favor. Gallerus need to switch this one around very, very quickly.
I think
Mohit बिल्कुल सही
I
था.
know that's not Gallerus' play style, but right now Elevate are hitting you over and over again. And I know the one round they won was because they drew that first blood from a sniper rifle. But I mean, Elevate are playing around it right now. They're playing fast, they're playing aggressive. Once again, Lucasin needs to provide something over here by B. Give us something, Lucasin, if you're a Gallerus fan, and it's absolutely nothing. Elevate once again overwhelmed with the numbers.
It's just pure shock and awe from Elevate right now. Gallerus are falling by the wayside very, very quickly. They have to switch something up here on the defensive side or try and find a retake. That is very much not in their favor.
दीदी गुस्सा क्यों? मैं गुस्सा नहीं हूँ.
Trying to lock this one down. What can Gallerus find?
They'll articulate themselves in the best way they
जोकर
can.
भाई को गोजो बना देना फिर
But in
1v1
the language of Call of Duty, can they manage to talk their way into what is this bomb site? This is just going to be such a hard push, but here they go.
दीदी आपने क्या Q&A वीडियो बनाई है फ्यूचर में बनाऊंगी अभी तो नहीं बनाई टीम एलिवेट हैव एन एज
And there he goes.
Madhav for real है क्या? I thought it's an edit. Come on, last round. Let's go elevate.
Folks, that Gallerus ideally want the search and destroy in this series. It's, I mean, I want to say they're way into this series, but it's kind of an expectation to a certain extent, right? They have to win it if they want any chance versus Elevate. Has to be flawless for the next 2 rounds.
Krushik कैसे हो? Hello. इस फाइनल मैच बहुत इंटेंस होने वाला है. सब अपने दोस्तों को बुला लो जो भी COD वाले हैं और जो नहीं भी देखते उनको भी बुला लो. It's gonna be so interesting. आज डिसाइड होगा कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन ऑफ Call of Duty Mobile.
And all of a sudden, Mihawk and Foki have just been right.
OP elevate, let's go, last round.
What's going on, and you invite them into your close, no problem.
2v2 between
Bomb will surely go
elevate and
timing, or do they?
Gallery.
He's going to move it away. I mean, why the heck not at this point, right? You know that the B-bomb site's free because Kenny's seen both of those players. And if Kenny can walk away with either of their frags as well, he's currently kind of pinning them back.
इनका Mihawk
That would
भी
be huge. Kenny, though, thinking better of separating away from his teammate here, going to go together just in case Gallerus have wrapped back around towards B.
Whom are you rooting? I am rooting for Elevate.
Taking their time here because they knew where Kendi was. They will
Let's
have no clue
go.
that he is over the other side of the map by now. So what's the hit going to be? Some of that time has already ticked down. Kendy's holding this angle. You have to be careful, but he doesn't shoot. He just gets out, being chased down by Gallerus. They must find this round. 25 seconds.
Kenny is just a master of playing his life.
Oh, they are
once again. Here we go. Gallerus fast.
Try to find a way through, but Mihawk falls. This was supposed to be the game mode that Gallerus were going to find. They can't find a goddamn thing. Elevate are dominating this semi-final. 7-4 in the search and destroy.
Let's go Elevate. Nikhil, thank you so much for responsor.
And in search and destroy again, I mean, this has to be said. We're going to keep on referring back to the veto conversation. This is why you don't play Elevate on Tunisia Search and Destroy. If any of you at home haven't seen them play Tunisia Search and Destroy, why they're so damn good at it.
एक बार बोला अरे तरणवीर सारे दोस्तों के लिए हेलो बुलवा लोगे आप हाँ
They're going to overwhelm you with the numbers. They're just going to throw themselves at you. And that is exactly what happened for what, like 4 or 5 rounds consecutively. Only one.
Can you play COD Mobile? Yes, let's plan one day.
You're banking on your sniper players finding something through the front door, right? You are really
मस्त है यार, मजा आ गया. Thank you, Jatin. Thank you so much.
Just push all the way over towards A. It's been B. As soon as Gallerus actually tried to make some sort of.
How's the airport max, by the way? It's very nice.
They got to the wrong side. Hard one to bear.
जब भी मैं travel करती हूँ, I use it.
Kendi and Co. I think for me, Kendi was the guy that every single time we were on board with him.
जयंत यार वो ना अभी हम लोग ने एरल शूट करने का प्लान किया है जब भी गोल्डी भाई बूट कैंप आएंगे तभी करेंगे उनके साथ. हाय सिद्धांत हाय तरणवीर कैसे हो? कोड दे दो अब प्लीज अभी फाइनल्स में फाइनल्स पे.
Big reason as to why Elevate find themselves 2-0.
Yeah, and the thing is with Kenny, right? It's not just the snipes.
Love from Maharashtra. Can you speak Marathi for me? Shivam ji, bolo.
Playing his life. It really is just playing his life. I mean, he's, you know, I think that 2 versus 2 towards the end there is a perfect example of it, right? You know, he recognizes, hey, this is where those flanking players are coming from. He sees both. He just pulls himself back. He's like, all right, cool. I'll just watch over the B site. And he does the exact same thing again on the wrap through towards B. Those kind of minute decisions are part of the championship winning roster. And you need those
Himani,
if you want to get to the grand
Himani परिवार को shout out दे दो please. You shout out to Himani.
Absolutely cruising. If you are Elevate, relatively comfortable in the game mode.
It's 2-0. Let's go.
Tough spot to be in.
Elevate versus
the beast. Yeah, we need to see that beast.
Q9. Who's gonna be the champion, guys? बताओ.
Thank you to Munster and the rest of our partners here to make this event possible. Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2024 has been a spectacle so far. But Gallerus, they're not holding up their end of the bargain in this game. We really did think that this was going to be a super close game. But also, I think in the back of everybody's minds, they knew that this was potentially something that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Hi, A Gamer.
Even before we saw
Q9.
we were like, right,
Okay.
Elevate are probably going to win the respawns here because Elevate are just
I
a
think
respawn gods.
Elevate.
There's only one respawn they've lost the entirety of the weekend so far, and that was down to
I mean, like better than Pro or similar?
from Peg on Seaside Control.
Kind of similar.
Outside of that, though, I mean, it's just so difficult to take a respawn off Elevate. I think both Xrock and Q9 realized that at CDSI, so they certainly do it.
Elevate because they have your support.
In real time. So going into this best of 5, we were kind of like, right, Gallerus have to win the search and destroy. And again, for me, having seen the vetoes, Apocalypse Hardpoint, you knew that Elevate were going to spank him in map number 1. Tunisia Search and Destroy is just, it's such a massive question mark, and I think if they do lose this series 3-0, they are going to be feeling, okay, that was probably...
Payal देखना मैंने तो पहले ही कहा था मेरी टीम विन होगी. अच्छा ये आपकी टीम है. ऋषभ थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग. थैंक यू निखिल. गाइस एक बार सारे के सारे जरा हेलो लिखो जरा चैट में. मुझे हाय तो करो फटाफट. रक्षित जी, यस. अमित सिंह राजपूत क्या हाल है आपके? प्लीज बोल दो एक बार. बंगर साहब हेलो कैसे हो? बंगर साहब हेलो जी कैसे हो यार? कौन कौन ब्रॉडकास्ट चैनल से आया है बताना जरा मुझे. हाय एसबी, हेलो निखिल, सबको हाय बोलती हूँ. जल्दी फटाफट हाय करो, जल्दी जल्दी. हाय विघ्नेश, हेलो अलोन बॉय, हाय अभिषेक, हाय बॉस वाईटी, हाय सार्थक, हाय विघ्नेश. अच्छा, हाय फैजल, हाय अमन, फैजल जी, हेलो रक्षित, आयुष, व्हाट्स अप.
I haven't seen enough from Gallerus on control to.
Oh, broadcast का notification अभी आया, मेरे को stream का भी अभी आया एक साथ. क्या बात है? थोड़ा सुकून मिला. एक gamer. Hi स्वास्तिक, hello. Hi आर्यन, hi जयन जी, कैसे हो किशन, hello अमित. श्रुति कुमारी, welcome to the stream. Next is control, then hardpoint होगा उसके बाद एक और search and destroy. Hi Jatin, hello. Hi Siddhant. Then Rock, XY Gaming, RXY Gaming. Jart ka chura.
Those spawn traps, they weren't actually they were getting a player into the spawn, but they didn't have anybody to follow up on it.
Code कौन से finale में दोगे? Elevator. मैं last वाले में. Med Life Diaries last वाले में.
To be fair to Gallerus, they couldn't do anything, but I do think that Gallerus will have watched
Q9 versus Elevate जब होगा. Let's see. वैसे तो Q9 Elevate होगा. 3-0 incoming. पायल जी पंजाबी आती है क्या आपको? थोड़ी थोड़ी आती है यार. थैंक यू सराज गेमिंग, थैंक यू यार. हाय गणेश, कैसे हो? वन टाइम प्लीज नीलेश हिमानी को बिग शाउट आउट दे दो. नीलेश हिमानी को ह्यूज शाउट आउट. कितना टाइम है लास्ट मैच को? लास्ट मैच को थोड़ा ही टाइम है. इनका ये वाला खत्म होगा, उसके बाद स्टार्ट हो जाएगा फाइनल.
Is it going to be the swing map, or is it going to be the end of Gallerus's tournament? Don't know which way you're leaning, but I'm feeling a little silly with it.
Hello Amit, hi Siddhant, कैसे हो?
See if they can turn things around here on our.
Hello बोल दो, will sleep please. महेश, hi. सोने जा रहे हो आप इतनी जल्दी?
Whether Gallerus can get it done though. Starting things off on the offense here, it looks to be a
चलो start हो चुका है.
Control.
Third map.
On site here, so I think they need something from Yoppy through vent.
I was about to say, I absolutely love this play from Foki. As soon as he sees that everybody's pushing over towards it, he knows a flank will be coming. He gets
3-0.
Socks. Being ridiculous all weekend long if you're PJ. And now they start to get pressed out.
क्यों जाते हैं? आपकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है इसीलिए.
He's going to find something else here as well. He's already ready and waiting. He sees a few more, gets a kill, dips out, gets another one, dips out, goes for the next one, doesn't find it. Lucas Jin is there to find the snipe. And Elevate push them back almost immediately. Gallerus just struggling so much to deal with these close.
अभी तक कोई गया नहीं है पॉइंट्स पर.
Alrighty, well Elevate right now. 2-0 up against Gallerus. They must.
शिवम पाटिल, ये देखो इसमें A और B पॉइंट्स है. यहाँ पर दो टीम है, एक एलिवेट है और ये लोगों का अभी चल रहा है सेमीफाइनल्स. इसमें से जो क्वालिफाई करेगा वो जाएगा फाइनल्स में. और एक टीम ऑलरेडी जीत चुकी है जिसका नाम है Q9. वो लोग खेलेंगे Q9 के अगेंस्ट, एलिवेट या फिर गैलरीज, जो भी दोनों में से जीतेगा. पायल ब्रॉडकास्ट पे आओ ना. हेलो जयन, यू कैन कॉल मी जय. जय, ओके. नैशे नैशे कैसे कॉल दिया? सुगुना पर्सनल हो रहा है दीदी. क्यों मेरा हाइट पूछ रहा है यार? लेट्स गो एलिवेट. इनके कॉम्स कितने फनी है.
hear what they were up to, and I don't know what they said because I don't speak Filipino, but it sounded pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, look, they are letting the opposition know realistically.
Shruti, take care, have fun, bye bye. नहीं नहीं आज ही है गेमर भी आज ही है इसके इन दोनों में से जो भी जीतेगा ना उनके साथ होगा Q9 का मैच अभिनव नहीं यार थैंक यू सो मच फॉर आस्किंग
It was a dominant round from Elevate.
Guys 4000 लाइक तेरे बर्थडे पे फटाफट से सारे लोग एक साथ लाइक कर दो 20 मिसिंग बैगन स्क्वाड करते हैं यार जल्दी दिन में
So far, for the most part, so good.
ओहो जाटा का छोरा जी ये क्या नाम है आपका कास्टिंग हो जाती तो कास्टिंग अरे बाप रे
The first round or so continues to be so. Finds that one kill in the middle map. Now the path is open for more players to make their way on towards A.
They'll be pushing forward.
लोगों ने कैप्चर कर लिया ऑलरेडी ए पॉइंट एलिवेट बस बिग फैन एक छोटा सा शाउट आउट ह्यूज शाउट छोटा शाउट चाहिए आपको कज़ारो ह्यूज शाउट आउट टू यू बडी निक ओपी थैंक यू यार बाय बाय पायल जी थैंक यू सत्यम फॉर जॉइनिंग विनायक पटेल वाइब्स तो है
Gallerus now might well lose B just as quickly as well. Yoppy with the Sparrow.
Hi, Kiabe Gaming. Hello.
Elevate still though. Numbers over.
Candy,
here.
who needs
don't have anything to say. They're relying on the spawn trap. They've got a player in behind enemy lines, but he's going to get shut down.
I'm going this November. Okay.
First tick already through.
And all of a sudden, backs against the wall for Gallerus once again. I say all of a sudden, it's been this wave all game long. Cole can find 3 out of nothing. Equalizers are there. And it's just allowing this time to take up. I get a quick translation from a friend online of what Elevate are saying to Gallerus.
Crazy, bro.
They are 2 up in this series. They are 2 up in this control. And they are cruising in this game. Gallerus have had no answer whatsoever.
Just one round away, folks.
Just one round
of the CDSI Grand Finals. And of course it would be Elevate. Gallerus holding on.
भाई बहुत गंदा हरा है यार इन्हें तो बहुत ही गंदा हरा दिया Kazaro huge shout out to you 3-0 loading Elevate is very good team too good
staying alive keeping his team with some sort of map presence
बहुत ही बुरा हरा दिया इन्हें
where they really do need
demolish
but right now it feels like Elevate could fight their way out of anything but a couple of kills is going to go Gallerus
bully कर रहे हैं Elevate हाँ भाई
hold over towards B here have presence at A as everybody dead momentarily from the side of Elevate so for the first time it feels like their backs are against the wall Gallerus now trying to hold this 2 different angles they're attacking from A now being locked down as well as B you may well want to concentrate on over towards B
Abhishek Singh thank you so much for the super chat
don't give him the third surely they shut him down but there's the trade coming on through ridiculous from Kendi again
if anyone can the Kendi man can
bro last let's go
and they currently have a 4 life advantage over Elevate so Gallerus still in the conversation here they are far from out
बहुत बुरा आने वाला है ये लोग निंजा जॉर्ड ने अर्नव जो भी अपडेट है यार आपको मिल जाएगा उधर से जो भी आपको अपडेट है वहां से मिल जाएगा हाय उसना कैसे हो वेलकम वेलकम किसी ने आरपी लिया क्या इस सीजन नो 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 बहुत बुरा हुआ अभी बाकी एक राउंड रुक जाओ वेट फॉर 1 राउंड हाय अमित हेलो हाय अख्तर हुसैन कैसे हो साहिल गेमिंग क्या हाल है इसमें तो गैलरीज अच्छा खेल रहे हैं लेट्स सी वो लोग भी ट्राई हार्ड कर रहे हैं यार अपनी साइड से हाय अर्नव हाय अमित भाई कैसे हो चैट पढ़ोगे तो भेजो पढ़ रही हूँ यार सारे चैट पढ़ रही हूँ हाय अंश हाय 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 कैसे गर्वित वेलकम बैक तुम नहीं कर रहे गाइस बस एक राउंड उसके बाद डिसाइडर हो जाएगा कौन जा रहा है ग्रैंड फिनाले में That's 1 round.
Chloe's going to get taken out in the middle of the map though. So Gallerus now starting to make this push happen. Susano is watching this. Isn't going to get the snipe just yet. It's going to allow those players through. Right into the line of sight of Chloe who is there. Will get shut down.
इन लोग को कंट्रोल लेना पड़ेगा but
put this push through from behind.
And now they have actually forced Elevate back just a little bit. But Susano is locking it down.
Thank you, Siddhant. Thank you so much. Jatin Pro Gaming. Yes.
Mihawk can find a second. That's a big two-piece from him. And now they can push forward. One player coming in on the flank with a little bit of control, but here comes the War Machine. That's shut down from Youngpi. And all of a sudden, Gallerist have a chance.
There we go. How much value can you get out of this War Machine if you're a payaldhare? Only one. Player scatters towards the middle of the map, elevate down to the final set of lives though. This should be Gallerist surviving short of something sensational from Elevate. Last couple of kills and it is done. Gallerist refused.
भाई
Mihawk letting his teammates know.
चलो अच्छा है, बुरा नहीं हारेंगे ये लोग, हारेंगे बट बुरा नहीं हारेंगे. एक राउंड ठीक है, जाने दो. ये आपके अंदर एनर्जी बहुत है, लाइक थलापति विजय सर की तरह. ही इज माय फेवरेट. थलापति विजय सर, उनके डांस स्टेप्स यहाँ यूनिक होते हैं भाई. आई लव इट. एक राउंड दे दिया, जाने दो फ्री में. नहीं यार, उन लोग ने 3-0 होना था ना. हाँ मुझे भी 2-1. अभी भी एक राउंड. शुभम थैंक यू सो मच फॉर सुपर चैट. मैंने कल भूमि नहीं आपको देखा था, मुझे लगा भूमि है इसलिए फोटो नहीं लिया. फिर से कब आओगे बूट कैंप? अच्छा हाँ, मैं ही थी बूट कैंप पे कल तो. Yes, I was there. It's 4,000 like के लिए सिर्फ थोड़े लाइक बचे. लाइक कर दो यार एक साथ. नाइफ कर रहा था इसको. Hi, I'm Taranveer's friend. Hello. वो नाइफ लेके भागा ना.
It's so easy for him to find them.
मेरा ध्यान चैट पे था तभी.
Make it 6 as well. This is the round surely for Gallerist to tie things up.
Yeah, Mihawk going streaks off the back of that. Massive life differential.
Bro, मुझे ब्रॉडकास्ट का नोटिफिकेशन अभी आ रहा है. Wow.
Best operator in the game to make this work. Oh, it's tearing them all apart. Is it enough though? Has it created space here for Elevate?
That just eases the pressure, but then
come on, Elevate. It's just
eventually Elevate will get out of this.
Come on.
They will get a touch over towards A. That life differential was a lot worse than it was, but Susano, they just ran back into them. They need to take their time.
आपका खुद को ब्रॉडकास्ट का नोटिफिकेशन क्यों आ रहा है? I have 2 accounts ना. That's why. एक मेरा आउटफिट वाला अकाउंट है.
They can. You've seen the pressure come in, but now they may well just take their time. I think they can probably give A up. That time is gone. They still have that.
हम सब ऑडियंस का ध्यान तो जाएगा. आप एक्सट्रोवर्ट तो कंफर्म. हाँ. फुल एक्सट्रोवर्ट. शुभम, मैं गाड़ी पे बैठी थी आप जब फोटो खींचने आए थे जोकर भाई के साथ. वही हो क्या? रिफ्ट वाले से स्टॉकिंग. मैंने खुद को फॉलो कर रखा है ना, तो उससे नोटिफिकेशन आता है. एक्सट्रोवर्ट भाई मैं हूँ भाई. आई लव टॉकिंग टू पीपल. वाइज गेमिंग हाय, हम गुड. आप कैसे?
From Elevate as well. Yeah, Mihawk now going to bring his final streak in. Is it good enough? First stick already through. 6v7 life still in Gallerist here. PJ though with the Annihilator cutting them down.
All of a sudden, Elevate have 5 lives remaining. Gallerist with the 6, but the time is on the side of the team who are in the point, and everybody from Gallerist starts to fall. They've knocked them down in every single instance in this game.
Let's
it is
go!
A 3-0 sweep for Elevate, who will go to the grand final. Nothing to answer back with from Gallerist.
COD के अलावा कुछ गिव अवे है क्या? I will give from my side special.
Never slowed down. Gallerist never got going.
It will be a rematch.
फिर से कब आओगे बूट कैंप? फिर से देखते हैं अभी. इसी वीक आऊंगी मोस्टली. I dropped you the mail regarding the content writer you asked for. Please check the mail. Yes, I will check.
In 2023,
I will check.
Back-to-back Arena Masters.
Thanks, Siddhant. I'll just ask Nazia. You'll say no anyways.
A chance to conquer the Rhine region, a chance to conquer the East, and now a chance to conquer the West.
Well played, yaar. Well played.
Huge domination out of Elevate. Wanting to make sure there was not a single question
Hi, Vinaya,
in there as to why not only they deserve to be in our grand finals, but a question as to whether or not Gallerist is going to be able to hang with their level of competition.
3 साल पुरानी फाइल नहीं यार, बिल्कुल क्यूट इंट्रोवर्ट.
We had this theory around.
हाँ यार, वो तो आपने सपोर्ट किया. एलिवेट तो जीत गए.
But I think when we seen that in
so Elevate,
I was immediately worried because I was thinking
Sushant Navle, कैसे आप? What's your mail ID?
Then all right, fair enough. You know,
Work for Payal007 @gmail.com.
immediately set a
क्या
long
खेले
process
यार?
in my mind. I was thinking,
Too good,
okay,
मजा
well,
आ गया.
that surely is going to dent their confidence.
भाई
You kind of seen it in the first
फाइनल
rounds of
में
the
तो
search and
अलग ही मजा आ
destroy.
जाएगा.
They sat back and were passive, which is what you do have to do on Tunisia. But maybe
फाइनल्स के लिए तैयार हो आप लोग? शिवम, yes, yes,
okay,
yes.
this might be tough.
I mean, to be honest with you, I genuinely don't think it was that. Like, I think the Apocalypse Hardpoint.
Casual, thank you so much for joining. Welcome to the fam. Guys, only few likes left for 4,000. Like कर दो फटाफट से सारे लोग.
Known that was going to happen, but there's got to be a part of themselves of like we saw what they did to Wolves.
Mohit, I know that.
It's Apocalypse Hardpoint. If it goes this way, fine.
कब है फाइनल? अभी आफ्टर अ ब्रेक उनका इंटरव्यू होगा उसके बाद. मेरे दोस्त आए थे लाइव में करण. अच्छा, हेलो करण जी, कैसे हो आप?
It is a different look. I think Gallerist get to the second half of the series. They get to that Hacienda Hardpoint. They get to the Kurahana search and destroy. Hell, I mean, Ton might even been right. They might.
Hi, hello. Hi, Yash.
Often, but he could have been correct.
Every day looking beautiful. Thank you so much, यार. आज तो मैं ऐसे ही आ गई यार. मैं कुछ रेडी वेडी नहीं हुई हूँ आज. जैसे थी वैसे ही आ गई मैं आज.
I mean, that's why we were even talking about it leading into this series. Often it can be the veto.
मोहित उनको अपनी अलग TX के लिए था ना, इसीलिए आपने उनका स्ट्रीम देखा, उसमें सारा अपडेट बताया उन्होंने. What was the reason?
Just gave us in our second semifinals matchup of the day. Now making themselves the second team
Next
in the grand
code
finals,
I will give you at,
like you said, Brody, it'll be Q9.
थोड़ी देर में आपको next code मिल जाएगा, ठीक है?
A rematch going on here for the world
Thank you, Amit. Thank you, यार.
You don't want of all the matches, you have to be here for this one. This is the one you do not want to miss.
Yeah, look, I when I see the
Shivam,
bracket,
okay,
I thought myself that element
at
would
4K
make
likes,
it through,
okay,
and
okay.
it was just a case of Q9 or Xrock. But this is
Hi,
very
Sushant,
much as
कैसे हो?
advertised. We
10:45?
did think that element
Yeah.
would be able to get themselves here, but whether or not somebody can take
हाँ,
them
makeup
down
कर लो
or not,
पहले.
it was the question.
नहीं
But
यार.
as advertised for Elevate, and we have a hell of a grand final set up.
Yeah, just very quickly here, going in that grand final, I am so
Q9
excited to see
champions,
whether they
mark
can take
my
the search and
words.
destroys again. That was the thing that made the
सच
difference
में?
in CDSI. Whether or not those search and destroys are going to be victory for them
Sorry,
again, that is going to be the
just
difference maker.
recreated this
All right, well,
emoji.
obviously, before we get into all of our grand final action, we still have a little bit more things to do on this side of things. One of them is talking to FDOT with our new winners.
We're hanging out here with Yopi, and it's been a fantastic run so far for Elevate. We've seen you guys on the server, off the server, and I've heard the chatter. I mentioned it yesterday. All of the teams are looking at you guys as being the fastest team on the server. Talk to me a little bit about how that affects your gameplay and if it helps or hurts.
Well, we're
अंश पता नहीं यार, it's already very late. I don't think so, but देखते हैं.
Hard work for this, and we've experienced so many things in the past years that we're together, and now we're here in the top 2 World Championship.
Well, a lot of it, like, it sounds like it's all about kind of believing in yourself and standing
Old
tall.
Payal versus new modern
So you came
Payal.
in really hot for this one.
कुछ
And then Gallery started making noise at the end. Were you scared? Was that a moment where you're like, oh no, it could fall apart?
कल से डेली आऊंगा बूट कैंप के पास, एक भी चांस मिस नहीं करना. शुभम, मैं ब्रॉडकास्ट पे अपडेट दे दूंगी, डोंट वरी.
We're not scared of any of them all, but you know, we're experienced that we had in the past tournaments like CDSI. We handled
CDSI के बारे में
the
बोला
pressure
उसने.
really well, so we all know this.
Well, you went from princes to kings at CDSI. What's the next step for you?
World Championship!
You know, I've seen this. Q9 again in finals. You know it.
There it is. I don't think I need to say anything else from that one.
Let's go, Elevate!
Thanks for hanging.
I'm on the wall right now with Pab Zara. My dude, you guys tried so hard, but when it comes to it, what happened in that gameplay? And when it comes to that control game, you guys almost turned things around, but what happened there when it comes to the comms?
Papzera, o jogo foi incrível, a gente viu que vocês tentaram de tudo,
वो
mas a
translate
gente
करके
queria
बताएगा
saber
वो.
o que foi que aconteceu nessa partida.
ठीक है.
Cara, a gente sabia que
Team Elevate will be the world champion, mark my word. I am rooting for Team Elevate, let's go.
contra eles, ganhar a primeira rotação P2 e tal, então a gente acabou que tomamos esse snowball, eles puxaram o operador primeiro, então
Okay,
não tinha muito o que fazer no primeiro mapa.
समझ सकते हैं, कोई बात नहीं, होता है यार. हमने तो सोचा था आप 3-0 हारोगे, but कोई बात नहीं.
Poderia ter ganhado
It's
clutch
okay,
também, que seria bom pro
Don't
nosso
feel
momento.
sad.
E contra o Arsenal também agora.
Isn't that
que a gente
true?
poderia ter
Is
ganho.
it actually?
E é isso, eles foram melhor, foram superiores e mereceram estar na final.
Yeah.
Okay, we tried to win the first match, Apocalypse, and since we didn't get it, we tried for the second, but almost everything did wrong in them. But we're gonna try and train harder and harder to do.
No way,
best
Q9.
next time
Let's
that we
see. Let's
play.
see. I'm so excited.
You set it up perfectly for me. Thank you so much, Pabzera. Of course, 2025 is going to look very good for you guys, but one last question. Can he expound as to how they're going to do 2025 differently, knowing very well that it has been an Eastern dominance this year? How is Galleries going to make things different next year?
Galleries.
Como que a Galleries vai conseguir se preparar para fazer diferente em 2025?
मेहनत करेंगे
Cara,
अच्छी
eu
और
acredito que a
आएंगे
gente vai
बाद
manter a
में
mesma line-up, a gente vai procurar se adaptar
हिमाचली
melhor pro
लड़की
estilo de
बहुत
jogo
ही
deles.
चालाक
É o que a
होती
gente
है
mais
ये
tá
बात
tendo
सही है क्या
dificuldade, é ter
I don't know मैं हिमाचल की नहीं हूँ यार
dificuldade de enfrentar o jogo do Oriente.
पायल दी क्या
É um
हाल
estilo de
चाल
jogo muito
पुनीत ऑल
rápido,
गुड
a
आप
gente tem que se
कैसे हो
adaptar
हाय
a isso.
हुस्ना हेलो हेलो
E
हाय
é isso,
सुशांत
vamos tentar mudar nosso estilo de jogo para
Hi,
contra
Shubham.
eles em
Hello.
2025.
We're gonna keep the same lineup. We're gonna study them really, really hard, and
Wow.
that's it. We're gonna win next time.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Pabzera. Good
I like
luck
the
again
spirit.
next year, my dude.
Let's
All
go
right, here
good
we
luck
go.
for the
When
upcoming
it comes
tournaments
to the matchup, of course, it is very difficult to see another team go, but of course, that is your best Western team here in the tournament. But of course, we need to see it happen. Yopi, come up here on the wall as we're finally gonna be crossing off one more team. And hearts
ये कितने स्वीट बन रहे हैं देखो सब हार्ट बना के जा रहे हैं कोई किसी के नाम कट नहीं कर रहा है क्यूट
viewership, the world, you wouldn't want to miss this. Elevate versus Q9, the rematch, gonna be up next.
Yay, let's go.
Hey, we're Elevate, we're at DreamHack Atlanta, and we're here to win the CODM World Championship.
आप लोग जीतोगे यार हम आपके साथ हैं चलो let's
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon
मैं
Elite
4 दिन से
Gaming
डेली जा रहा
Monster
था
Energy,
पहले मॉडल मिले उसके बाद
DHL,
आप सब बहुत
and the
अच्छे हैं
United States Air Force.
सबको लेट हो रहा था फिर भी फोटो ले लिया ओह शुभ हम लोग ना एक टर्फ से दूसरे टर्फ गए थे फिर एक टर्फ से और दूसरे टर्फ तो ऐसा हो गया मतलब जल्दी जल्दी में थे थोड़ा पहली गिव अवे का क्या गिव अवे करते हैं Do you want the giveaway now? Do you want the giveaway now? Code. Okay, I'm giving you the third code. थोड़ा साउंड कम कर देती हूँ थर्ड नहीं कौन सा नंबर का कोड है ये वेट लेट मी सी कितने कोड्स दे दिए मैंने सो ओके मैं अभी दे रही हूँ फेनिक नाइफ्स एज का कोड ठीक है आर यू रेडी आर यू ऑल रेडी फर्स्ट 100 लोग रिडीम कर सकते हैं ये कोड फेनिक नाइफ एज BT GL ZB ZQ MB BT GL ZB ZQ MB This is the I like this song guys fifth code for Fennec Knives Edge आपको कोड रिडीम कैसे करना है यहाँ पे जो लिंक पिन है उस लिंक पे क्लिक करना है लिंक पे क्लिक करके अपना UID डालना है कोड डालना है और आपको एक वेरिफिकेशन कोड मांगेगा वो डालना है एंड सबमिट करना है दैट्स इट फिफ्थ कोड इज हियर हाय शुभम हेलो दिस इज द फिफ्थ कोड लेट्स गो तरणवीर जी खुश रहिए आप आई कम फॉर यू नॉट फॉर कोड हो स्वीट थैंक यू क्या हो रहा है इस कोड से प्रदीप इस कोड से आपको मिलेगी स्किन कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी में 2 minutes for the final round, the finale, the grand finale between LU8 and Q9. Are you guys excited? Q9 का full name क्या है? आदमी की कामयाबी के पीछे औरत का हाथ होता है और कमजोरी के पीछे अपना ही हाथ होता है। ये कोड के लिए जो लिंक मैंने पिन कर रखी है उस पे आपको कोड ऐड करना है। ट्रेडिशनल स्ट्रीम प्लीज। प्रेम, ये क्या सुपर चैट किया आपने मुझे जरा? पायल के लिए मेंबरशिप ले ली। हो, थैंक यू। शुभम कहाँ पर? गेमिंग हाउस। मेरा चैट पिन है, वहां से कर लो। गाइस, टू रिडीम द कोड, ये जो कमेंट पिन है ना, मैं कॉपी कर देती हूँ लिंक। रुको, आई एम गिविंग यू द लिंक। फटाफट से कोड के लिए। हियर इज द लिंक, हियर इज द लिंक। ये लो, ये लो। ये जो लिंक डाल रही हूँ मैं चैट पे, इस पे आपको डालना है कोड। 5th कोड दे दो चैट में एक बार, सो आप लोग को मिल जाएगी स्किन। दिस इज द कोड। 54 seconds to go. पायल, तुम मत समझाओ ये सब। शुभम आएगी ना जल्दी, वो वीडियो शूट करना रहेगा तभी आएगी। ये लिंक क्यों अलग है? मैंने अलग लिंक दी क्या? नहीं, सेम है। मैंने स्पैम किया। लिंक तो सेम ही है। ओपन तो हो रहा है इस पे भी। बट आई एम नॉट प्लेइंग कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी। ओ, देन डाउनलोड कर लो। Really enjoyed watch party today. Thank you Sudipta, thank you so much. मुझे सारे एसएडएल मेंबर से मिलना है। सारे से मिलना है, ठीक है, आप आते रहना फिर। या मुझे भी मिलना है पायल से। कल्याण साइड मीटअप करो प्लीज। सानिका, ठीक है, मिलेंगे जरूर। आप ई स्पोर्ट्स स्ट्रीम लॉन्च करोगे? I will try to join. Let's go guys.
But you guys have seen him if you've been here this weekend. I also have a friend, Cargo. DHL.
It's time for the championship. Time for the finals.
Show everybody what's going on, and while y'all make some noise for Cargo, he might have some presents.
आप लोग मुझे वोट कर सकते हो, जो भी लोग देख रहे हैं, आप लोग मुझे वोट कर सकते हो मोबाइल स्ट्रीमर ऑफ द ईयर के लिए। It's so cute. आप लोग मुझे वोट कर सकते हो। वोट करने के लिए लिंक जो है डिस्क्रिप्शन में है, वहाँ पर जाओ, लिंक पे क्लिक करो एंड वोट फॉर मी। ब्रो, मैं सीरियसली पूछ रहा हूँ, यू इग्नोर्ड इट। नो शोनेक्स, अभी मेरा कोई प्लान नहीं है, बट इन फ्यूचर फॉर श्योर। इसके तो 2 ही उंगली है। आपका वीडियो मैंने देखा, मोदी जी वाला। अच्छा जी, कितनी बार वोट कर सकते हैं? एक दिन में आप मुझे एक ही वोट कर सकते हो। 24 आवर्स में 1 वोट। यार, लैन का एक्सपीरियंस अलग ही होता है चैट। लैन जाना, लैन इज सो फन। लैन इज सो फन। La 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 la. हाय अख्तर हुसैन, हेलो। डेली का रूटीन बना लेता हूँ, डेली वोट करने का। लेट्स गो गाइस। 5000 लाइक की तरफ बढ़ते हुए फटाफट सारे लोग लाइक कर दीजिए स्ट्रीम को। थैंक यू रक्षित।
It's not just the backpack. We have a ton of stuff in here. We got stickers, we got hats, we got all sorts of stuff. Thank you so much for David for being our hometown hero. Shout out my big man Cargo, making it happen. Shout out our logistics partner DHL, and of course
DHL इधर भी भेजिए कुछ।
Thanks so much for hanging out with us. The tournament continues. Peace.
मेरी सारी चैट रिकॉर्ड करके फ्रेंड्स ग्रुप में डाली है, सब खुश हो गए. अरे
very much F. and Cargo for hyping us up before our grand finals. Welcome back everybody to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, where we are moments away from getting into the last step in our year-long competition.
Let's go.
Up here. You've got Proper and you've got Chip, but we've got a special guest, Hippo, joining us here on the desk. Coach for, I can't even count how many teams at this point, but for Tribe, welcome. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Well, thank you guys for having me. I'm so excited to be up here and talk with so many different things with you guys right now.
Hi,
we're going to start talking all things Call of Duty Mobile here in just a little bit. We'll also talk about the grand finals. But before
Hi,
Karan.
we do that, hi, Karan, chat mein, hello,
we have a little bit of a special surprise in store for all of you here hanging
out. Karan ji, hello ji, kaise ho yaar? Aapke dost Taranveer ne
and of course not have an equally
movies ka link dena vote karne ke liye.
So I think everybody both here and at home is going to be very excited for this one, because before we jump into our finals competition, we have a new Call of Duty mobile map to announce.
Oh wow! New map! New Call of Duty map! Wow! Go, new map. A gamer क्या हुआ?
Number 6 is right around the corner, so that should be very exciting for everybody at home. Hopefully you're as stoked about this news as we are, because it's to celebrate the game's 5th anniversary. Call of Duty
Mad Life, are you excited?
New map to level up your
W map, W map.
It's going to be called Cry. All right, and this is really cool, and I'm glad you're here
मैंने क्या लिख
for this
दिया?
specific moment, Himbo, because I want to pick your brain on this one. First of all, 5 years of Call of Duty Mobile. You're obviously an expert in the game.
5 years
cool
of Call of Duty.
It's incredible when you get to see a game, especially a mobile game like this, being at the top of the top for 5 years straight. It's
W
chat. We have an incredible esports. We have an incredible game as a whole, and it's just so exciting to see what's more to come, including, of course, Cry.
Now, let's talk about this map a little bit, okay? Because it's smaller than Blackout, but larger than Alcatraz. Lots of compact
W chat, W.
POIs. We've got some seriously tall buildings. Like, depending on where you are going to, it's going to be the most urbanized map for Call of Duty Mobile.
अभी chat में active हो गए, क्या बात है?
Buildings. We have
अरे हो जाता है सानिका, typing mistake.
If you will. So talk to me about what this new map is going to do for the game.
I think what's really interesting to talk about here is the fact that the Battle Royale players and the multiplayer players kind of have their own preferences in terms of how they like the game style and also just overall map style. The Battle Royale players tend to prefer larger scaled maps and do long range battles, and at the same time be able to be a bit more campy and do a lot of these things where, you know, or in Alcatraz if they really want to do that respawn mode and where they can have a bit more close range fights. But sometimes I find that these players might feel a little uncomfortable with that. Meanwhile, the multiplayer players don't exactly feel the same exact experience perhaps that they do in Alcatraz compared to multiplayer, because the intensity is just a little different. So being able to kind of marry both worlds together with Cry, where you have these complex large structures, so that you can still have these long range and intricate gunfights and like these nasty angles that you might want to find in a Battle Royale type of map, but at the same time,
what do you like,
so compact and so small at the same time, and also having these, you know, little urban areas that people can go around and these little headies and everything, makes it so that these people who want to have a multiplayer experience can actually have something reasonably close to that too. I think it's just going to be a great unification of both worlds.
Now, one of the things that we got to see in that little trailer there for this is the fact that we've got not only a variety of POIs, but a lot of them.
Good night, Take care. MOBA Games is
Land, Animal Play Park, Principia Sanatorium, Thistledown Village Industrial Park. They're all inspired by Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. So how cool is it not only to have those
areas inspired
by, but then you also have Night Station, which is original
I hope
to
so.
CODM and Cry.
COD Mobile has always been a game that
Bye,
has been a
Amit.
marriage
Take
of
care.
all the
Take
best
care.
aspects of Call of Duty. That is what makes it
नहीं, अभिषेक
amazing. That is
बिल्कुल
what
भी
makes
नहीं
it so
यार.
that everybody can find something that they love in the game. But then now having a
Thank you,
unique
Sishan.
POI at the same time makes it so that we have a sense of identity. It's not just a marriage of all the CODs. We have our own sense of what we want to do and what we want to have and how we can push forward
Valo,
the game in of
okay.
itself. And so I'm just incredibly
Do you
excited
play
to see how
Valorant?
all the players explore all these POIs and at the
करो
same
करो
time
पार्ट
we see
यार. Vote for
they
me.
run down memory lane, a bit
Try
of
it
nostalgia,
if
but
it's
then they see
working
the
for
new
you.
POIs and they're like, oh, what's this? And being able to just have fun.
This
and
VR map is
explore the
based on
nuances and
Russian
perhaps,
city.
I don't know, maybe
Oh,
this can
okay.
develop to be
I want to
more
play COD
competitive.
so
Maybe
bad
we can see
after
a VR
this.
esports.
I see. I was going to ask you about that because obviously you
Hi,
mentioned that, the
Bev
most
करना.
organized map in COD M, but those high buildings are
Payal
going
यार
to give you
मेरा भी
different
reply दे
vantage
दो.
points. It's
सत्यम.
been
Hi.
designed to
Done
limit the
already.
amount of
Thank
open
you.
area in this map to kind of force those engagements. It's less time running from spot to spot, but then also there are opportunities for players to camp, go for those ambushes, kind of lie in wait if they need to. Is that what you're hoping to see out of it?
Oh, 100%. I think that the strategic gameplay that can come in here is going to be very unique. It's going to be very different from any other BR map. I know that BR has been yearning so much now, the community there, to actually have some kind of esports
कुछ भी
structure.
मोहित.
If there's a map
Are you
that's going to help
mad?
propel, making that
Not
actually
possible.
come true, then I think that this map might be it. But otherwise, even if not, I think at the very least, the
हमारा
players are
daily
gonna
routine
have
बनेगा.
a
अरे thank you
completely
यार.
unique
Thank you.
experience that they've never been able to have before.
All right, well, we're just moments away
The
from
dream
getting
is
into our
that the
grand finals,
BGMI
so before
World
we
Cup
let you go, I
matches
gotta
should
ask you
be
your
held in
thoughts.
India
We've
in
got Q9 and we have Elevate going up for the title of
BGMI
best in
is
the
Indian
world.
game Shubodh, but
I wanna
PUBG
know
अगर आ गया
from a
वापस तो
professional
global
analyst
team
brain
जरूर
side
आएगी
of
इंडिया में
things,
and
how you see
global
this match playing out.
level
This is
पे
an incredibly
मतलब
exciting
वैसा
match because we
Indian
actually
teams भी
saw
दिखेंगे
a
आपको
match like
but
this just go down at
BGMI का जो
CDSI
server है वो
just
Indian
about a
server
week
है
ago, and just
बाहर का
being
कोई भी
able
नहीं
to
खेल
see
सकता
the
you need
crazy
VPN to
matchup
play that
happen
game so
once again, will
Rohit, hi,
make
thank you
that
so
run
much for
back and actually
joining.
win again,
Thank you so much
or
for
will
the
Q9
sponsor.
actually get the revenge that they are due? It's going to be incredibly exciting to see Emperor Oling go against the two superstars
अरे
of
दीदी
the
सही
East,
में
being
करूँ क्या
PJ
try?
and Yopi. But let's not forget about the rest of their players as well.
I don't know
What's
मोहित
really
यार तुम लोग को
exciting
जो
to
सही
note is
लगता
that
है
the
करो
play styles of the two teams are
I'm
very
little selfish,
different.
I wanna
You
see
that
you growing
Elevate
more.
It's just, well, as
I
people
hope
put it,
अभिनव
W
ऐसे ही रहे ये
pretty much into the point every single time and just winning the gunfights, just brute forcing their way
वो
into the
समय रहने वाला
kill,
water chips
regardless
कैसा
of
लगा?
operator or not. Who
अरे वो मैंने
cares? But
real
then
नहीं खाया
Q9
था
just
वो
showing the
असली
fact
नहीं
that they
था
have such good control and such good discipline as a whole, and they have incredible understanding of how to play every single map. It's just going to be really exciting to see how the hardpoint breaks down. I think it's going to be an incredible turning point, this particular game mode. Now the S&D. This is where Q9
Indian players have the
obviously
potential to be global yeah a lot of
However,
them
at the
have
same time, let's not cut Elevate short.
while
They
मेरा
just
face भी same
mopped up
commentary जैसा ही है
glories and did an incredible job.
this
on
guy
that
or
stage.
left one
Despite the fact
is
that
very
it's a
good looking
defense-oriented map,
he's
they
also good
still
looking
managed to go through and plow through and show that hey, we got this on offense. It doesn't
this
matter.
this guy
And I
the
think
left
that
one
they're going to potentially give Q9 a run for their money. And I think
मोहित
finally
अगर
the
कर गया तो
controls
अच्छी बात है यार
is going to be really interesting to see. At the end of the day,
oh thank you
whoever
Rakshit thank you
wins,
so much
the East will celebrate. But regardless, I'm incredibly excited. I think if I had to pick a winner, it's going to
Pali
be
अगर
Ooh, all right. You heard me.
Oh.
Spicy. Love that. Well, Hippo.
COD is
thank you so much
lit
for your official
surely
audition, becoming one
recommended
of our
I
permanent
have played it
here on the desk. You did a
earlier
fantastic job hanging out with
but
us. It was
what
so
yes
nice
left
to get to
guy
chat with you.
this one
Always
he's very
is.
good looking wow
We're going to start getting ready for grand finals. Before we do that, though,
आपके मेल से
I do
vote
have
कराया
Beef Mommy standing by with Noisy Butters for an
thank
interview.
you
Dang, really spicy takes on the desk. But of course, what is spicier? I got Noisy Butters right here. How are you doing? We are at DreamHack.
Oh my gosh, we're here at DreamHack Atlanta watching COD Mobile competitive. I am having the time of my life.
I mean, you've been watching mainline COD for the past few years.
Noisy
How
Butters.
is that compared to Call of Duty
Cheer.
Mobile?
I gotta tell you,
Creative.
the players seem to be very respectful in a way in COD Mobile. I'm so used to a lot of trash talk. It's nice to kind of sit back and relax a little bit, but I think there could be more rivalry.
I mean, you can see the hearts all over here. Like,
she's a
they're
streamer.
Very nice people. I mean,
I love the hearts. Whoever's putting the hearts, I'm cheering for you. It's Q9, right?
yeah, they started the
Very
heart
cute.
thing since last year. So they did that last year too when another Chinese team actually exited. So that's pretty cute. Again, more on the wall. Like, what do you think about the matchup at the very end?
What can I say? I'm so excited about it. I don't know much too much with the teams, but I'm here to learn. I'm here to watch some good COD Mobile.
we're all here to learn. And when it comes to learning, of course, this is your first time watching Call of Duty Mobile. What do you think? Like you said a lot about COD Mobile when we were talking, right? It looks colorful. It looks really fun.
I love the ability to use blueprints. Like there was a purifier that usually has the fire, but it was water instead, and I live for that. Can we get that in mainline COD?
That would be very sick. I mean, can we please have that in the mainline COD? I actually heard from a lot of pro players from COD wanting to play COD Mobile because you have maps from past CODs. What do you think about that? You got Modern Warfare 3 maps, you have Black Ops maps. What do you think about that in general?
We got Hacienda, baby. That's one of my favorite Call of Duty maps of all time. I'm there. I'm having a good time watching.
Speaking of Hacienda, that is the map here that has been doing so well in Hardpoint.
Hi Muktash,
like
hello, hello.
249 and 250. Are you excited or are you?
नहीं
do you want
Sanika.
to see that in the grand final?
अभी इसने start नहीं किया.
If I can see more Hacienda, because I saw
Minecraft क्यों नहीं खेलते आप?
and with the
मैं सब कुछ मैं ही खेलूँ क्या?
the comeback. So I'm hoping to see more of that.
Thank you Rakshit, means a lot.
Let's
Thank
see
you.
if we're gonna see more of that. Thank you so much, brothers. You have been amazing here on the wall. But
Thank you Mohit,
of
yeah,
course,
thank you.
we've already
I hope
set
you
it
guys
up
are voting for
you.
me.
We got Q9 and Elevate coming up next.
Let's
You
go,
wouldn't wanna
King
miss
Jew,
this big
Q9.
matchup. This is Call of Duty Mobile
Finals.
World Championship at
Love from
DreamHack
Punjab, thank you.
Atlanta.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by
It's happening in
Snapdragon Elite
Atlanta.
Gaming, Monster
Atlanta.
Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
W Elevate? Are you rooting for Elevate? Only W's for Elevate. Win, win, win! खाली पंजाब कब आओगी? पंजाब यार आप लोग मुझे बुलाते तो सब जगह हो पर अभी क्या करूँ मैं कैसे आऊँ मैं? 3 minutes to go for the finals. I'll be very late to go out यार मेरे को लगता नहीं मैं जा पाऊँगी for गरबा. Hey, lots of love from Rajasthan. Thank you so much. Hi Shivam Patil. Hi Muktash. W Elevate WW. Q9 win. All the best. Thank you. वनराज जी कैसे हो? याशिन हेलो हेलो. हाय आयुष यादव. हाय अभिषेक बोहरा. तरणवीर सिंह कैसे हो यार? सत्यम मैं भी सत्यम हूँ आपको याद है? सत्यम आपने अभी तो बताया था ना मुझे. आप बीजीएमआई की स्ट्रीम्स में आते हो ना? पायल 20k वोट्स 12k वोट्स. क्या बात कर रहे हो? कैसे मोहित? Elevate gonna elevate the trophy. Study or you stream? You should be preferred first. Study and then watch stream. Allah from Punjab, thank you. Where are you going for गरबा? मैं फंचो वाले गरबा में जाने वाली थी but big fan Payal Adam. Okay. Hi. Hi Anurag. Hi. कैसे हो? Hi परभवीर सिंह जी. थोड़ा साउंड कम कर देती हो यार. हाय आशुतोष कैसे हो? अमृत जी हेलो. कार्बन वाइटी. कार्बन वाइटी हाँ heard of him. वो डेडिकेटेड CODM स्ट्रीमर है ना on YouTube. I think देखा है मैंने वीडियोस देखे है. What is your real name? My real name is Payal only. आपके पंजाब से बहुत फैंस है. थैंक यू यार. थैंक यू सो मच. गाइस 5k लाइक्स मेरा बर्थडे फटाफट कर दो जल्दी जल्दी जल्दी. Hi Sandeep. Guys only 1 second. Let's go. Start होने वाला है. Excited. प्रभवीर सिंह हेलो कैसे हो? Thank you, Rakshit. Guys, last code I will give at the second round. Search and destroy पे देती हूँ, ठीक है? Hi Karan, hello, welcome to the stream. Play CODM with mythic guns. Okay, Carbon, white tree. 6 या 7? What's? अरे आज tonight. करे भाई hacker बोलना एक बार.
Finals from determining a team that will be crowned the best in the region that will hoist that trophy above their heads. And it's going to be
कल आता हूँ bootcamp कोई मिल गया तो कल तो बाहर कोई नहीं रहेगा. Hi Rohit, thank you for joining.
What we've seen so far here today because we saw
Amrit ji, you shout out to you. Thank you Ketan, thank you so much.
Dominating performance out of
Hello Payalgamer love.
If you guys are just joining us here, we'll give you a little bit of a recap. Let's start off with that.
Love from Karnataka. Thank you so much.
Instant classic. I mean, by far the best series so far this
मैं देख रही हूँ
weekend.
distance कितना है. अगर मैं time पे पहुँच पाई तो ही जाऊँगी.
But in a number of different ways throughout the entirety of the year, and those also provided some of the most legendary series that we've had in COD Mobile globally. So makes sense that the semifinal started off with a banger. Q9 does get the last two edges though over Xrock.
आधा घंटा तो पहुँचने में लगेगा मुझे.
I mean, we started off effectively with the grand finals matchup.
I'll reach
It shift is not.
हाँ जा सकती हूँ अभी. Time.
We absolutely got delivered.
Hi Shivam, hi Vaibhav, कैसे हो?
That's not true. But still, nonetheless, I think that for Xrock, got to feel pretty good about your tournament. Obviously, you want to be able to make it to be #1 again. The run back for Salve would have been sick, but Q9, as you say, get the last touches.
I mean, top 4 is not
12 बज जाएंगे. It's still 1:30, but देखते हैं. Final match है. Let's watch the final.
It was Elevate, and Elevate just was not taking any prisoners. Okay, they were like,
hi
we're in, we're out,
Shubham,
let's go.
hello.
Yeah, it was I want to
I'll
say
listen
that
today.
it was
Votes 13K and overall votes 2.3 and
even spawn into that first map. I mean, 40 points is crazy. 250 to 40.
How do you know, Mohit? Send me the analytics.
On the
Send me.
P2, which is so rare. You rarely even see that. 7-4 in the Tunisia, and I will say this much: Galoris did do a great job at almost fighting back in that control, being able to take that round. But from early,
if you play with me tomorrow and defeat me, then you will give me any dare. Okay.
It's so difficult to pick and ban versus Elevate Squad.
Any dare.
If you ban the Apocalypse, then you have to play him on Summit. It's
Sani
just
का
so weird to see a
वो
team
फंचो है ना
do so
फंचो
well
आपको
on
पता
such
है
a wide
Instagram
open
creator
big map,
उनके
and
वहाँ
then be
पर.
able to still follow up and run you down on one of the
I know
smallest
आयुष
maps ever
पता नहीं यार
had
मैं
in the
everyday
Hardpoint
कुछ ना
map
कुछ
pool.
काम ही आ
So
जा
this
रहा है
Elevate
नहीं
team
आ
looks
पाती
like
हूँ
it's
यार.
got every single base covered, which is dangerous for anyone who goes up against them, as learned by Galoris.
Now, when we're looking at the semifinals, is that what you were expecting, even just regional representation-wise, Galoris being the only squad that was really able to survive until top 4 for the West?
Well, both of us look like bumbling fools because we absolutely did have Xrock beating Q9 in our first semifinal.
Hi
So
Amrit,
that's
कैसे हो? Hi
obviously
Pushkar,
not
कैसे हो?
happening. But I think at the end of the day, yes, I did have Elevate making it all the way to the grand finals. Like Hippo was just talking about, they just won CDSI not even a week ago.
Yeah, I need a little bit of copium from my Western region. Galoris, they showed up for Latin America, but no one showed up today for North America.
Oh no!
So I gotta get this going to hopefully inspire some future confidence for my North American counterparts, because wow, they were terrible this weekend. So I got to do something. We sounded like fools. Now I wanted to look like
हाँ
one.
भाई आप फ्री हो क्या आप अभी?
You didn't need the hat for it.
I know.
You couldn't
हाँ
find
तो मेरा मैसेज देखो ना WhatsApp पे.
I needed to find a reason. Betty would have killed me if I didn't.
Is it cold? No, my room is quite chill.
Not for the whole time, but for the rest of the segment.
It's on, my AC is on 21. So.
Yes. No. No, not that.
Mumbai is extremely hot,
For
yeah.
everybody home, if you're just joining us and you forgot, we haven't gone over the format recently. We are in the grand finals now, which means we've been watching best of 5s in our semifinals. It was best of 3s in our Swiss, but in the grand finals, it is a best of 7. Even more opportunities for a team
Amrit,
to have a
you're
little bit
welcome.
of back and forth. So it's gonna go on just that
Max.
much longer, which makes it even more
क्या हुआ
exciting.
Max?
But I
Hello?
think
क्या
we
लिख रहे हो?
kept you waiting
Hi
long
प्रत्यक्ष
enough.
पाटिल
It
कैसे हो?
is time for
जोकर
the
बुलाए को
grand
बुलाया
finals.
शायद
And of
नहीं
course,
ड्राइवर.
we cannot do that without our top 2 teams in the world. It's time to bring out Q9 and Elevate.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite
Shubham, come
Gaming,
on. Mishra,
Monster
thank you so much for
Energy,
the sponsor. Welcome back. कैसे हो?
DHL, and the
अच्छा
United
मैक्स
States
उसको
Air
बोल रहे हो
Force.
ओके ओके आई एट बूट कैंप ना नो तरणवीर घर पे हूँ मैं बाय भार्गव टेक केयर सोडी सिंह गिल हेलो जी कैसे हैं आप हाय दीदी वन शाउट आउट प्लीज रक्षित यू शाउट आउट टू यू री-स्पॉन्सर क्या होता है री-स्पॉन्सर लाइक if somebody sponsored you something and then they re-sponsored you like फिर से बीजीएमआई लैंड में गर्ल कास्ट क्यों नहीं होते है ना बहुत सारे बट ऑफिशियल वालों में नहीं होते बट नॉर्मली देयर आर फ्यू मैंने देखे बीजीएमआई लैंड अच्छा ये तो बढ़िया था नो आई एम सेइंग जोकर भाई इज आल्सो इनवाइटेड इन जोकर भाई मतलब हम लोग का प्लान था जोकर भाई और मैं साथ में जाने का बट फिर मैंने उनको बोला कि मुझे लेट होगा स्ट्रीम एंड करने में तो आप जल्दी निकल जाओ वहीं पे मिलते हैं सीधा गुड नाइट पीसीआर गेमिंग जोन टेक केयर बाय बाय मेरा डेली रूटीन का शाम को 5 से 6:30 तक बूट कैंप के पास रुकने का अच्छा
CODM 世界锦标赛的冠军的有力争夺者之一，所以打他们的话，就是我觉得我们能做的就是不能失误，因为我们已经了解他们怎么打，就是不能失误，然后打出我们最好的就可以。
Our team strength is a no-brainer. It's always going to be response. And what we're working on is our search and destroy. We're always going past our limit. We're always going to exceed everyone's expectation. Everyone's always doing their parts. We win and lose as a team, so I think that's our strength also. Q9, I wonder when the day will come when you can finally defeat us. It's not today.
那么我们现在已经是来到了《使命召唤》手游世界锦标赛的第3天，然后我想跟你们说的就是今年。
Your first team, hailing from China, represented.
Gautam, thank you so much for joining. Welcome to the fam, Gautam. Thank you.
First up.
Amrit, yes, I ate pizza. दिखाई नहीं यार लाइट ही नहीं आया उस पे पायल दीदी बाहर हूँ स्ट्रेंजर के फोन लेके वोट कर रहा हूँ which is good Mohit you first send me the stats that you were telling me about 2.3 m they all are very short ना height में all of them are very short like not judging but सबकी height same है Hi Manoj welcome to the stream what's up वैसे आपको कौन सी कार पसंद है यार मुझे जी वैगन बहुत पसंद है and I like Maybach हाँ बात मैं भी वही सोच रही थी Where's your house मैं मुंबई में रहती हूँ वैसे मेरा होम टाउन छिंदवाड़ा में है मध्य प्रदेश Susano Wow Shonix ये क्या किया इसने मस्त एक्शन PJ सारे इन लोग का सबका अपना अपना वो है सिग्नेचर मूव आई यू वाईफाई बिकॉज़ आई फील अ कनेक्शन पता नहीं माधव लेट्स सी
Our teams are on the stage and getting themselves ready to dive into this final portion of our competition.
Bashwara G, love you, yaar.
$400,000 first place prize, the title, the trophy on the line. This is very exciting.
I gotta say, the pop
very
got
exciting.
me further into the mood. I was super prepared for this grand final, but hearing that little pop up for Elevate, I want that for every single kill. It is a big match feel.
Well, let's start talking about it, okay? It's time for the analysis portion, the part that you guys are best at. Let's start talking about these squads. Q9 first. tell me about why they could potentially bring in this one home.
Yeah, high praise coming from the color commentator nomination for Esports Awards of the Year, so I like that in terms of our analysis coming out. But Q9, unbelievably solid against Xrock. Without question, all the improvements that they needed to make. And I think that's the most important thing about this Q9 team. They've done that time and time again, inside their region first and foremost, and then being able to turn up and find a way to try to improve versus Elevate.
Twice
already in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, there's no surprise here. I feel like everybody probably had in their minds that this was going to be the rematch. We were going to be getting
Q9 ने बहुत अच्छा खेला यार, क्या कमबैक किया था वो वाले राउंड में, कंट्रोल वाले में, and then search and destroy also they played really well. मैं तो Xrock को root कर रही थी कि ये let's go Xrock, but
the other part about this for Q9 is, you know, trying to find the
right agent.
This Elevate team.
Yeah.
I don't mean that in like individually,
Hi, Shahrukh,
how do they move around the map, but what maps are they going to put on the table? Best of 7. This is going to lean, you would think, more towards Q9's favor because there's going to be 3 search and destroys in the picture. So, can you target away one of Elevate's best maps for Hardpoint? Can you find a way to get them into uncomfortable positions on the control? That's how Q9 comes through and wins this and find a way to stop the championship.
It's known information. Everybody knows that Elevate likes to run at you. Even Hippo was saying it not too long ago. But these guys earlier, what we got to see from their Hacienda and Apocalypse versus Xrock, they are more than prepared to set themselves up for those big match moments. Ooling in particular with that War Machine through the respawns could be something you can lean on if you are Q9.
And if you guys are
I can
with us
see
here, hanging out, watching on the stage, you'll be able to see all of these stats being live tracked above
Curly is
the
also
players'
good,
heads on the screens behind them as well if you're trying to keep up with any of your favorites. So this is a really cool way to see just how dominant each individual player is. But here you can't even say anyone's dominant. They have done a good job of everyone bringing whatever they can to the table.
Yeah, I think the thing about it is you've got moments where you look to one player or another depending on what map mode we're playing on. Obviously, the search and destroy, Sun has been dominant. You've gotten all of these guys really stepping up in a major way.
Bye, love you, and bye, take care, Sanika, lots of love, take care.
Let's start talking about Elevate. We see those signs in the crowd.
Kali being tens of
hyping them
Syria.
up. The support's been loud for 3 days straight for them.
How can you not support and praise these individuals, right? Last time we were at Worlds, Garena wasn't even on the map, and now we got Elevate winning CDSI through the lower bracket at that time. Dominant throughout the entirety of this weekend. So far, the clear-cut favorites. I mean, I thought that Galores was going to give them a certain run for their money in the respawn because they are heavy slayers. No, Elevate are just that much better in every single respawn game that we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they've only lost 1 respawn map on the weekend. It was a control yesterday. You had to go back to CDSI.
I was waiting for you. कल क्या बताऊँ यार? Ask Joker भाई what he did. Joker भाई ने पहले एक टर्फ बुक किया, वहाँ पर मैं सबसे पहले पहुंची, सब लोग 1 घंटा लेट आए. I was waiting there since 4:30 till 5:30. आके उन्होंने बोला कि 6 बजे से किसी और का बुकिंग है. फिर हम दूसरे टर्फ गए, वहाँ पर हम पहले बूट कैंप गए, उसके बाद 7:30 बजे दूसरे टर्फ गए, 8:30 बजे शूट स्टार्ट हुआ, 8:30 से 9:30 10 तक शूट स्टार्ट हुआ. उसके बाद मामा को कुछ शूट करना था विद जोकर भाई, बट जोकर भाई को मेरे साथ घर रिटर्न आना था, तो जोकर भाई और मामा गए चाय पे चर्चा शूट करने. एंड आई वाज वेटिंग एट द बूट कैंप टिल 11:41. देन ही केम बैक. उसके बाद हमने थंबनेल शूट किया, फिर जोकर भाई अपना एयरपोर्ट भूल गए, सो वी लेफ्ट बूट कैंप एट 12:30.
Yeah.
Is that a SLL video? Yes.
Was your CDSI MVP.
So that's how I spent my day at Navi Mumbai. और मैं कल स्ट्रीम नहीं कर पाई. कोई भी नहीं कर पाया एक्चुअली. बेवफ करना जी. हेलो. रास्ते अलग हो गए. अमृत पुणे आओ, पुणे आएंगे. TJ is the best player, I think.
You talk a lot about those improvements when it comes down to the search and destroy. Susano has been that guy with the sniper rifle in hand. And the reason being to set up Yopi and DJ for these big time plays.
It's all about that teamwork, figuring out each
You could have streamed while you were waiting in the boot camp. I was having dinner, so मैंने सोचा अभी खाना खा लेती हूँ यार. स्ट्रीम बहुत थक गई थी यार. इतना एक तो हम लोग ने टर्फ पे शूट किया ना, बहुत गर्मी था, एवरीवन वाज स्वेटिंग बैडली, तो एकदम ही मैंने बोला अभी छोड़ देती हूँ, कल ही करूँगी. मैं तो पायल से दूर ही रहता हूँ, ज़्यादातर पिटाई के चांस ज़्यादा होते हैं.
And now
कल का जो मैच था यार क्या मजा आई बहुत मस्त शूट
you look at Q9 and kind of their storied success not
पार्टिसिपेट गिव अवे पायल कोई जिसमें मोबाइल मिल सकता है बताओ यार मोबाइल चाहिए आपको
Stage 1 and Season 8 Stage 2 they fell short to Xrock. That would happen again when it mattered most at the actual Chinese Masters Championship. They would eventually get their revenge at CDSI.
Hello
Dean
G, hello G,
they were not able to finish off the tournament. So this is their 5th grand final at a major event this year, trying to right the wrongs that they faced earlier throughout the year.
Yeah, came in as the #1 Chinese team, representing everybody last year.
Stage 1, Stage 2, China Master 2024 Championship.
Cementing that they are better than Xrock at this point in time. But the answer still has to be asked. Can you finish the dang story for Q9? You've made it to so many grand finals. This has to be the moment they were in tip-top shape in all 5 maps. Maybe barring the opening of Apocalypse map number 4 versus Xrock, but the time is now. You have to respond to what happened at CDSI not too long ago.
Absolutely. We've mentioned it quite a few times. There's probably a chip on their shoulder, a little bit of something to prove here as we're heading
Search and Destroy, I think Elevate का थोड़ा weak है. Search and Destroy में they are a little weak. Control is similar. They are better. Hardpoint में they are the best.
The biggest point. And I think the other side
Oh,
of this is when you deal with
they have advantage in Search and Destroy.
We always
बाकी में दोनों में ये लोग better है.
But it's not just map 3. It's map 3 and map 6.
एक अलग ही फैन मैं आपसे मिलने का ड्रीम मेरा पूरा नहीं होगा यार डिफॉल्ट गेमिंग जरूर मिलेगी जब आप गेमिंग का स्पेलिंग सही लिखोगे अपने चैनल पे. Good night Ravi, take care. Hi Dipendra Singh, what's up?
Between these two teams, but this will 100% come down to the controls. 2 shifts point having both those controls very much so in play. Q9 need to respond to either one, if not potentially both, if this does end up going the distance.
Cannot wait to see if they've got any sort of secrets up their sleeve. You get a chance to take another look at this trophy. And I know I keep talking about the trophy, but don't forget about the rings. This is the first time we've got them out there lined up, ready to go.
Foxy कैसे हो दीदी? वो 500 CR वाली टूर्नामेंट कौन सी थी? वो थी सऊदी में जो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप हुई थी ना. वो उसमें बहुत सारे गेम्स थे, मल्टीपल गेम्स थे उसमें. E-sports World Championship था वो. This is Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Yeah, and I think the thing here for Q9 is you have to decide.
कोई बता सकता है प्राइस पूल कितना है?
You can only ban one, so they get rid of the Apocalypse. Makes sense.
शुभम यार.
The last result they had versus Xrock, so it will be Elevate selecting the summit first. Not the worst news for Q9. They've played
I like your thumbnails. Thank you Zero Please. Thank you.
Nodes from when they played last time. Firing range was 12 to 10 overtime in favor of Elevate. That was the final map at CDSI.
200
CR was also played once before with them, and then you've got the Hacienda, which is a run back, the Express, which is a bold choice, and then of course the finish of the Arsenal and the
$1 million prize.
Picture perfect of a map series set as you could have asked for the teams doing their homework.
You could have drawn up a best of 7 that is basically a force of what have you learned in between CDSI and this very moment of time. To your point, Alan, there are so many reprise maps and there's only been so little time to be able to learn, to be able to go back and study that VOD. I'm sure that Q9 have been preparing for this exact matchup, but it's just a little few speed bumps
भाई वो
on
क्या
their way
चल
to
रहा है
get to this
फैन
point
वाला
in
देखा
time.
क्या आप
Now
लोग ने?
it's this point in
लड्डू
time where you
मुत्तिया.
do have to take all of the pencil pushing that you found for yourself, all the books you read, the VOD you reviewed. The time is now.
I said that's it. कैसे हो?
Everyone at home, let us know how you're feeling
$1 million.
about this matchup. Do you think
Zeal
it's
is
going
right.
to be Q9 that will be
Style is
crowned
also
the
right.
champion, or will it be Elevate? I can't wait to see how this plays out.
Google says $1 million.
Yeah. As we dive into the match, because it is about ready to get underway. So, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
नहीं देखा है मंग तुमने? Guys, first match of the finals. Let's go.
I think the thing about this best of 7, just to kind of talk to the dynamic that involves a best of 7. Elevate are going to have an advantage early
sorry for
this
joining
season
late stream
because
because
they
थोड़ा
get
busy
the
था.
first
कोई बात
opening
नहीं, कोई
map
बात नहीं.
selection. That also means they get their first control selection. So it is crucial for Q9 to keep things tight and hopefully extend this series later down the road where you see your Arsenal and a very square footing on the Kurahana.
I think it puts an exclamation mark on
Sumodeep, Rakshit, thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. Thank you so much. आपने कुछ लिखा नहीं message में. Thank you for 200.
Venue, of course, we have not seen these two teams fight it out here, but expect for your usual usual
अच्छा
suspects
so
to
next.
pop off when it matters.
Hi Rajiv, hello, welcome back.
For Q9
कैसे?
inside the region as well as at CDSI, and at the moment,
Favorite
they are
cricketer
off to the races on
is
P1.
Virat
Early
Kohli.
time from Elevate already counteracted. Sun having a little bit of a tough time.
यार रोहित शर्मा भी बहुत पसंद है मुझे. कल मैं कपिल वाला शो देख रही थी. The Great Indian Couple Show. So funny. Cricketers are so real and they are so cute. कैसे आंसर करते हैं यार. Hi Balagaming YT, कैसे हो? White Star. Hi.
Hold on to the rest of the high ground, but good trades coming through from Elevate off the spawn point.
Yeah, looking really decent. Uling will have the final word on P1. Rotating on over.
क्यों देख रहे थे आप? Netflix वाला, yes. My prediction, I am with Elevate यार, but let's see. Bro Q9 जीत गई तो ये तो कुछ भी हो जाएगा मतलब. It's unpredictable, guys.
How long can you
I want Elevate to win.
You know, you mostly just want to get as much time as possible, but get, most importantly, those spawns, and we'll Elevate, we'll just start sprinting into them. Better side of the map now being held by Q9. Claw will
Code क्या है? I'm giving the code. Last code बाकी है.
Q9 and a War Machine soon to follow as well.
Yeah. Really solid start here. Uling, of course, leading the charge for Q9, the first operator to pop.
Which map is this?
Down low, KRM hidden like a menace from mid-range. That's enough for Q9 to hold into the hard point, but they are a bit awry, trying to make their move over to the left side of the map where our new hard point will open up. Elevate starting to fight back, but they get pinched up as Uling once again doubles down, and now you've got Q9 on the favorite side going to 3.
Talk about the consistency of the Emperor Uling on this very fine day. He was a problem for Xrock in the respawns, and it's nice to see the continuation here, especially if you are a fan of Q9. 51-29. You're already cutting past mid-maps, but spawns have occurred.
Indeed the case, and the extra kills for Yopi. Elevate know that they need to push through this, so they're going to commit to Claw to watch the flank and actually turn back around as the snow pathway is still being held by Q9. Susano in a little bit of trouble, able to find one more before dropping, but Q9 have stabilized and won back the spawns. They will win rotation and jump into the hard point.
Starting to set themselves a little bit on a further flank, but Q9, I mean, they can just focus on the front, keep this as scrappy as possible.
क्योंकि तुम इंसान से अरे शुभम बस करो.
Space being opened up as Jack through mid has the purifier. That
भाई
will eventually see him shut down. Sun takes his attention
Q9 को क्या हो गया यार?
with the break. Nice little surround and wrap around the hill allows them to flip the spawns and the hard point simultaneously, and Chloe will make sure that there is definition around this last 20. Equalizers out and active. PJ holding the opposite corner. Here comes the hit for Q9. Broken ankles doesn't matter. Elevate find all 4 kills and they'll get the scrap.
I still find that to be an absolute win.
अरे ये मैप मैंने बहुत खेला यार पहले.
They're on P3 and you got the equalizer out.
ये मैप मैंने बहुत खेला है.
Few kills by giving up a lot more lives to try to break inside the scrap time, but P3.
टीम भी ऐसी भी होगी. No, I like CSK and KKR.
Trying to get in to try to flip these
MSD is my
back.
favorite from Chennai Super
Kings. So far so good though. Q9 still holding it desperately. Down to how does Elevate push back through, open up this space. PJ's trying to do that with the not purifier yet, but he had it ready.
Elevate.
Instead, it's just going to be Elevate just trying to do this the hard way, and it's not working out fully until finally you got Susano and Yopi to clean things out, and now the purifier with Kendi's War Machine can take focus to the front.
Just keep everybody at bay, kind of herd them into these very narrow choke point that exits out of P1, and Kendi is just finding random nonsense kills, just yeeting these grenades into the distance, all calculated, of course. The majority of time coming through for Elevate here on P4. They did a magnificent transition. Looking pretty good for the scrap time as well.
That's a lot of operators gone though for Elevate. Q9 trying to get a late flip, and they will secure a break. This is good in terms of how Q9 can hold off from this map getting a little bit out of control.
How
Elevate did this on P3. So again, very 50-50 battle to this
in IRL I don't have any goals.
Why? Not for Q9 right there to meet them. Last one left is
I'm your
Jen,
friend.
and Elevate are really avoiding him nicely, but not enough numbers to actually secure the break. We've got a tie game going into the next set.
Crucial moment on this transition going into one. Uling does have a War Machine at the ready. Probably going to see a couple kills come through and might use it just to try to keep Elevate trapped on whatever side of the map Q9 see fit. Jen's going to start this little flank coming through with the KRM. He's going to get caught. Does do well to at least find one. Good look at the second. It's just space provider for Q9 to move forward.
Sun able to drop in a Pred missile to help support Uling and this War Machine active. He's got a lot to learn though in terms of where this
War Machine रुक ही नहीं रहे.
Curly, who actually beats him to the punch. Claw able to find 2 from the front doors. Not going to find the third, and that's right as Uling loses his war machine. Maybe an opportunity here for Elevate to break this hill wide open. A couple of kills come through, allowing at least some sort of contest, but
okay,
Q9
Shivam,
still
take
has two
care.
members to deal with. Kendi
See
trying
you.
to do what he can.
Introvert,
One
okay.
off the low health pool, but still it's Q9 and mostly Uling.
Rakshit, good luck for your exams.
Susano finds the opportunity to pop the claw.
It looks like a green Gia Vandal.
Right for the scrap.
Right. The skin, yes.
Giving up the opposite side of the map. Their spawn will occur, but it's a massive spree to come through from Susano. The rest of Elevate trying to follow suit. Trying to at least
Hi
maintain
Balram,
presence, but they're a
hello.
little bit too late to read
You're
where
the main
spawns are
ingredient
starting to
in
come
my
from, but
khayali
still,
pulao.
winning the gunfights when it matters most. Big 2 for Peach.
Opportunity here though for Q9. They've got a couple operators at the ready.
Hi
and
Ishu,
with that,
what's
a
up?
couple of eliminations to get this hard point started off on the right foot. Clove on the catwalk, trying to make his way in, but net by Sun Sparrow, who's really getting to work with it now. Good read on where Elevator are coming from. Loses the last charge of it, now has to go back to the Fennec, and that works out nicely. Mauchi off the flank. He's got the equalizers out to make sure nobody from Elevate can set up a sort of a pitch, and that's enough for Q9 to reclaim the lead.
We do have one flank that's currently being put together. It's PJ up to 27 eliminations, going to try to stun his way forward. He has assistance from his teammates from the middle of the building, but it's a north to south spawn that is currently occurring all the way across the map. Finally will subside. Elevator on the better side of the map with scrap time still left to fight for here too.
Susano will jump in to contest. Lots of damage, able to find a kill, and his teammate will make sure that he stays alive. So really good help from Elevate, flipping the map and also getting a little bit of contest going here in the last 15 seconds.
ये Celestial Link ना इसकी बात कर रहे थे ना
they fight through it very nicely.
तुम लोग को मतलब कितना fast सब कुछ हो रहा है
Elevate still not getting the spawn.
Yeah, welcome Rakshit, have fun, have
P2 is still
fun.
active as that lock starts to come out. Now the spawns will move, and wouldn't you know it, Q9
Full लग गए celebrity news Elevate के साथ
immediately counteracted, and Q9 are flooded.
यार ये लोग सब साथ में push किया उसके ऊपर बेचारा
Just cutting through the middle of the map, trying to get into these gunfights before they actually end up happening over inside of the car itself. Just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance on the opposite side for Elevate to help them get a little bit further forward. Breaking enemy lines has been Susano, and a war machine gets popped by Kendi. They're looking to hold.
Sun had an off spawn, and he thought maybe he was going to hit a bit of a pinch, but does not get the read on the Elevate setup. And all of a sudden, it's the Filipinos who find themselves tucked into corners on the hard point. Kendi running out of the war machine. Purifier behind this, but it runs out at the same
so
time
fast.
for Q9. Find 3 straight eliminations, and now it's their turn. War machine for Uling at the front door. Mauchi
so
setting up a bit of a pinch
bhai,
over towards the
159,
connector.
156.
Sloppy initially, but still uses that as an opportunity to weaken this Elevate approach from the front. Curly's able to clean things up in the last 15 seconds. Looking good for Q9.
Gotta be careful of the investment here if you are Elevate.
Sandwich I used to play earlier.
Very egregious flank coming through from Yopi. Gets snuffed out, but the spawns will still remain at this moment in time. 170 to 159. And when you look at just the stats from left to right, as far as KD is concerned, Q9 are outslaying Elevate by a steep margin. But it's still only just about a 20-point game, barely. Elevate have to rotation new, and they're anchoring out the back spawns.
Big moment here to counteract Q9's rotation from the last hard point. Susano feeling the pressure, shut down. That may be an opportunity for Q9 to flood. They're actually not going to play for the sponsor to get into the hard point first.
Yarid bhai, ward मेरे को दिलवा देना आधा tag तुम्हारा और time out नहीं दूँगा. Pal, you're my good luck charm. Really? Thank you यार. Thank you so much. I think I'm casual because मैं भी बस आपके बारे में सोचता हूँ.
Split spawn occurs for PJ. He gets 2 more to spawn up behind him. But Q9, they are twisted right now. They're reading all of these spawns. They're maintaining presence around the hard point and setting themselves up for the returning gunfights as well. 193 to 168. Late break does come through for Elevate, and it is massive. This 20 seconds will tie up the game again as we go to new once more.
I mean, we're 30-30 on P1, P2. We're 40-20s on both 3 and 4 for one side or the other. This
Party
is about
बदल लिया मैंने भी.
We're watching some great conference.
Q9 के साथ चले गए क्या आप
When
भी?
asked a question, provide answers. So now we reset again.
भाई बहुत ही neck to neck है यार. 190, 193 क्या चल रहा है ये? कुछ ज़्यादा ही गुस्से में Q9 आज बोले जीत के जाएंगे भाई. बहुत लोगों ने अंडरएस्टिमेट कर लिया. जिस टीम से ज़्यादा होप लगा वो ही चोक करती है. 50-50. कैप्चर कर लिया उन्होंने.
Good value coming through there for the equalizer, I'll say that.
Uling trying to get the war machine into play. Purifier also being called here. Q9 trying to gain some separation on the scoreboard late into this map, and it's working out nicely. Elevate, push back, have to reform and try to hit again. 25 seconds to fight. Contest is in. Smoke making a mess at the front door, but Uling and the rest of Q9 are able to clean up nicely. Big moment. Greatest lead we've seen to this point as Elevate try one more time.
Still holding on to the better side of the map, and they will clean house. So
big.
with 5 dead, they're going to be able to set themselves up in the high ground. A rogue spawn does occur, though, for Malji. Wonder if he's able to find anything.
Please elevate.
Too aware, but they're
Get
returning gunfights coming from Sun Curly. Able to at least combine for 4 more. The rotation under threat.
That's 4 down. Yopi, last one left alive, does well to keep some high ground position available for Elevate to use, and as they come off spawn, they do so beautifully. Shed, KRM, not quite able to land. Kendi trying to force the battle forward into Q9 spawn, but doesn't fully work out. A chance here for Elevate. You've got the Purifier and the Claw at the ready, trying to find whatever they can over the top of the hard point. Shed runs right into PJ. That's not going to be enough for them. And Elevate are going to clean the floor. Q9 now spread across the map off the spawn.
Equalizer called. Kendi's War Machine is about to dissipate as well. But it's value after value. 220 to 225. Not enough time for Elevate to still win here, but Q9 absolutely can.
Glow from the back line, only finding one. The rest of his teammates right there to pick up. Tie game. Likely to see another hard point. Already thinking about that. Have a player on rotation, but you can't lose track of the current hard point. Elevator's still on, and they're still earning time. There's still a chance for them to put this thing pretty well without reach. Q9 now taking the fight back, but Elevator winning the on rotation.
Oh, they baited them, and they got the split spawns as well. We'll be able to get the scrap time in the rotation towards Snoop.
Very close. Mil gaya, ho gaya.
Missile called in. Hardpoint has not unlocked yet. PJ from the front with the shotgun, waiting for first contact. Not going to be needed. Elevate now earning the time that they need. Only need 4 more seconds. The crossfire setup looks perfect. Can anyone break it? They're trying to hit a pitch, but they're not going to get there in time. And Elevate take their hard point from one.
Down in slaying, down in score, but never out. Elevate cracked the code at the end of P4, going back into P1. What a magnificent showcasing at the end of P2.
ये लोग ने last में जो खेला Elevate ने, too good भाई W.
Showed all of the information that they needed, and it gave all of the easy routes to be hit.
अच्छा बात करके ऐसा लगता है we are sitting together.
Tough scenes. Curly had the ace up the sleeve at the end there for the potential break with the claw.
Where is Malaria?
From the gunnies of Elevate.
That is as 50-50 of a battle
W.
as you're ever going to see on Summit. But there's one moment that you have to look back on in terms of where was the difference maker. Late in P1, Q9 have 3 operators, and they spend all of it trying to gain a lead late in the game that Elevate can't come back from. But on the scrap battle, as soon as those operators drop, Elevate still find 10 seconds to scrap.
Payal ji, defaulter नहीं बदल रहे हो ना पार्टी अभी. Good night, Amrit. Take care. See you tomorrow.
The extra pressure on rotation gets denied. So
हाँ वालजी फिर से आ गया चार्जिंग पे लगा के पूरा स्ट्रीम देखूंगा. Let's go यार, ये तो देख के जाओ यार championship.
It doesn't work out.
You just have to cement it for whatever leader's advantage you could possibly get.
DM देखना थोड़ा काम था. Okay बलराम.
Well, Elevate consistently through that summit hardpoint were exquisitely exceptional at holding hardpoint.
See your luck work.
Inevitably came through. Susano.
नहीं यार वो टीम में बहुत अच्छी है यार. Susano का देखो.
53 and 39 with a minute and 25 OBJ time. What are we talking about out here? Again, when you look from top to bottom at certain points in time throughout that game, Q9 were outslaying sufficiently.
ये best of 7 है.
At least show that in the lead ever so slightly. But Elevate were always hanging around. They just had to change up the macro a little bit. Their holds, their setups, and breaks just were so harmonious.
If you want to see some textbook action, though, how you break and contest P3 and how you break and contest P4, look no further than that matchup right there. That was a beautiful display. But it is, I think, just that late game decision making. That's the difference maker. So, Elevate, come away with their map win. Now we go to firing range for the search and destroy. This was in the pool when they played at CDSI. It was the map that Elevate used to win the championship. But it took a number of overtimes to finish 12-10, and it was as back and forth as that map was.
Submit हो गया hardpoint. Now it's search and destroy. उसके बाद है control. Then hardpoint. Then वापस search and destroy. Then control. Then search and destroy. 3 search and destroy. 2 control. 2 hardpoint.
region that they represent, and firing range has been around for quite some time. So there's not a whole lot of
Hacienda भी बहुत
you
अच्छा
can
map
throw
है ना.
out, I guess, as a rollout is concerned, but it's all about that mental chess on where the snipers are going to be located at. How quickly can you adopt to the aggression that inevitably will be coming out?
अभी search and destroy.
We saw Q9 versus Xrock earlier today in search and destroy. The moment that Xrock turned up the heat just a little bit, Q9
अभी तो
were
first
shook,
ही खत्म हुआ है. So next best of 7 है.
gunfights than I would like to admit.
That's
yes,
totally
Mrinal,
fair.
I know.
On
Guys,
the course of this weekend,
4.5k
though,
likes
if you want to bring some more recency into the picture, Elevate
Hi
have not
Mihi,
played this
what's
map
up? Hi
outside of a
Pranam.
single time.
Do you feel like taking a break from social media for months? No. I like my life. I love what I'm doing.
On the road to their
I
perfect
love all
search and destroy.
the
In the
fam.
Swiss stage, they
I love
had a
everything I
7-2
have.
win versus 4MV, which
Not fame,
okay.
my
And then you also
family,
had
my
8-6
family.
win versus
Fam
Stalwart,
means
so they
my
were able to
family.
beat at least one of the other
My
arena
Payal
teams
fan.
on this map already.
Yeah. Just cementing the simple fact of who
Love from Kolkata. Thank you so much.
as well. I mean, Q9's road to
So
get to this point in time through
lots of
Tribe,
love to you.
Stalwart, Xrock, and then losing to Elevate is
Defaulted
their only
gaming,
same loss as far as the weekend is
yay.
concerned. So this is
आपने
as
बोला था
good as a
Q9
run back you
जीतेगी
could
ना?
possibly get, and mentally
इन लोग को
training
search
them,
and
if
destroy
you
थोड़ा
will,
weak
for
है
this
मैंने सुना
exact
ना
series
देखते हैं
here.
अभी
Elevate on the opposite side. I mean, Galaris was supposed to be like their biggest test, and candidly speaking, they were with that search and destroy. But it's just really tough to say that Elevate just had an easier bracket round. Basically, going against all the angry redditors saying that they're going to make the grand finals because it was easier. Like, no, they definitely were tested, and you can clearly see that the game plan is very much so still the same when they're going up against a top dog such as Q9.
Bro,
Upcoming
you want to talk
Navsari
about
Ana.
just legendary
Okay.
COD mobile runs? Look no further than
Hi,
Elevate.
Harsh.
This
Yes,
last
sir.
month has been a trial. At CDSI, they had to beat Godlike,
Lots of love
Stalwart,
to you, Sabadi.
Wolves,
Thank you so much.
Xrock, and then Q9.
Always
and
love
all
you,
of a sudden
Paji.
you
Thank
show
you,
up at
Priyanshu.
Champs, and you're like, wait, we have to play Godlike and
Q9's
Q9
now
and
or
Wolves
never.
Again? Unreal. I mean, this has been an undeniable run from Elevate, taking down playoff team after playoff team, taking down China's best, taking down their regional counterparts. This last month and a half has been perfect COD on Elevate.
I will say this much though, as we're getting some good shots at Elevate.
ये लोग
just sitting
सारे
there
लोग finger
laughing
sleeve
and
use
having a
करते
good
हैं.
time. Is that their composure,
Payal
albeit
कौन सा
tested,
देखोगे?
this is
DM,
quite literally
Discord.
pressure making diamonds type analogy here with Elevate, especially over the past several weeks. Trial by fire, a lower bracket run up at CDSI was just so legendary.
Yeah.
And how can you not have all of the confidence in the world
बोलो
coming
Discord
into a
पे.
tournament like this? You see the road, you see the teams that you have to face, you've beaten them before. I feel confident for them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely the case.
Did
I
you
mean, like
already
we said,
send the
they beat
character
them
code?
at CDSI, and then they also beat Q9
Ah,
in the
no,
Swiss
no,
stage,
no,
only
no, it's
dropping
left.
the map too.
Wait.
So something to be told
I think
about
I
having
sent-
an edge mentally,
Wait,
maybe
I'm
not even
checking.
just
क्या
physically,
भेजा मैंने?
over
क्या
your
नहीं?
opponent. But Q9 are no strangers to adversity, having to learn their lessons versus Xrock. They were able to provide that in their last two matchups. And now maybe an opportunity to do so versus Elevate as we look back and reflect upon that last meeting. Here were the maps and the overall
Okay,
scores.
I am giving
Elevate
you
scores
guys
on the, left.
the
So
last
again, 250
code.
to 234, the Hacienda, that will come back.
Wait.
Kurohana will be waiting for us for a potential map
The
setting
last
where Q9
code
will feel great about.
is-
And then we will also have an Arsenal control that will
Hi,
be our
Shubham.
map
Okay.
6 if we get it. That was left for the decision of Q9 between that and Raid, so they go that direction. And then, of course, the firing range we talked about is right here for us to wrap too.
Again, this is all
Codes.
speculation. Again,
Wait.
as volatile as a best of 7 is, to the advantage of Elevate
Last
being able to get
code
some of these
is-
maps
ये
through the
COD
early
code है.
stages of, I really want to say, like the first 4.
मैंने Fennec का code
This
दे
is
दिया
a
है.
potential best look for them to try to
Last
lock in and
code
sweep very
is-
quickly. But that's why I was kind of coining it as the phrase that
Operator
Q9 do
का
have to come
Misty
in and take away one
Champion
of these first
24
3
वाला.
maps just to be able to extend
Okay?
it and kind of
I'm giving you the last code, guys.
Yo, absolutely the case. And I
B,
think that's, it's
T,
the easy thing to say, win your map picks forehead, but I think it's more
G,
crucially important
M,
in this simply due to
Z,
the fact that
B,
you've got Q9
Z,
who are not necessarily as strong
D,
of a hardpoint team. You look to that Hacienda now, especially
8,
them losing the summit,
6.
you have to win it.
B,
For
T,
Elevate, now all
G,
of a sudden you
M,
look towards their search
Z,
and destroy and
B,
express later and say,
Z, D,
you have to win
8,
that.
6.
But I think the thing about it for Elevate is they're looking at this map too
ये
saying,
code
hey,
है
we've beaten you
for
on this once
the
before. We could do it again. Just
Misty
give us a chance
Champion
to.
24 skin.
Same
100 लोग ये
idea,
redeem कर
different
सकते
team,
हैं.
different map mode
Operator का
combination
skin
of what
है.
I was just talking about with Elevate.
This is the
coming
last
back into this
code,
tournament,
guys.
beating everybody that they've seen before is
Redeem
just
करने
sometimes
के लिए
a
जो
little bit more
link पिन है,
decisive.
उस पे
And
click
you even
करो.
go back to the interview as well. I mean, like, they're not
Paste
shy about it. And every competitor that
your
has played up
UID,
against
redeem
Elevate
code and
has scrimmed them
verification
is
code.
very much so where these guys like to run
And
at you. They'll
submit
make
कर
you
दो.
feel uncomfortable while also being very fundamentally sound in the macro
Last
department
code,
alone.
guys. Redeem
Speaking
fast.
of that interview, hey, we actually
Last
did have a chance
code.
to have Beat Bomby sit down with Elevate to give
वाह बहादुर,
their
ठीक
thoughts
है.
on how they've performed to this point and what
Last
their expectations
code.
are for the weekend.
Done. मिल गया.
All right, Beef Mommy here, and I'm with the team that elevated everyone's expectations in the World Championship. I'm with Elevate today, Garena's #1 team heading into the World Championship. But before we start into the nitty-gritty, I wanted to say that every single one of you, except for one player, is actually your first time here in the World Championship. Last year, unfortunately, even though everyone expected you to come in as a Garena representer, you didn't make it. So
losing last year was very devastating for me. It really affected me in general. So, but in time, I realized it wasn't for us. So I accepted it, and I realized along the way that the only way to go up is to go down. So right now we're back on the world stage. So we're coming back for everything.
Love that, Susana.
Last year, when we lost the game against
टाइमर देने की फ्रीडम
Stalwart currently,
मैंने बोला टाइमर नहीं मिलेगा
I
आज
actually went outside and cried.
क्या कह रहा है
my eyes
मोहित
out. Then when I
आपसे
went
रोज
back
बात
in,
करता हूँ गेम में भी ऐड कर लो
Yopi was taking a shower. I heard him crying like really loud, and I was just
PUBG
really
का भी दे दो PUBG का तो नहीं है यार आज कोई
Is that true?
ठीक है मैं रो रहा हूँ आप भी देख नहीं रही हो व्हाइट स्टार क्या हुआ बोलो
that night.
बताओ
And you know, it's very
Hi Amrit, welcome back.
experience for us.
तो प्लीज Q9 लॉस
We
हो
have to
जाओ
learn
सारे
from
मैच
our
गॉड ब्लेस
mistakes,
यू
and you see, now we're here
डिफॉल्टर थैंक यू
representing
यार
the Garena.
मुझे कोई टेंशन नहीं यार कोई भी जीते
Different from all of the regions in terms of place.
नींद
One word.
नहीं आ रही है क्या दीदी मुझे तो
Actually,
नहीं
you know, can you expound as to why
प्रत्युष
Hardpoint
पता नहीं यार
is
अभी
the
तो
game
मुझे
mode
कब
for
आएगी
Garena?
बाय पायल जी अरे फॉक्सी क्यों नहीं नहीं बताओ क्या हुआ
Just go running around the place and use our guy.
हाँ जी ई फुटबॉल को थोड़ा सा प्रमोट कर दो गेम है आई नो ई फुटबॉल मिहिर ई फुटबॉल के प्लेयर्स को मैं मिली हूँ इंडिया के जो है आई मीन इंस्टा डीएम सीन वाला ऑफ करो ना उसको ऑन कर दो वापस प्लीज
We have a really fast-paced game.
अच्छा
No other team has actually tried to.
मनोज जी लव यू यार
They cannot
शायरी
do-
लिखा था
they
मैंने
cannot do the
आपने
original. Everyone knows that.
अच्छा शायरी नहीं पढ़ी मैंने
Confident
आपकी
in the respawn gameplay. And speaking of,
फैजल
search and
किसको
destroy
बोल
is
रहे हो
something
आप
that is always brought up,
अच्छा
especially
मुझे
against,
वो
like, Chinese
कोई भी
teams.
जीते
How are
इसीलिए
you
आई एम नॉट अ
able
फैन
to
ऑफ दीस
kind of, I
टीम्स
guess, clean up your S&D
I'm just
gameplay because you
predicting.
are very confident in your respawn.
रिप्लाई नहीं दिया
We have no
देखकर
patience.
छोड़ दिया
And I think in
क्या
S&D,
बोलूं यार
we
तरणवीर
have to wait
पायल जी
and
डू यू नो
wait for the IGL calls.
Thank you
no
so
Mihir
much,
I don't know
I
that
really loved your answers.
I'm just
But yeah,
supporting
that
yes
was
Mohit
Garena's
I'm
#1
supporting
team. Let's
I'm
see if
rooting
they're
for
gonna clinch the top spot in the World
the
Championship.
team
Fast and furious. We definitely saw a lot of.
Let's start जल्दी करो start करो
on their search and destroy, but you hear it there at the end. We have to wait for the calls from our IGL. Wait for the go button. Let's just not, play solo ranked mode and just run at each other. We got to put something together, and that's going to be key for this firing range search.
As longtime tenured enjoyers of Call of Duty esports and Call of Duty Mobile since its inception, it is very refreshing to
Hi,
hear
Dhruvin.
such fundamentals even being talked about outside a game. It is very important. It will be indicative to your performance and success on this firing range. Again, just to reset up everything, firing range is a venue these two teams know quite well against one another. With
शाहरुख खान जी रियल नाम बताओ पहले फिर बोलो ऐड कर दियो आईडी भेजो ना 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 नयनी प्रवीण जी आपको कॉपीराइट नहीं आएगा क्या उन्होंने अलाउ किया ना मुझे 1 CR दे रहे होंगे सीओडी वाले 1 CR
What a sick high-low after a very quick plant coming through. It's going to leave Susano in a 1v5. Not very likely. Always expected to play inside of American, but I mean, a
Sing the king. गर्वित भाई एक चॉकलेट का लालच
clearing everything, stuns, nades, flash forward as you
Ali, I am voting for you. Thank you यार मुक्तांश
whether they saw a body in there or not. The
He love from Shimla. Thank you. पायल जी गरबा खेल के आया मुझे भी जाना था यार बट ये फाइनल थोड़ा लंबा चलेगा
Was Stalwart when they played up against Q9. We're saying, hey, you have to
सर्च एंड डिस्ट्रॉय सेकंड यार जल्दी जीत जाओ एलिवेट सारे राउंड जीत जाओ
wait to play your counter nades. That has to be what Elevate needs to start communicating, because it's always been the case with how Q9 try to approach this offense. This time, not towards A. It's going over to the B site. Initially, there is an elimination from Susana, but the trades are decent over towards the B part of the map, which is now where Q9 have to keep their focus.
And they have full coverage of this.
Haji, love you, GM Dev Dishu. Thank you यार Dev Dishu. आप कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? Elevate.
Maybe a bit of mistiming right there. Looked like there was supposed to be a defensive stun to force that challenge, but it doesn't make a difference.
Yopi, let's go. PJ got curly.
Things up for the first round for Elevate.
It's just so timely again. I mean, going back to the interview, just
ऐसे ऐसे ही खेलना है जल्दी फटाफट.
And then go. That's exactly what happened. Yobi was on
Rich Whitey Yopi नहीं यार, वैसे रिवील नहीं कर सकते.
any sort of advantage to take and found that pinch scot free.
Hi Nitin, welcome back. नहीं अभी final चल रहा है, final match.
Q9 still passive through the build map, looking for some spam shots from Sun in towards.
Hi Sideep.
None will land.
1-1, let's go. Come on, elevate.
Inside of trailer with a double stack.
Back to back victory चाहिए ये rounds. Foxy जी ने क्या कहा? मैं कह रही थी कि आप जब भी नेक्स्ट टाइम होम टाउन आओगे तो छोटा सा मीटअप कर लेना. डन डन पक्का पक्का से मिलूंगी इस बार आपको. आप आओगे ना मिलने फिर मेरे को? मैं बता दूंगी आपको, ठीक है? अरे Susano.
We'll give it up for now. As you saw the information on the other side of wood, expecting for things to go B, but it seems like Q9 are actually using it as an opportunity for a little bit of a bait play. They will leave a player behind, maybe throw anything as of late, see what they can get on the cross back, but wasting a lot of time just trying to find a pick. All 10 or 9 players still alive.
And Yopi gets found inside a trailer. Q9 surely.
Can I ask you one request? हाँ बोलो. Hi Vivek, thank you. पायल जी बैंगलोर कब आ रहे हो? बैंगलोर आएंगे आएंगे जल्दी आएंगे. मोहित जी, thank you so much.
When does Q9 want to execute?
कर दिया देख लेना. ओके बलराम, I'll check.
Smoke at mid gets denied by Trophy. Q9 have not been able to get the setup that they want. So now it's just down to can they flood these nades and take control of trailer.
Not able to get the
Frag
information they
out.
want either. I mean, you should know that someone's going to be American, but you got to be careful with the no smoke. PJ is very much so still lurking inside a trailer.
PJ on the cross. Shots are out. Misses his opportunity. Has to value his life here. And very wisely backs up. Bomb will be allowed to go down. Keep your eye on PJ. Does he want to try to push through this? His team
LSD means in GTA?
giving us the offer that they're not going to play for
I don't know.
They're going to try to punt this from the front. Contact though at mid. That's troubling for Elevate.
हाय दिव्य रत्ना, कैसे हो? पहले सिर्फ सीन पे ही खुशी होती थी, अब वो भी ऑफ कर दिया. अरे वो सबके लिए ऑफ किया है ना. अरे यार ये क्या हो रहा है? बहुत लंबा चलने वाला है.
Without a smoke, you're always feeling a little nervy about that push, given the pixel peak that Susanna was holding, and at least the angle that was being held inside a trailer. But I mean, it's your point, PJ missing their opportunity, and simply need to be able to go 1-for-1 in that regard. Maybe deny the plant. Does not happen. Q9 take a 1-round lead.
Early offensive smoke and stuns over towards trailer. PJ's in trouble. Pushes forward through the smoke to make sure no one had pushed in towards mid. Late trophy system down. And it's an opening nade that lands onto PJ inside a trailer. So once again, Q9 do what they always do. Smoke the front door, get the bomb down, and now force Elevate to have to consider how they want to retake.
Really need to start seeing some.
It should be illegal to turn. अरे यार ऐसे नहीं कर सकते ना. Love you पाजी, मिलना आपसे. अमृत जी कहाँ रहते हो आप बताओ मुझे. Foxy पाल जी आप बुलाओ और मैं ना आऊँ, ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? बस आप ठीक है मैं बता दूंगी पक्का. भाई क्या चल रहा है? Q9 तो मेरे को लग ही रहा था इन लोगों का सर्च एंड डिस्ट्रॉय थोड़ा वीक है. 3 राउंड जीत गए यार. आप एक्टिव नहीं हो आजकल इंस्टा पे? हूँ ना, मैं इतना डीएम नहीं खोलती. हेलो पायल, तुम्हारा परमानेंट हेटर इज हियर. सॉरी फॉर. हाय दर्श, कैसे हो?
To contest a little bit more freely without having to worry about deterrents from stuns and smokes. Here is a very
गलत है ना वैसे रिप्लाई देने में आलस आता है आपको.
Elevate playing through it though.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं. चलो फिर आप जिस टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं हम भी उसे करते हैं. बट ये देखो ना क्या हो रहा है. ये उनका वीक नहीं है, Q9 का बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है. हाँ ये कह सकते हैं. बट जो इनके स्टैट्स थे उसके अकॉर्डिंग भी ये लोग 3 जीते थे 2 हारे थे ना.
But Susano does go 1-for-1. That's fine, especially with another teammate nearby. Damage is out, but Clo will fall. Trade through mid-map is good. And with this play, not only have Elevate kept their numbers, they've also
सेलिब्रिटी न्यूज़ फुल लग तो है यार. मैं तो चाहती हूँ जीते बट It's 3v1 ना.
No easy 1v1s, otherwise you might give
मार देंगे.
all the trigger discipline shots the second.
Nice one.
Not going to be able to walk away with that one. No
Good.
today. But hey, how about a third option? Just stun over the top of the smoke and just deny the space. It works for now until the stuns and the nades are a little bit better time for Q9 to unearth you from that position.
It's a weird setup for Q9. They're actually doing the same thing again. It's a double smoke at mid. It's almost the exact same setup. There's no smoke deep at A. This is only to give Elevate something to worry about at middle, and Kendi is able to still find Mao-Chi. Top side wood. Play coming through trailer.
I am Techno. Where is the redeem code? I already gave it.
Considerate of the space, he still holds down the trigger. Uling looking for the plant, and he will get it down, but it's still numbers advantage for Elevate as Clo finds trades at mid.
Yeah, we'll get the bomb planted. The exit, though, not as clean as you would like. It's going to leave Sun in a 1v3. Does have a sniper rifle, but is not in the clutch position. No. He's going to round this
Taranveer very चालाक bro. मेरी वो chat read नहीं करे जिसमें ऐड करने के लिए बोला और नहीं मुझे सही में नहीं दिखी थी. I swear सच में. नहीं शोनेक्स रुको अभी देखो. It's 3 all. अभी अब देखते हैं अभी क्या होएगा.
Really good stuff coming out. And that now all of a sudden puts us into a 3-3 half as we swap the sides. What is Elevate going to give us an offer of in terms of their offense? We saw when they were playing Tunisia just a moment ago. It wasn't just getting into sight. It was getting through it. Will they have the opportunity to do the same thing here, scaling deep on firing range?
Look at the aggression already over towards A, trying to hunt for some more information over by Showers. The bomb is lurking in this area. And the biggest thing for Elevator right now is how do you get Yopi involved? He is the bomb carrier, but you really want to try to get this guy a couple more kills and a lot more space to free roam.
Yeah, I think the biggest part here is, though, you get Sun, who is supposed to be sniping this A lane. And so you can have Kendi just trying to scout to see if anyone throws a shoulder on the barrel. And as you approach, the only thing you have to be worried about if you're Elevate is a play through trailer. Curly looking for an off angle. That works out for one trade, but can't get anything more. Now it's just down to Chen, and he is working with the shotgun. Not what you want. But Elevate still may feel the need to try to push forward instead. Chen gets caught. Same could be said as a secondary kill comes onto Mao-Chi. And Elevate take an opening offense after the first blood.
Yeah, good patience. I mean, the stuns and nades only found so much information, but that's exactly what we're talking about. Just no free, easy gunfights.
सही जा रहा है elevator के लिए यार.
Followed by Yopi to then isolate the player with an R9 to your point inside the trailer. Elevate will strike first. Now they have a 1-run lead.
फिर पता नहीं शायद मॉड ने ब्लॉक किया. नहीं सब दिख रहा है चैट में. I'm रिजवान शॉट. हेलो कैसे हो?
Where Curly and Sun will land eliminations onto 2.
राजीव
Clo cooking up a nade for trailer.
अपने अर्पित बाला का फोटो लगा रखा है क्या?
Trailer player will back off. That was Chen initially. And I think
मेरा बर्थडे नहीं है मोहित. लव बाय फाइल पढ़ने जा रही हूँ. ओके टेक केयर. पुणे आने के बाद कॉल करो.
Long range snipers from Wuling and Sun can hang on to A and mid.
Yeah, you got Sun still lurking around American. So you know that one pixel peak might still be there for the information. But you just hold your numbers, take it as a retake if need be. But Sun's opening pick will be taking that jump shot every single time on defense. Believe that. As the push starts to manifest, starting to look towards jungle, but it's a triple stack to your point earlier on.
Yeah. This is just a great IGL call for Q9 to move your shotgun this direction. You're not going to feel a threat.
मैसेज भी चलेगा. अच्छा ठीक है. Oh nice. Nice Kendi. Nice.
Kendi sees one up top. That's Curly initially, and there's Chen in the corner. Yeah, it's a heck of an opening, but again, the numbers advantage. Likely too much. A hit marker comes through. Oh, Susato. Oh, hold on.
क्या हो रहा है ये?
Something to think about.
Gassing that young man up during the pre-show, just making sure everybody stays aware this guy is absolutely still twisted for only having 3 kills. Lots of that potentially and some more as we are tied up once again. So what's the adaptation going to be here for Elevate? Nades to the middle, double smoke again. Just the same lurk around Showers, expecting for these nades to be able to pick something up.
The other thing you got to keep in mind is that Chen is not always running a shotgun. This time he's got an LMG, so he will be playing a little bit more passively around trailer. He's also more of a threat if Sun feels like he needs some help over towards the side of A long. So something to keep in mind every time we see Chen. Does he have a shotgun? Does he have an LMG? That will give you the indication of what Q9 want to do defensively.
It's a certain amount of PTSD from the last time he was stuck inside a trailer with the shotgun. Didn't exactly go well, but I'm not saying the MG42 would have helped him out in that situation, but it definitely was going to be better once the gunfight starts to occur. A minute has already gone through this round number 9 thus far. Not a whole lot of space has been taken by Elevate, but these nades are going to allow them to do so.
It's interesting. There's
Payal के गरबा के प्लान पे पानी गया छुपा.
And this is what I'm talking about. Sun can watch one corner, then if he feels the threat is there, Chen can pop out, get to work, spray things down, find the opening first blood. Now it's to a 5v3. And once again, Elevate, you just don't like the idea of going A, but you also have absolutely no idea what's at B. There's also 2 trophy systems down there and a nasty crossfire.
And Curly and Malchi just been having about a minute 20 conversation of, hey, how you doing? Waiting for this hit to come all the way through, and it's going to have to be A at this point. Nice shots coming through from Klo. It's going to break us down to a 4v3, and the bomb's going to get planted as well. You should know that you still have players lurking around trailer.
Susano is watching the flank. Q9 opting to stack. PJ on an off-angle frontside trailer. Klo watching for the pinch. Motion from PJ. He gets the first. That gives a little bit of influence in terms of what Klo needs to watch, but he only goes 1 for 1. Down to the 1v2 for Susano. Can he follow up on what he started last round? The smoke makes life miserable. He has to
Knowledge to AI. Hello, what's up?
Get forward in time. No, get down, Mr. President. Curly's able to find the kill, and Q9 get the defuse.
Smoke that lane is just so annoying when you're in the sniper clutch position. Has to push all the way forward and just hope to quick scope and gun the first guy and catch the second one trying to stick. Not going to be the case at all. Q9, 2 rounds away from tying up our grand finals at a best of 7. Sun going back to the very similar position. Just going to nade his way forward. Nades all the way over towards A. Elevate looking to pick
give me a dare for my video.
What kind of dare? Behind the cover of those frag grenades, so they are going to fully embellish the backside at barrels. But you can't just pause here.
Yeah.
You get the bomb planted, and yes, they have a deep post plan, but they've got no idea what's over towards trailer. That nade does land, though, so they're going to have an idea that Chen's in position. This is an important 1v1 that Klo takes cleanly.
Nice,
and now all of a sudden, Q9 have a bit of a ruffling to their feathers as they need to find a way in. There's not a lot of options besides the front.
And that's all the information you need right there. Chen swings wide. He has an LMG. Good couple kills come through. The nade bounce is even better. Still walks away with a second.
Last guy.
Have to be a full ace. If you're Chen after the first dude, he's going to get cut down from behind. I was about to say for a moment, Elevate, who
good round.
gotten deep, holding deep into sight. Very fortunate to not have any counter nades come their way there. They get the plant, and then the post-plant setup largely won thanks to the hold on the flank.
Good patience for Klo.
ये वाला भी ऐसे खेल ले पिछले राउंड जैसा.
But again, getting the information for Chen.
कोई भी डेट दो, मैं आपकी वीडियो में कर सकता हूँ. अच्छा.
Round.
जो मैं आपकी वीडियो में कर सकता हूँ.
But it's an aggressive hit over towards B this time. We're not set up for it.
Priyesh, I think Elevate. I'm supporting Elevate.
A little bit of extra time and a little bit extra space so the defenders playing deep over towards tires. Also the rotation
कितना कट टू कट चल रहा है ना एकदम.
Trade for the most part to this point. 4v3. Advantage to Q9. Candy around the back. What? What a set of shots from Candy.
Wow, Candy.
And now all of a sudden Q9 forced to have to defend from inside the site.
2v2.
And he's going to find the final.
Let's go, bro.
On map point.
Oh my gosh. And
too good, bhai.
The pendulum swings once again. Elevate flipping the script. The aggressive hit over towards B was great. The smoke delayed, but they did not relent off the pressure. Can you follow up here? Will you deny any OT?
Trophy systems again, down over towards trailer.
Last round, this
the front side of it will mean that this Q9 defense will have to be respectful of anything possibly through middle. Uling in particular, the one to make sure everything is clear.
W.
And as he
Come on.
through mid, he
ये एक जीत जाए बस एक और.
Patience for Elevate. Trying to get this thing done in regulation. Stacked up. Just a nade to feel things out over towards A. That will not land, and we're going to get just an even status here, 5v5, minute 20 in the clock.
Yeah. Late util could be very important here. Klo is actually, instead of just holding the flank, is actually playing inside of the jungle tower.
Good night, Vivek. Hey, love from Canada. Thank you so much. Thank you. W means win.
But there are defensive members here. Most importantly, is Chen inside that trailer.
But Chen has the shotgun this time. So it's an aggressive angle on the barrel. Smoke denied by Trophy system, but Sun showing too much shoulder. That's enough for the kill to come out. And Chen needs help. He needs it badly. Plant on the way.
Nice pick.
4v5 situation. Long ramp from PJ. Can Elevate hold on long enough for this to get here? Klo already in the mix. He's got the shots from the back line. How about Elevate? It's all down to 1. Mauchi for what would have to be a 1v4.
1v.
No name.
1v3.
Tries to jump into trailer. Seen at mid by Susano and Elevate.
Let's go!
7-5 and a massive edge in this grand final.
A massive edge indeed. You cannot.
ये बहुत important था भाई.
Unless it went to round 22, much like it did.
They have to win 2 more and then the champions.
Truly never out. They
कोई भी डेट जो मैं अपनी वीडियो में कर सकूं.
Okay.
Big Boss Marathi. I don't watch Big Boss. Bye, good night, Rashid. Rizwan मैं सोचती हूँ कुछ. Tomorrow is my school. Okay. Hi Ayush, कैसे हो?
Through the smoke denies to your point, and yeah, that's a certain wrench in the system. But when Sun throws more than just a simple
Elevate
shoulder,
4-0 करेगी ऐसा लग रहा है. I hope so यार. बस 2 और जीत जाए. I hope so.
Because the assistants got killed.
दीदी एक बार ज़ुपक बोलो. ये क्या होता है?
Really well done by Elevate.
ब्रिजराज अभी एलिवेट और Q9 के बीच में चल रहा है मैच. So इसमें से बेस्ट ऑफ 7 है. अगर ये चारों जीत गए, एलिवेट अभी 2 जीत चुके हैं, 2 और जीत गए तो दे विल बी द चैंपियंस, वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस. कभी ज्यादा गेम खेलने पर मम्मी पिटाई लगाती है आपकी. प्लीज आंसर. Smile, serious? Mohit को shout out दे दो. You shout out to Mohit. See your luck work. Yeah. वैसे आप लास्ट उदयपुर आए हो, जयपुर भी आना मांगता है. Yes.
And going back to the graphic that we were talking about when Lauren was still up here with us was the respawns are going to be in the favor of Elevate. Q9 needed that search and destroy. They needed all the search and destroys possible inside of this great final to potentially even have a chance. And now the road is starting to crumble right in front of them. How the hell do you win this best of 7 versus 7?
आपसे कुछ बात पूछनी थी, बोलो ना घर में.
Well, it's got to start here because now you have to be able to bounce back, take this raid away.
Okay.
Yeah, Votu was
it
about
started.
3 is even worse.
Without question, it's just I just don't know how you reverse sweep this Elevate squad. I just don't know how you do it. Not with an express search and destroy their picks.
Elevate कौन सी country से है?
Control in case things do get nasty, which they look unbelievable on.
Yeah, sure do.
So you have
खाना
to
खाने
win
दो.
this next upcoming
यार मेरा एक
control.
पिज़्ज़ा स्लाइस रखा एकदम ठंडा हो गया है वो, बट मैं खाऊंगी
Your
अभी.
Hardpoint of Hacienda, which again they played before and it was close. It was an anyone's game type situation. So time to step up here for Q9.
I mean, yeah, your Hacienda on the day was a 4-point victory over Xrock, and even then it was like Uling dragging everybody.
जोकर भाई का मैसेज आया.
So I think that it's one of those things that Q9 definitely need to reevaluate their drawing board in order to deal with
बर्गर मिल जाता तो.
Well, they're going to have some time just to kind of discuss things as we step away for a brief break. When we come back, it's raid control here at DreamHack Atlanta and your COD Mobile World Championships.
Hey, we're Elevate. We're at DreamHack Atlanta, and we're here to win the CODM World Championship.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
आपका टॉप मोस्ट हिटर बनने के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? आप ऑलरेडी हो. ऐसे मत बोलो सेलिब्रिटी न्यूज़. ना. यस फैजल. आपके स्कूल में कौन सी पनिशमेंट मिली थी? उठक बैठक या मुर्गा बनने की? सच्ची बताना. हम लोग के स्कूल में लड़कियों को ऐसी पनिशमेंट नहीं देते थे. मुझे बस ये पूछना था कि मुझे कितने मिनट के लिए टाइम आउट मिला है. आई डोंट नो. किसने दिया टाइम आउट? Ma'am, many times you look like Amrita Rao and Sonali Bendre. Really? Thank you, yaar. कब स्टार्ट होगा? 1 minute more. What happened to Vitality? Vitality and Godlike बाहर हो गए ना, सेमीज तक नहीं आ पाए। कुछ अच्छा खाओ, मैदा नहीं चलता है यार। ईशान गेमिंग 2.0, थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग ईशान, थैंक यू। अरे मैं तो कंफ्यूज हो गया था, यू लुक लाइक क्रस्ट के आध्या जैसी। भाई सबको अलग अलग लग रही हूँ मैं, किसी को कुछ किसी को कुछ। वाह सही है। मेरा लक दूसरों के लिए वर्क करता है, मेरे खुद के लिए नहीं। सही है, फिर आप सपोर्ट करो इनको। Q9 को करो। हाँ मंग रहा है। पहली सोचा क्या डेयर मेरे लिए। रिजवान क्या डेयर दूं यार आपको? चैट से पूछती हूँ कुछ डेयर बताओ चैट। मुझे तो आप मेरी लग रही हो। दीदी आपके बिल्डिंग में घर कितने का मिलता है? एक दिन जरूर लूंगा। खरीदने के लिए 3-4 यार। इमेजिन इफ समवन इज हैकिंग इन द टूर्नामेंट। मत बोलो यार ऐसा, बहुत गंदा चीज होते हैं ये। प्ले ब्लू वेल। Hi Didi, hi Muktansh.
Vibes are high, and why wouldn't they be? Elevate find themselves up in a major way, 2-0 after surviving through a growth.
Next is control. Map is raid.
Same thing on the firing range search, and now we jump into raid control. Proper, talk to me.
This raid control is going to be interesting, man, because Elevate very much so find themselves 3-0 up.
बस ये भी जीत जाए यार।
Q9 hit the most massive read
2 more victories.
Swiss
बस।
to now. This very map mode combination was where the best of 3 ended when these two juggernauts face off against each other within the Swiss stage. I don't like the chances for Q9.
Hi Rajnish Yadav, कैसे हो?
It's going to have to start right here again. O2 is no easy feat in a best of 7 to even surmount the comeback, but for a full-blown reverse
Celebrity news मत नहीं करो ये।
would be detrimental to the success.
Good night King, take care.
Takeaways from the Q9 survivability that they just showcased versus Xrock on this map, though. I mean, I think the
Life Destiny, yes. कुछ बताओ ना, डेयर बताओ ना रिजवान के लिए। चैट।
You're going to need all of those opening breakoffs that they had that led them to the success.
Hello from Vishakhapatnam, thank you.
Plus a little bit extra. Elevate never give you any easy gunfights as you see in the opening here.
Indeed the case. Well, Elevate, this is their map
Alexa
selection.
चालू हो
They
गई।
will start on offense, and PJ is already off and running. 3 kills for PJ.
डेयर है विमल लेके क्यूट लड़की से पूछो खाओगी क्या? हाँ do this.
And the kills are not stopping for Elevate. Uling able to at least keep laundry safe, but the Q9 defense is being tested.
Can't stop.
छाड़ना पड़ेगा उससे।
Elevate's presence on the map is just
चैट से नहीं, आप दो अपनी मर्जी से। मेरे दिमाग में नहीं आ रहा यार कुछ अभी। Alexa stop.
confident in being able to win the gunfights, but however they do not go their way. So now Q9 essentially get a clean sweep.
कुछ पंजाबी छो जाए तनवीर। क्या बोलूं पंजाबी में?
Should PJ start to take this, but all the focus has to be over towards the pool side.
Left from SMR Gaming, thank you यार।
This is good zoning around this zone for Elevate. The only threat would be through water steps or through money window.
Come on, Elevate, come on.
Of the two, but get pushed back. Kills good for Yopi as he pitches it towards kitchen. Sun can only sit here and watch.
Control तो अच्छा है ये लोगों का।
Mauchi was trying to go for the spawn trap, and PJ was just lurking inside of the gymnasium. Found some timing to be able to work the pinch, and now he's all the way in from behind.
Good macro decisions coming out from Elevate, but Mauchi off the pitch will flush them out of the zone. Keep the clock at least relatively ticking as immediately off the respawn. Now you've got Elevate forcing some hands over towards B while simultaneously adding an extra 60 seconds with the A capture. Really strong break-off start here for Elevate. 2 life advantage, minute 40 on the clock.
I like what I'm seeing here. Start pushing off through open staircase. It is being watched around jungle side. That will be Sun to try to deal with this 2-player flank that's starting to come all the way through, but it's a great spread for an opening of a B defense.
आपने तो बोला था आप प्रिंसिपल के रूम के बाहर मुर्गा बने थे 7th पे। मुर्गा नहीं बने थे, हमें पनिशमेंट मिलती थी, मतलब बैठना पड़ता था जमीन पे, मुर्गा नहीं बनाते थे यार।
It's an exchange of about 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Moments of brilliance for Q9, counteracted.
जो माइंड में आ रहा है वही दे दो. I'm waiting.
Action starts to unfold on top of the zone.
आप
Missile called in. That will be enough to allow Elevate to stay deep over towards Laundry. They're on the zone. Second tick of progress is looking good.
यार बहुत गंदा आया मेरे माइंड में, ये तो नहीं बोल सकती. आप कोई भी शॉप पे जाओ, उनसे सारा सामान खरीद लो और फिर पैसे देने के लिए बोलो कि पैसे नहीं है मेरे पास. बहुत सारा सामान खरीद लो और फिर बोलना पैसे नहीं है मेरे पास. Are you veg or non-vegetarian? I am vegetarian. दीदी गंदा. क्या डेर दूँ और? या फिर ये करो, एक बच्चे को पकड़ो कहीं से, उसको चॉकलेट दिलाओ, मतलब चॉकलेट उसके सामने लो शॉप से, उसको चॉकलेट दो और पैसे बच्चे को देने के लिए बोलो, बोले पैसे तू दे देना. मतलब उसके खाने के बाद पहले वो बच्चे को चॉकलेट दिलाओ, उसको बोलो बेटा खा लो और फिर बोलो कि पैसे अब तुमको देना है. मतलब बाद में दे देना भाई पैसे, बट उसको थोड़ा डरा देना.
5 in a row, working for an EMP. He's just one off of it. The Pred gets called in, and Q9 are
kidnapping.
As now all of a sudden Yopi's adding insult to injury. It's beautiful. Sheer destruction, sheer bloodshed, and it's Elevate all over the spawn of Q9.
They can't leave. I mean, one
अरे
player
मतलब मस्त हो गया यार, करके तो देखो.
the back. You got players over by the AC unit. You have to win
Nice
gunfights
death.
mere milliseconds after spawning up, and so far Q9 are at least
पायल
doing
जी
that.
अकॉर्ड में मिलते हैं फिर. Okay, done Foxy.
There's only
See
40
you, see you.
seconds remain, and Q9 are trailing by a payload of
Hi
lives.
शिका. अच्छा
Have to find
सही है.
success on this approach over to B. They have a point of view towards A, as Elevate are still winning the middle of the map. Decent eliminations for Q9, keep the clock paused. They're also digging
बच्चे की लॉलीपॉप लेके भाग जाओ. अकॉर्ड एक होटल है हमारे होम टाउन में.
28 seconds on the clock, but they're still looking for kills before they can commit to staying on the zone.
ये मैंने इंस्टाग्राम पे देखा, मेरे को भी उधर से याद आया. फिर मुर्गा पनिशमेंट चैलेंज स्ट्रीम हो जाए, मींस आपको 3-4 क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे, अगर नहीं बता पाए तो आपको मुर्गा. नहीं नहीं
But it
नहीं.
just leaves Mauchi. What is left in a 1v2 would have to get 3 kills in a row. There's the second. Stun coming over the top, and Elevator spotting just too damn close.
Come on, Elevator. बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे यार.
Stop at 19 as the second tick of progress is about to come through at A. It looks like Elevate, and they just chalk and rotate. A couple of desperate nades just to see if anything will land. 14 will play 9. We'll have a minute 19 on the clock. Keys 1v1 here. Shots landing from Mauchi, but respecting the opponent of Glow. Nade Cook tossed back towards, and that's going to be good enough to isolate. So 9-13. Operators at the ready. All 5 for Q9. How do you approach?
I think this is what's most impressive is that Q9 were able to do that while still sustaining and holding on to all 5 operators. So that gives you an opportunity to maybe try to work on this transition. They trade, and for at least one in their base, here comes the Annihilator.
Clean. Owling able to use that to clear out Art. And now he's got domination over the pillars. Kendi trying to stay covered, and now there's a smoke to give him a little bit more space to work.
मजा आया. पायल मुर्गा बनेगी तो स्कूल की कमी पूरी हो जाएगी.
He's still alive and kicking.
No bro.
Kendi almost able to put this together himself. 10v3. Elevate with
ये राजीव को क्यों टाइम आउट दे रहे हो यार बेचारे को?
Q9 only spend one of the operators, so yes, they're going to be down 0-2, but they will
अब भी उसको मत दो यार टाइम आउट उसको.
And now you have to reverse sweep while holding on to all your resources. So you do have to be very smart with how you start dipping your toes into the resource pool if you are Q9, because they do have to last. And then you also do have to hope that those that expend them early in this round are also able to have them prepared for the next round, because an offense still has to be won by Q9.
Well, Shen's going to kick us off with War Machine. He is throwing it in the wrong direction. That was Elevate are making moves over towards A. Already on the zone.
जीत गए Elevate.
Of this offensive attempt, though, is they can't quite get into money window. Q9 are on the back, not able to find success off the pinch. It's PJ and Yopi, because of course
Easy.
it is. They're able to find every single elimination, and this A zone is already being torn apart.
कैसे हो? Hi या तू? All good. आप कैसे हो?
Streaks, operators at the ready for Elevate. Yopi's going to call in a
नहीं ठीक है, पार चलेगा.
one has the operator upon the respawn. Same can be said for
ले गई भाई Elevate कप.
A-zone still being tacked over. The third segment will be contested by a couple of Q9 players, but nobody's looking in the corner for where PJ's lurking.
Yeah.
Are we going to contest it with the sniper rifle? You're dead anyway. You get the extra 60 seconds, and the clock stays stalled because the first is locked at B.
Yeah, you can start to feel the frustration from Q9. They're just diving in and
क्या angle you with?
apart. PJ away for 3. B zone likely already gone, and Q9 have been blasted out of map 3. Elevate are going to be on championship point in the blink of an eye.
One map.
We were loaded into a raid control. We gotta get to dinner or something, Elevate. What's going on? Q9 just had no response whatsoever.
Wow.
Everything that we were gassing them for, what made them so
Celebrity news गलत तो हो गया. One-sided भाई.
We're very much so 1-to-1 versus Xrock. The difference is that
देर है कि 10 यूट्यूबर के स्ट्रीम में जाकर रीच 3 के सुपर चैट करे और बोले कि पायल को सब्सक्राइब करो ऑन स्क्रीन. वाह, वेरी नाइस डेयर. Yay! Such a cutie.
Oh, the mental games. This is where it starts to become really demoralizing for Q9.
अरे क्यों गेमर बीच भाई, क्यों आपको मेरे से मुर्गा बनाना है मुझे?
The finish line on either of the first 2 maps, both very winnable. Then you step into a map 3, you get destroyed. And that statistic we showed at the beginning of this matchup. This is the 5th grand finals that Q9
हाय राजीव, अच्छा दूसरी आईडी से आ गया.
to raise a trophy. And you got to start thinking at this point, they're sitting there saying, not again.
Yeah. I mean, that's just a different type of mental hurdle that you can never prepare for. Nobody
आईडी
wants to
अच्छा है
be
ना
a
हेमंत?
Silver Surfer, but Q9 have yet to break the
उठक
mold.
बैठक वाला कर सकते हो
And
प्लीज.
again, now the road becomes that much more treacherous. That's why we put in immediate focus. When we saw the best 7 map set, we put an immediate focus on the first 3 because Q9 needed that search and destroy. And I'm not saying that loud enough. They desperately needed that map 2 just to extend it to a 5.
Yep.
The fact of the matter is, we're going into a Hacienda Hardpoint, and albeit Q9's Hardpoint pick, they only just narrowly beat Xrock earlier today by a whole
अगर ये
4
जीत गए,
seconds.
they are winners.
We know that Elevate love their
3-0.
respawns. They are definitely poised and ready to win it 4-0.
Wow. Not good news.
As I said, Elevate gonna elevate this
That's not
trophy.
all you could say right now.
CODM की स्ट्रीम में जाकर पायल स्पैम करता हूँ. जाओ जाओ जाओ. करो.
Unbelievable.
करो.
Every opponent they faced
ये
with
देखती हूँ
no
इधर से.
second chance at CDSI. Lower bracket run. They had to go through all playoff caliber teams that made it to Worlds. Then you get into your Swiss stage. Wouldn't you know it? You got to do it all over again. You met against every single opponent that made it to playoffs. They will have beaten every major team that has shown up on a main stage if they can finish off this best of 7. And it may
कुछ अच्छा कुछ ज़्यादा ही अच्छा खेल रहे हैं.
Get all that credit for a bumper
Foxy
sticker
हाँ
for each one
ना,
of these individuals,
too much हो गया है
because
वो.
that is a hell of a run.
Hi
and a hell
Dishan
of a
Gaming,
ride that
कैसे
they've been
हो?
on towards the end
What's
of this
up?
entire tournament year. Hacienda Hardpoint going to be the next and potential final destination here at DreamHack Atlanta for Call of Duty Mobile Worlds. Again, as the numbers do continue to be stacked up against them, Q9, they picked this for a reason.
Well, again, it was short-lived, but I'm sure it was explosive as we listen back to Elevate throughout map number 3.
Dushman G. Big dream to meet you. Let's go, PJ! थोड़ा गुनगुना दो. Nice!
Barma, court. Sitan bag sa akin. Baro ako, Ay na, legit.
Smiles and giggles. That's all
Yes,
I got
yes.
from that listening. And big shout outs to the U.S. Air Force. Aim high with U.S. Air Force. Big shout outs for making this all possible here at DreamHack Atlanta and, of course, the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for the 2nd straight year. Fun stuff, man. Tell you that much. More fun, I think, for one side of the stage than the other right now, but still fun stuff nonetheless.
I'm going to need a second run to think or to see everything that we have to offer here as far as sponsors are concerned. It's just fantastic to be able to get so much love and support for
Hi,
a growing
Muktash.
game.
Hello, you don't-
Passion from Hippo when we had him up
You
on the
don't
stage.
English you why red not.
Talking just about
अरे
the
क्या
scene in
लिख रहा है
general,
गदवित?
talking about the game, it's absolutely everything you love to see plus a little bit extra. But
well,
if there's one
ये
team
लोग
that's
Samsung में
definitely
खेल
doing
रहे
it
हैं?
a whole lot more than everybody else in this venue that showed up this entire tournament, it is none
Wow.
other than Elevate. I mean, the giggles, the laughs, and everything else in between. At the
लुट
end
पुट
of
गया
map
वाला
number
सॉन्ग तू ही मेरा
kind
दिल
of,
नाल तू ही
cements
मेरी
the simple
जान
point that
सोनिया वे तेरे
number
नाल
one team
हूँ
in the
मेरी
world, brother.
पहचान मुझे नहीं आता ये वाला
Yes.
तू ही मेरा दिल नाल तू ही मेरी जान अरे
point
बाबा
of my
रे
response. You have ace trivia today.
पास
Wow.
टाइम आउट दिया क्या इसको भी
Well,
तो वॉइस चिल्लाते हुए भी क्यूट लगते हैं. Thank you यार Foxy. Thank you so much.
Jumping into their hardpoint pick, and let's not sleep on their potential for a reverse sweep. Express, search and destroy.
Yattu Gaming, thank you so much.
Chinese Masters has not been played, I believe, at all though. Actually, no, pardon me. They did play it in their opening matches, but that was versus Supreme Team. So again, take from that what you will. But it's one of those situations that like,
GL finished 5th and Vitality finished 11th. I know.
It comes down to can they actually defeat this Elevate team though on a Hacienda and then eventually an Arsenal.
It is as simplistic
Payal
as
जी,
the
एक romantic
graphics
song की
suggested
दो
before
line
we
गा दो.
started off this entire best of 7 adventure, friend, is that the search and destroy should be a lot more beneficial for Q9.
Indeed the case. Well, here's our recap of the series. If you're
Love from Rapid Action Force.
Where the hell have you been?
Thank you so much. Thank you. So much Dev Kumar.
Has been on top through and through, but the biggest part of this recap that I need you all to kind of step away from is the fact that both these
10
first
second
two
का ही
maps
दिया था
were
वो भी ना दूं
extremely
क्या?
winnable for Q9. It starts and maybe even ends here on Summit though, late into the game.
आज मेरे 40 के सब्सक्राइबर कंप्लीट हो गए. वाओ, congrats.
Operators thinking they could grow a lead that is insurmountable late in the game for
Guys, like कर दो यार
Elevate, but they
फटाफट.
still find the scrap. They still win out on P2, and then they end the game at P3.
Yeah, it mostly came through from Q9's unfortunate decision on trying to just play for P3
मुश्तबा
rotation and giving up all the extra
मैं
time.
बढ़िया हूँ. आप
It left
कैसे हो?
Elevate with just 8 seconds required to call game, and what the
This girl is
operators
having
did,
my
so
heart.
very
Oh,
simplistic
thank
indeed.
you.
This is a very familiar matchup for these two teams on the stage. On Firing Range Search and Destroy, again, it went 22
Start
rounds
करो,
the last
start
time they played. This
करो.
time, no overtime needed, but it was a great resurgence coming through from Elevate. So
अगर
very
ये
Q9
जीत गए
doing
Elevate.
their usual things, just being able to smoke, flash their way all the
Wow.
way towards the A site, got dealt with.
This is
decisively
decider
by
भाई
Elevate in the
for
end.
Q9. अगर ये जीत गई तो वो लोग ले गए.
This map, it was over in the blink of an eye. Domination in all 3 rounds as Elevate.
Hi Manvi, hello. कैसे
Yeah, I think
welcome.
just do a lot of mental damage.
Winning team
to
gets
Q9
3.5
how
CR.
big
I know.
They were able to establish a lead
पर आपकी टीम विन होने वाली है. आज घर से ज़्यादा ही पिट कर आए हैं इसलिए घातक खेल रहे
That one is a demoralizing one for Q9. So this break could not have come at a better time for them to try to reset because, wow, this has been all Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, but we were saying the same thing going in between the breaks of the Fire Range Search and Destroy and the Raid Control. That, like, you had your regain moment right then and there, and then it got thrown right into your face. So I think that if you're looking at it from Q9's perspective,
एक बात तो बताना भूल ही गया. मेरा नी लेगामेंट चेयर हो गया. थर्ड ग्रेड भी. Oh my god, ये कभी हुआ? कैसे हुआ?
Love the DHL. We've had a lot of fun looks towards cargo.
I love cargo. I want my own cargo.
Oh, punchy.
You can roll back the YouTube broadcast if you're sitting at home and get to that link. Chance.
Payal जी Samsung S24 कब दे रहे
Did
हो?
I see that correctly? I don't know. What in the heck is a kilometer? We're here in Atlanta.
Start. Last round. Let's go 4-0.
Far away, you can go find out what a kilometer is.
That's fair.
I'll be regular now, but एक condition है time out मत देना यार. राजीव को time out मत दो
As
यार.
we're still waiting for the
But अच्छी
Hacienda to
चीजें
load in,
लिखो.
looking up towards the stage, Elevate is just ready to go. They're just like, can we just get this thing?
They're from
out?
Pakistan. Thank you so much. Best of
There's
luck.
a stark comparison across the stage right now.
Yeah.
It is alarming. But
Q9 quick.
meditation
Q9
is surely one
cooked
thing.
hard.
You
अच्छा.
can never start the regain fully if your mind
They
is
are
clouded.
cooked.
It seems like Q9 is starting to set up just a little bit. But again, championship point here for Elevate.
Yeah.
We're seeing some great
Hi.
fun in the
Oh,
crowd.
game
A lot
mood.
of support for both these two teams. But
Bruce, what's up?
Q9's going to need all of your energy plus a little bit of extra should they start this reverse sweep here on Hacienda.
I've never
उसने
seen
ऐसा
a
किया,
sign
देखा
more
आपने?
true. Q9, it's now or never.
Said
Correct.
Yeah. Do or simply do not.
Yeah.
4-0.
Also got to give a shout out. I saw someone with an Elevate 100% sign. That's their win rate in this grand final.
मैंने क्या गलत लिखा? मैं
So
तो
we've
प्यारा
got
हूँ.
2 very accurate signs floating
Very
around the crowd
प्यारा.
right here.
Yeah, we had a statistician.
Hi
in the crowd today.
Rajneesh.
It's good to know.
Hello.
Recruited.
Q9 is the same team who
Push
lost
is more
3-0 to
stats.
Vitality in
Here's a look,
the
though, in terms
Asian
of
tournament 2 weeks
how
ago.
Elevate will have 4
Whoa.
chances to put this thing away, but there are 2 of the next 3 map selections that do
नहीं
favor
भूलूंगी
Q9
Foxy,
based on the
पक्का,
picks and
पक्का.
bans. This Hacienda Hardpoint was their selection.
भाई
And
आज
of course,
इतने सारे
the
spelling
Arsenal
variation
Control
देख लिए
was
words
their
के.
last pick for what control they wanted to play between
जैसे
that
कि
and
माधव.
Seaside. And then,
He
of course,
said-
you've got Express, you've got Kurohano, again, Search and Destroy.
Yes,
Chinese team.
Deepak.
Rinse, wash, repeat. Maybe she's born with it, maybe it's Mabel.
Yeah, it honestly should be slated to go 7, but you always have to keep a close focus on just what the Search and Destroy did look like in the map number 2. They don't seem deflated looking at all of them. They're still talking with one another, getting themselves utterly prepared for this Hacienda. And to your point, Alan, this may have very much so been their map pick.
Yep.
But how quickly can you turn
Shout out
over
Dido
all of the mistakes that you
Payal
showed
Gaming, you shout
when
out to
facing up
you.
against Xrock earlier today?
Hi
You
Umer
bet
Zia,
your
hello, hello, hello.
bottoms that Elevate was watching that.
I'm not going to bet my bottoms. I'm going to keep them on.
It's probably for the best.
Yes, sir.
Right public.
Hacienda Hardpoint.
Let's
3-0
go.
over Elevate, trying to do this in emphatic and perfect form. Do they have what it takes to get it done here?
पर आपकी टीम विन होगी याद दिला रहा हूँ 4-0 I want 4-0 भाई
Had to get through Stalwart, had to get through Wolves, had to get through Xrock, had to get through Q9, and that's just at CDSI. They had to do that all over again here at Champs, and so far it's been good. But Q9 on their map selection, starting things off hot after, of course, they just won this map versus Xrock a moment ago.
Yeah, split spawn almost immediately will start to incur, but a great opening few engagements for Q9. My goodness, clearing away the upper halls not just for the first time.
Do you remember Rockstrong Gaming?
And open up with a good 10 seconds. Susano's had the fun, was able to find two of his own. Should open things up a little bit more for Elevate to move forward.
However, though, Susano does not get forward into the Q9 windows. So that will be enough for Q9 to bounce back, get back to the hard point, and still win the high ground emphatically. More score being tallied for Q9 off their respawn over towards open stairs. They're also going to have high ground control. Kendi feeling the pressure, jumps on in for the contest, but met by Sun on the corner. Mauchi also still alive on 6 in a row. A perfect start for him. Eventually shut down as Elevate will get into the hard point for 10 seconds to fight.
Yep, that'll give them ever so slight lead, but most importantly, ever since that spawn flip did occur from the first 10 seconds.
Well, it's high time you should join competitive. I'm happy to be a CC.
Q9, you know exactly where they're coming from. That's been back.
Yeah, and you've got number 2.
I'm very happy being a CC.
Towards Tiles. He'll be the first set of defense from the front. You also have Elevate responsible for the back.
Rajneesh, kaise ho? Hello, hello.
So now it's just down to what happens from the front side. Glow, brilliant start. The growl in hand. Again, we talked about this. Elevate not preferring to play with 2 Odins. They're just going to run things like the Type 19 right there, and the growl on the other hand. And that little bit of extra aggression allows them to play with a little bit more speed. Good opening. First 20 seconds go to Elevate.
ये तो बहुत strong है इन लोगों का.
Not finding success on their break with the proximal spawns, and now
Elevate तो easy जीत रही है भाई. Let's go, let's go.
Spawns, and they were trying to set up a pinch from the teammates that spawned over by driveway, but another spawn occurs, and then Elevate get the freest angle. They just all shift their focus forward, and it's a bloodbath across the Lambo. Somebody's gonna have to watch that very beautiful car. Q9 sent packing on the rotation to new.
I mean, seriously, you have it in you. We know you want to view the best around.
I'm sure Bobby's already making a video on it, but this Elevate team is not
Let's
going
see,
for the
no plans
plays.
for competitive.
It's grouse. It's allowing them to play with this extra tempo, this extra speed, and you saw it in the 1v1 there. The Odin absolutely rinsed by the Type 19. Have a massive lead and a quick rotation to P3.
Full auto weapons comparatively to single tap helps out the speed, the setup, and everything else in between. Elevate playing with a certain different amount of pace. Link pulls out the War Machine and just gets cut down almost immediately. Look at the operators ready to be pulled by Elevate 2 in response.
They've got office control, they've got patio control, and they're just throwing everything. All 5 operators at one point were out. Still swinging for the fences. Teed up and knocked out are Q9 as they are being read like a 3rd grader's book.
It's over for Q9, guys.
With pop-up pictures.
Might be.
Oh my goodness. Well, all 5 operators will be expended. You do have 2 Predator missiles for this
My
rotation.
least favorite CC.
It's not a bad call. I'm sure a lot of people are probably judging it, but you are blowing them out of the water.
CODM VR Invitational with Rockstrong. Oh yeah, I remember.
120 to 22.
Yes, now I remember. Yes.
All of Q9 forced to try to play through arches and maybe
It was fun, bhai, playing COD. सिखाया था मुझे Rockstrong ने COD खेलना.
This is an important rotation here. Q9 have to have something to talk about, but Elevate have an EMP, they have a Pred missile, and there may be an issue as everything has paused.
Paused?
Elevate's looking around like, what do you mean? Did you see what was happening? We're blowing them out of the water, but both refs are actively discussing with our teammates, so very well may have been something going on with the setup for Q9, as obviously that was about as bad as we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, something did feel a little off. But also, that very much so could have been just Elevate. Being Elevate.
Well, that's, you know, I wouldn't put
I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, is what I'm saying.
We're going to give Bobby some more time to edit that video. That's what it is. He's going to clip that moment right there, add into Premiere Pro, cap cut.
You know, he's texting you right now. He's like, don't call me out on stream, man.
Big shout out to our watch partiers, though. They're going through the feeds. It's awesome to see our content creators showing some love and, of course, getting some of their own from our very avid and passionate audience. So big shout out to all you guys who are watching along.
और हुआ क्या ये?
The extra commentators that we also had for all of the different matches as well. It was very, very nice to go back and rewatch all of those matches after our very long Friday, and just going back to be able to hear some very familiar voices as well. Wish we were all here partying together.
Match fixing, no re.
As the stage continues to be taken care of, we will wait to see what the outcome may be.
They are trolling, maybe.
Very much so. Still a banger.
No, कुछ technical issues हैं.
Indeed the case. Our refs have backed off from some of the stations, so whatever the issue may have been, it looks like it's being resolved, and we may be pretty close to restarting here soon. I don't have the power to start, neither does Proper.
No, you do.
The host, stop it. Don't put
Device
me on
issue maybe.
It's actually Glitter that
Hacks reveal हो गए क्या?
She is color commentator nominee.
That is so true. You have the power. Yeah.
Oh no, Glitter's trying to see if her mic's live. No rebuttal from you,
Playing
Glitter.
with emotion. No.
Oh man, oh man.
Last, अगर ये जीती Elevate तो they are winners.
Again, big shout out to this audience as well. I mean, it's been awesome to be able to hear the crowd pops coming through with Elevate, getting their walkout, all the signage for Q9 as well.
अगर ये Elevate जीती तो they are winners.
The love that you guys give to all those teams, we definitely feel up here at the desk as well.
Well, still some things being ironed out on stage, so instead of us blabbing around, we will head off to a quick break and hopefully have the restart for Hacienda Hardpoint right after this. Don't go far.
Break. Okay, bye.
大家好，我们是来自中国的琴酒俱乐部，然后这一次我们来参加亚特兰大的使命召唤。
अच्छा खासा जीत रहे थे यार, क्या हो गया बीच में? अनुषी कैसे हो?
最后的总冠军，
Hello.
琴酒加油！
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by
Aniket, yeah, I know that.
Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL,
अगर Elevate जीती तो पायल उसी के
and the
वे
United
करेगी.
States Air Force.
जी, किस खुशी में? राजीव क्या हुआ भाई? Why are you so stressed? क्या क्यूट है ये लोग. बर्गर खाना भूल गए थे इसलिए रोका है यार. चलिए डेली रूटीन. मैं बहुत लेट सो रही हूँ आजकल, लेट उठ रही हूँ, लंच देर से कर रही हूँ. नो अदिति. यथु यस फैजल राइट. गलत टाइम पे रीसेट. हाँ हो जाएगा 2 minutes. यू वांट इग्नाइट गेमिंग CODM. सबका ऐसा ही है. हेयर टाई कर दो ना प्लीज, बहुत क्यूट लगती है पोनीटेल में. थैंक यू मीर. मैंने जोकर भाई के व्लॉग में किया है हेयर टाई. योर लीस्ट CC फेवरेट माई. आई एम बैक पायल. वेलकम बैक अमृत. Well, where am I in your favorite list? तो मत पूछा करो यार स्ट्रीम पे. कल मुझे किसी ने सिखाया है, मैं खुद से सीखा हूँ CODM. ओह वाह डिफॉल्ट है. वाह यार, गेम को 5 year हुए ना. I'm just worrying कि कब टाइम आउट मिल जाए. नहीं मिलेगा अभी. I don't know Denji, I don't know. Technical issues maybe. हाल इतने वक्त से हो लाइव डेडिकेशन मानते हैं. थैंक यू यार आदित्य. कौन कह रहा है कि Q9 ने पैसे भिजवा दिए? मेरे को अलाउड है ना? यस गर्वित यस. हाय एकम टाइगर गेमिंग कैसे हो? Ping issues with Q9. Okay. प्लीज एक बार मेरा नाम लेके लव यू गुड नाइट बोल दो. गुड नाइट अमृत. लव यू यार. टेक केयर. ग्राउंड कंपाउंड पायल जी. हाँ जी. गाना सुना दो मान मेरी जान। तो किधर पूछूं? रीड रिसिप्ट तो ऑफ है आपका। मैच फिक्सिंग गोइंग ऑन। पैसे पहुंच चुके हैं। निशान गेमिंग जी हाँ जी बोलो। हाय जोकर, हाय कूल गेमर, कैसे हो? हाय निकेत। डू यू नो एलजी वर्सेस रियल मैच लास्ट ईयर? नो, लास्ट ईयर मैंने फॉलो नहीं किया, बट आई नो गॉडलाइक वाज द चैंपियन ना।
3-0 against Q9, coming out the gate with an insane performance to say the least. Still had a close hardpoint to kick it off, still had a close S&D, but right now it is Elevate that's getting it done time and time again. Is this what we expected out of a grand finals right now?
I don't think expectations have been met in terms of, I think, the 3-0
मिलते हैं
count.
कल।
I think
Okay,
if you were
see you
just to look at
tomorrow.
how tight the first two maps are, absolutely.
Yeah, runner
but
ducks.
that's what
Okay.
determines a world champion. Being able to find tight moments inside of a
मानी
series
मस्ती
and make
करा
the right
chill है
decisions.
सब, I know.
And that so far has gone the way of Elevate.
We've seen that
Hi
all
Scarlett,
the way
yes.
through the Summit
Yes,
Hardpoint, just to start off the entirety of the grand finals. Like Elevate definitely knew what was going to happen, and they knew how to react accordingly to it. The same thing could be
भाई
said
खाना
about
खाया
Search
क्या?
and Destroy. But the one crucial thing about having a close
Pizza
map
खाया
one and
था
a close
बस।
map 2, that map 3 was an absolute
I can do better
stalker. Like, I
casting.
thought we were in and out with about 15 seconds. I don't even think we actually played the map. I still don't know what happened on Raid. All I can tell you is that Elevate wiped the floor with them.
The problem was Hacienda started off the same way. Now, again, that's what caused maybe some of this tech pause that we have, so maybe there was an issue. But regardless, that plays on your mind. If you're Q9, say, if we're going into our hard point pick, you had that long break to try to reset, and then you load it, and you're starting to get completely blown out of the water again. Doesn't feel good.
Exactly.
The final became hype with Payal.
To resolve this tech pause, I do want to throw out there though, Shift, we did clip it at the beginning of the weekend. You said it was going to be a reverse sweep. In the perfect situation to set up for a reverse sweep. You thought it wouldn't get
the man never lies.
Hi Dishan, कैसे हो?
Never lies.
Wow.
I'm just
Hello.
maybe, you know, it's 3-0, could be a reverse sweep. We'll have to see what happens, obviously. Still
चाइना वालों ने ये कौन सा मैच कर दिया?
or only one more map, depending on the performances of both of these teams. Before we get into that, though, of course, we have so many supportive friends and family members that are here for all of our players.
Start करो यार।
I believe we have Beef Mommy standing by with one of them.
तो टाइम आउट क्यों दे रहे हैं नए लोग? किसने टाइम आउट दिया गरवित आपको?
Rico and of course our little Coco, so cute. Can I get a shot from you, Coco? It's the most cute shout ever. I'm gonna call him Tito, by the way, that means
So
uncle.
cute,
I
yeah.
will just give my respects, Tito Rico. You told me that you surprised one of the boys from Elevate, and Chloe is your son. How did it feel like for him when he saw that you were here?
Yeah, first, Beef Mommy, you look amazing.
How sweet.
We came here last Monday, and I surprised Carlo and in fact the whole team. They're like my boys already. In fact, STE are also my boys. Skirt is here, FDX, but he wasn't surprised. I think based on what he is showing right now, he's so silent, and he told me that thanks for coming, thanks for supporting the
Third
team.
कर रहे हैं चाचा.
And I think
Hey,
they're doing well
compliment
right
दे रहे हैं
now.
यार.
In Q9, I think we shouldn't rest first. It ain't over until it's over.
They're very much locked on, yeah. It really sees on Chloe's face that he's very much locked on. But when it comes to visiting your son, because I asked you a while ago when I was walking around, do you go to every single Elevate game, or even before they were Elevate, when they were Low Kings or West Point Mamba Low Kings, you would be there, you'd be present in the crowd?
Yes, I think that it's 3
दूसरा
years
कुछ अलग
already.
सोचो पायल जी.
They've been
क्या?
trying very hard.
Thank you Madhav,
Fall
thank you.
down 3 times and get up 4 times. So I think they'll make it right now. So for the past 3 years, what I
MK
think
legend.
the strength of Elevate
ऐसे नहीं बोलते
is
यार.
more on family. We stuck together, and I think that's
W
where
Dad.
their strength lies.
Family is everything. And speaking of, if you could say one thing to Elevate, to Chloe, what would that be?
Yes, wait, go for it, but be humble in your victory and all for the glory of God. Thank you.
Wow.
To God
Sweet,
be the
sweet,
glory.
basic.
That is it for us here on the floor. Back to you, Glitter.
Thank you so much, Beef Mommy. I think that's one of my favorite things about these events is we always get to see the family members coming through, supporting siblings, children, you know, significant others there's always some sort of a support system here that we get to see in person and experience that community aspect of Call of Duty Mobile. It's one of my favorite things.
Yeah, we saw Izai got to propose to his girlfriend at CDSI. That was a beautiful moment.
So cool.
Yeah, so it's just awesome to kind of have the inclusion of friends, family, and loved ones near you, especially when you're playing for $400,000. That doesn't hurt. Yeah.
Casual, yeah. Nice little support system. We've been around competitive esports for quite some time, and you start to build.
पायल जी बहुत अच्छा लगा यार स्ट्रीम देख के आज जॉब से छुट्टी थी enjoyed. Thank you. अरे thank you so much यार. Love you dad. Thank you celebrity news. Thank you. क्या चल रहा है दी? Waiting for the final round. Thank you. You replied to me. Good night. I will come tomorrow. And sorry for my mistake. It's okay. See you. इतनी सारी बातें लिखी है मैंने बट आप बाद में स्किप करके कोई एक मैसेज का रिप्लाई दे रहे हो ओह सॉरी यार started already hi Swaraj thank you now इसके बाद बीच में stream plus 5 hours not possible
from there so just let everybody understands how it's working out we're getting it exactly the way we started.
We love that.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Mom. One sooner.
I did that, actually.
Okay. yeah.
That was
wow. You remember what we said during the map itself? Lauren literally holds the button to start and end the match.
It's true.
This is a new one that she just conjured. I don't know where it came from.
Don't let people know about the power.
My bad.
All right, we gotta keep it on the down low.
It's already on the air now, yeah. It's on YouTube, so they can repeat that as many times as they want.
It is now, as the kids say, it is high key.
Is high key.
Okay. All right. Well, we don't want to.
पहले क्या हुआ बताओ तो कौन जीता?
You need to save your voices for the
अभी बचा है यार मैच. Elevate ही जीत रही है वैसे तो.
We need a couple more minutes to get this resolved. So while we do that,
let's
let's check out
देखो
the
यार.
interview that we did with Q9 before everything started this weekend.
I'm here with Q9. I'm going to ask them a couple of questions heading into this weekend. What does it feel like being back at DreamHack here for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships?
感觉都挺好的，就感觉到这就很放松。
Which strategies have been the most impactful for you guys this year? Which teammates have been performing at their best?
我觉得这次的比赛，我们最关键的策略是，我们每个人做好自己的那一部分吧，然后就是把平时训练的东西都完美的展现出来就可以。
So Wolves last year were a big problem for you guys. Are they still the biggest issue from your region, or are Xrock also a really big problem now?
我觉得其实这一回的世界锦标赛，每一个队伍都是强敌，就我觉得每支队伍都应该小心，所以我觉得我们更应该做好自己的那一部分，然后在场上能够自信的放松的去打好每一场比赛就可以了。
The top of the world ranking is very tight. Are you guys favorites, do you think, or is there somebody else?
We got so many new members today.
我也说不清楚，但我觉得我们一定是这一回。 怎么说的？一定是这回的强队之一。
So the road to becoming.
Look at that! ये बंदा जैसे माइक पे देखकर बोल रहा है, लगता है सोया हुआ है या जाग रहा है।
An issue for you, and what was that?
Yes,
我感觉现在的选手的个人的能力越来越强了，然后包括每个队伍的一些战术啊都变得更加丰富了，所以我们要做的就是。 可能我们要在个人能力上比他们更强大，我们的战术要比他们更丰富，这就是我们要做的。
So you've been named MVP multiple times already. Would you have any advice for up-and-coming players?
我给他们的建议就是多去观看那些顶尖的选手的个人视角，就 POV， 然后平时自己的话也要多练习，就是带着那些一定要带着思考去玩，就是想，比如说。 在哪些方面还可以做到更好，去做到提升，这个会重要，这会加快你的进步。对。
So this is your chance to disrupt the momentum of your biggest rival. Who are they, and what do you want to say to them?
God of War का fan हूँ मैं. Wow, nice.
威胁最大的对手应该是来自西方的所有队伍吧，因为我认为就是东部的这些队伍。 因为我们在 CDSI 的那个
Good night, Payal. See you tomorrow. Good night, Madhav. Take care. See you.
我会认为他对东部的队伍我们更了解一点，但是西部的队伍呢，我们到现在是不了解的，所以对我们来说很未知。我觉得这回他们对我们来说是一个非常大的挑战。
哇，这सही है。
Anything to say to your fans who are at home supporting you?
就是想对一直支持我们的粉丝说，就是谢谢你们一直支持我们。然后这一回，特别是国内的粉丝，在这一次顶着时差看我们打这一回的世界锦标赛，然后希望大家继续支持我们，然后我们一定会做到最好的。
यार क्या टेक्निकल इश्यूज है इतना लंबा क्या कर दिया लोग ने एक्सटेंड समझ नहीं आ रहा उनका लैंग्वेज पर सबटाइटल है ना नीचे
Always nice to be able to hear from the players before these weekends, the thoughts, and do they change over the storylines as they're happening. Thank you for sticking with us, everybody, as we're waiting for this.
redeem codes बचे हैं या सारे giveaway हो गए anyone help try redeeming this if you
Look at the trophy, the rings really kind of
can redeem last code दे दो ना chat में एक बार last code जो था देख लो redeem करके शायद अगर किसी ने नहीं किया तो आपको मिल जाएगा last code दे दो
want to check in with F-Dot and see what F-Dot's got going on down on the floor.
ये कौशल ने दिया है chat में take this
yeah, we're hanging out as we get everything set up for the finals, and so might as well hang out with family. Listen, we've talked a lot about what's going on here this weekend. If you know the scene, I don't need to introduce this guy. Kali, thank you for coming through.
I mean, it's a pleasure to be interviewed by you, F-Dot. I mean, it's great to be here in Atlanta for the DreamHack, for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2024. I mean, this is the most competitive CODM that we got, and it's the best thing I've ever seen. I've lost my mind. Great thing about this, I haven't lost my voice yet.
Which is insane, but good for a caster. Gotta keep that voice for sure, man. You're coming all the way from the Philippines, right?
Yeah, all the way from the Philippines. I had to take like a 25-hour flight all the way here. And yeah, the experience has been amazing.
क्या लिखूं मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा था. Want to say so many things to you, but words नहीं मिल रहे. Brain lag हो रहा है. But only one thing, you are the best. Oh my God! Thank you so much, Shivam. Thank you. आपका गरबा plan cancel. Yeah, man.
Unfortunately, we did not make it to day 2. Well, it's all because this is the most competitive CODM that we got all throughout the history.
Yeah, I mean, everything's turning up here, and like, you fly over 25 hours. You come here, you're not even working with a team from your region. Why do you do it?
I mean, I just love COD, man. I mean, everywhere I go, I just say, I'm a walking Call of Duty Mobile Wikipedia. And yeah, hearing and experiencing everybody to be here, it's great to just connect with everybody all around the world.
He's not lying. He doesn't know this.
Yes, default gaming. Yes, Lubu, double BU.
I take a look at what you do. He is the guy for COD Mobile. You're a big deal. And look, one of the things I look at this bracket, a lot of hearts, dude. It's about the family. It's about the squad. And Kali, you're certainly a good representation.
Okay,
of it,
Shan,
so
take
so
care.
Glad
See
you
you.
can make it to Atlanta. Much love, dude.
क्या बात कर रहे हो अदिति?
You know, the most important thing that I took away from that, and he is absolutely not wrong, but this is the most competitive year of Call of Duty Mobile that we've ever seen. And we talked about that a lot at the beginning of the
मेरी
weekend.
जितनी height हो गई आपकी Payal. हाँ,
It's getting harder and harder.
Ishan, thank you for joining. Yeah, thank you so much for the sponsor. Hi, Rehan. कैसे हो?
And I think that this is a demonstration
ये
of
issues इनके solve नहीं हुए क्या
because
baby?
that's how even the playing field
They're
is.
extending it too much.
You just go back 2 years, Tribe LG, nowhere to be found anymore. And there's just so much respect and I think just overall confidence towards the Eastern region in terms of, look, we're getting battered. You know, the first couple of years of World Champs, we're not really holding a candle to what we were seeing out of North America and even at Europe at certain moments.
आप अकेले stream करोगे? बस ये खत्म होने के बाद?
Now you've got 2 strong representatives.
क्यों कुछ तो कर रहे हैं?
3 strong
फ्लो तोड़ दिया
representatives
बेचारों का.
2 strong teams from India. So it's one of those
पीछे
things
वाले
that,
लौंडे ये tournament भी खेलते हैं, interview देते हैं बस.
They've been going through these tough tournaments.
I'll be so sorry for not attending stream because studies चल रही है. इसीलिए time नहीं मिल रहा, but I will try. भूल मत जाना मुझे नहीं आ रहा हो तो. Yes, Tanish, don't worry.
Getting better as the years got along. The mechanics were always going to be there. We're always going to see a new age of cracked individuals.
One best thing about SADL,
works, but it's the way
like,
that we've been seeing a lot of these
everyone is
teams,
so friendly,
from China,
everyone is so
Korea, and
available
all
for
these other
you,
regions,
like
just being
real
able
friends.
to fundamentally get a grip on what the macro looks like at a
ये
Call
बीच
of
वाला
Duty
ज़्यादा
level
handsome है.
has been
Yeah, he
immense, and
is
Cal
very
not
good
wrong.
looking.
This entire year has showcased all of that.
Hi, Ekam Tiger, welcome back.
Is going to have a
Devdishu जी, आपने दिशांत गेमिंग नाम क्यों रखी है अपना?
back around for another world championship. So it's only going to get bigger and better from here as an esport.
MGKHR. Okay, that's your choice.
But before we can even get to that point, we have to close out our grand finals, all right? And I think I'm getting word that we're potentially just a few moments shy of doing that. If you're just joining us, we're in the grand finals. It is 3-0 in favor of Elevate. It's a best of 7, which means potentially it all could come down to this next map. Everything on the line, unless you are on shift side of the prediction with this potential reverse sweep. Either
what
way,
is that?
it's
Not
gonna
yet.
be fun. And we
Just
gotta wait a
waiting.
little bit longer before we get to it, all right?
मिल गया कैरेक्टर और गन वॉच पार्टी
It
देख
prediction
के.
anymore. It was clipped for a reason. You told people to clip it.
I did say that. I'm also old, and I forgot that I said that. And wouldn't you know it, we find ourselves in a situation where all the momentum has been killed, and now Q9's to win 4 in a row and pull off my profit prediction.
Hi Shubham, love you pal. Thank you so much.
That would be Herculean.
Shine Deep. Yes, I used to when PUBG was banned in India. मैंने tournaments भी खेले थे 2-3 streamer वाले, streamer COD वाले जो भी थे. I used to play.
They win the entire tournament. Q9 has to take a
Hi
Hacienda Hardpoint, an express search and destroy, an arsenal control, and then a Kurohana
Thank you
search and
Aditya,
destroy.
thank you.
Now 2 of those maps I do
Not possible Sardaji, no way.
But you're saying there's a chance.
I am saying there's a chance, but I'm not willing to lean on your side of the fence yet.
I'll let you guys continue this debate here in just a few moments. Now we are going to
अच्छा sorry मुझे एक और चीज बोलनी थी. पायल जी वोट और सारे चैनल मेंबर को वोट करना ना भूले. Yes guys, don't forget to vote for me and Rega and Mortal and everyone. चलो let's start. मैं भी गेमर हूँ बट मुझे बेकार लगता है PUBG. Okay, that is fine. Okay. मैंने ये रिएक्शन क्यों दिया आप लोग नहीं समझोगे बट ठीक है. It's a mixed reaction, not for your chat. So मैं ये कह रही थी कि अगर आपको नहीं अच्छा लगता है ये आपकी मर्जी है यार, ठीक है. मुझे फ्री फायर बेस्ट लगता है, PUBG बेकार. वाओ बिली, वाओ ग्रेट. वेरी बिग फैन ऑफ यू पायल, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू. हाँ पता है भूलोगे तो नहीं बट स्टिल सो सॉरी. अरे इट्स ओके यार दनिश, नो वरीज. पायल आपने बताया नहीं हम फ्रेंड भी बन सकते हैं क्या? हम फ्रेंड्स ही है यार ऑलरेडी, वी ऑल आर फ्रेंड्स. भाषा का पता नहीं पर होस्ट बहुत कमाल है. वाह 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 वाह. Is something cooking in chat? फिर बीच में डिलीट कर देना W. How can you even understand it's मुझे not MG के यार chat. अरे इतना तो समझ जाऊंगी ना मैं. अरे नहीं यार राजू, वो किसी और चीज़ का रिएक्शन था यार. ये चैंपियनशिप वाले पता नहीं कब तक रोते रहेंगे बट आप फ्रेंड बनोगे मेरे. स्टार्ट करो यार फिर से. एक और टाइम वो दे दिया इन्होंने. ऐसा क्या दिक्कत आ रहा है इंटरनेट का अचानक से लास्ट मैच में? अभी गलत समझे हो, उसका नाम ही MJKHR है. क्या बात कर रहे हो? ओह अच्छा. इतना तो समझ जाऊंगी बोल रहे. I'm clueless what you guys are talking about. पहले मुझे लग रहा है कि लास्ट में दोनों टीम्स के एक बंदे को 2 नंबर लग गई होगी. अरे लॉल. हाय इश्रा, हेलो. क्या है लुब्बू यार? 5 घंटे 6 घंटे होने वाले हैं भाई बैठे बैठे मुझे इधर, और ये लोग को क्या दिक्कत आ रही है? प्लीज. अरे अरे पहले लाइक करो यार फटाफट. आप लोग लाइक नहीं कर रहे. नो आई डिडंट निक इट. आई डिडंट. 50 में कितना जोड़ो कि 25 आ जाए? बाबा जी। पायल अब आप मेंबर्स ओनली स्ट्रीम नहीं करते, थोड़ा मेंबर ओनली भी स्ट्रीम करो प्लीज। ओके शिवम करती हूँ मैं। हाय इश्रा। हाँ अदिति यार, आई एम आल्सो टायर्ड। पायल जी, I also play CODM. I have reached 206 levels, but I have got legendary. Oh wow, तनिष आपने रिडीम किए या नहीं कोड्स? 70 में 17 नहीं था। हाँ डायलॉग तो वही था। कोई आपसे प्यार क्यों करेगा? Aditi, is that Babaji in the Big Boss house? Is he inside? Alji, I also play CODM. There, thank you यार। Almost 6 hours होने वाले हैं। Let's go. Please start करो सीधा।
Welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta.
Go Philippines!
Championship finals for Call of Duty Mobile.
फिलीपींस से मेरी एक दोस्त है यार, मैं चाहती हूँ एलिवेट जीते।
And a restart of Hacienda is on the way. I will say, friends, after the
Her
long
name
pause,
is...
phones are in hands. So hopefully we're in good hands. And
वो मुझे esports award में मिली थी।
If we're in good hands and phones are in hands, are we phones?
No.
Okay. I had a mental backflip there for a second. A lot of support within the crowd to get back to this very moment in time. Hacienda Hardpoint, do not adjust your screens. Elevate are up on championship point should they win this map 4.
Indeed the case. We will be starting off what looks to be here we go, 67-19.
Come
that
on.
was weird how we spotted. Not gonna lie. All right, we got our bearings straight. I just got so bamboozled. Everyone just teleported all over the map.
ये mid से start हुआ क्या?
Starting this from where things started to go wrong on the tech pause. So 71 plays 22. Q9 do have an advantage when it comes to the early operators as we still have a full P3 to fight.
मुझे लगा पूरा री किया ना? फिलिपिन cosplay creator, yes. Right.
The game being re-put together, they popped everything all at the same time. But Q9 do have that advantage here. They're still in possession of the time.
Yeah, Gravity Vortex gun also being spent to block this location over on the back.
1 HP man, hello.
There was going to be the long wrap coming out of Curly. Not going to happen. He just holds on to the top side of patio. Has himself a Predator missile. And shuts down Kendi's War Machine. So here we go. All of a sudden, Q9 a little bit of extra life since our restart.
Yes, appearance था शायद बाबाजी का पहली। Oh, okay.
Still looking pretty solid for Q9. Pred missile called in.
Big Boss में आपकी कोई friend है? मैंने देखा ही नहीं यार Big Boss.
Slight little moment right there that had this lead be grown before we had to recreate the map.
Come on,
is that
come
Elevator
on.
not playing with any Odins. They're playing the Type 19 game.
हाँ
They're
ये
playing with
जीत
a couple
जाए
of
बस.
crowds. Their pace is very oppressive in Q9. Finally able to deal with it, coming back in for a good amount of time on a P3. They only trail by 40.
Yeah, it's one of those things like if you know you're going up against an automatic
Decider.
rifle line, you
Come
better
on.
get to rotation first and use the power of the Odin. That has been a little bit of an issue at times for Q9. Although here, you've got Shen on a Purifier, locking things down towards the open staircase. Now takes his attention back over towards Tiles as the rest of his teammates are getting a read that, Elevator coming over towards the P2 side. Up and over, Kendi trying to find some different angle to make a move, but not going to work out. Shen continues to rip him apart with the Purifier, and Q9 have brought this back to within 20 points.
Chen still has Purifier through upper halls, but all of this push from the respawns is manifesting all the way through the driveway. They're already past Lambo, up on top of the water side, trying to keep it contested.
Sun, one more shot with the Sparrow lands. Bold break attempt from Chloe with the equalizers, only gets one. Trying to open the door for his teammates to fly forward, and boy, will they
let's go.
Oh man, what a clean break for Elevator. The scrap time now trying to take the battle a step further as Q9 are a bit stuck over towards Lambo.
Chen tried to utilize the Predator missile just to help him and his teammates of Q9 try to maneuver their way out from Lambo. 102 to 69, going back towards P1 again with this 40-point lead.
Looking really solid, even pushing beyond the limits of this hard point. Maybe try to get an early flip of the spawn.
नहीं ना बोला ना study कर रहा था, so any other chance now.
Q9.
नहीं कि ना,
chance to win the windows though with this long rotation.
देखो
But not
code
coming
मांगो
with any
chat में मिल
gunfights.
जाएंगे तुम्हें.
It's a 40-point lead and growing as Elevate still find themselves in the hard point.
Really good positional awareness coming through from Elevate. A lot of focus down low, but look at the upper hallway control again. Chloe is a problem so long as he continues to run these routes. Everybody from Q9 are more or less just trapped on the office side to try to get inside of upper halls. You can see what it means for Elevate, just soaking up more time.
Yeah, and this is just such a good response here from Elevate after Q9 on the restart. Looked pretty potent, but still, Elevate just have been equal to every task thrown their way. Whether it be opponent on the other side of the stage, whether it be restarts, whether it be search and destroy, it doesn't make a difference. They are finding ways to win out. Q9 battling with their backs against the wall. Do well here to at least get a little bit of the response time as the scrap at 1 starts to fade away. And now we look towards the minimap. What happens towards P2? Elevate currently winning rotation, but Q9 fighting back.
They're going to have to fight back a whole lot harder, though, Alan. 132 to 85. Chloe is just finessing for 2 seconds of time. It will be traded. But Q9 needs to reap the benefits from a spawn out that occurs, but Sun just read immediately in the front of the mansion. Now all this hits coming from the front of the rocks.
Claw out, ready to go over towards the U-Haul. Yopi, he's got himself up and open with initially what was a Sparrow, and actually on the response here, Q9, they throw a Gravity Vortex gun into the point. That works out nicely. Curly following up with the Equalizer, but only gets one. So now all of a sudden, Yopi steps out. Elevate, split spawns, looking for a pinch around the back. Q9 dealing with this though, as the hit is in pieces, and that will be enough for Q9 to get into the hill.
And north-south spawns, a couple of recurring members for Q9 gonna get gunned towards the back, but Chen was one that survived. Pulls out the Purifier, trying to lock down the back end of the 25 seconds or so. And Elevate, well, they might just have to concede it, but they were trying to take advantage of this pinch that comes through. Chen with the Purifier shuts the majority of it down.
And he's got himself onto a Pred missile, working halfway towards an EMP as well. That could be crucial for Q9's comeback efforts. Scrap time going to be fought for because Elevate, of course, are going to fight for the scrap time. Going to put them a little bit late on rotation.
I will do it.
You've already got one member for Q9 getting over towards that kind of cross mid connector. Kendi playing over the well though, a difficult spot to deal with, and that's why.
I will pick after stream. Comment कर देना stream पे. तब मैं stream के बाद pick कर
Algae actually had a really good timing for that flank to start coming through, but all the respawners were able to read it. Here comes some operators being infested. It's
I'm already calling it Elevate 1. Yeah. Let's go Elevate.
So you know the Pred missile doesn't land. The operators and the eliminations do come through for Q9. Now the next hit for Elevate from the front, already being pressured. PJ's trying to step into the smoke. How has he managed to do that? How has he managed to do that? PJ! What are we talking about? What a three-piece for PJ! Chen and Curly trying to hang on, not able to do so. Susano gets himself 3 in a row as well. And Elevate have blown the way wide open to P3.
There's still only 30 seconds between these two teams. 15 left to fight for. Split spawns have occurred, but the ones that spawned over by Office were dealt with from Q9. So now they're trying to push all the way from the fences side. Able to at least collect on
किसी से कोड है हमें भी बताओ. ये Call of Duty Mobile के यार.
Every single kill
Skin and F-Start.
is beneficial for Q9. Still getting a better position for the rotation, but even better for Elevate to mean that they can get more time, getting closer to that 250 mark.
Q9 has to lock down this rotation. Elevate, growing their lead to just over 30 points or so if they could get into the early time. Contest is here. Uling deals with the first contestant. Now trying to zone over towards bottom bar side. They've got to read that Elevate have gotten a couple of spawners towards both, but the hit is actually coming from the front. War Machine is out, but immediately shut down, and Q9 have put together the perfect setup to start.
Just need to get Curly inside this hardpoint. Has an equalizer at
No way, they are out.
Could be the difference maker in between flipping a lead fully, but it could just be the gunny that is just getting the job done. Susano down low, will find a trade. Split spawn dealt with. Q9 hold.
Oh, love this gravity gun play. Although Mauchi thought he would have locked down the bottom jump up towards water. That doesn't actually work. Fortunately, Uling picks it up with the War Machine. Now he's got the read that it is boathouse spawns. Lots of damage.
Got the lead.
Q9
got the lead, bro.
Q9 now in the lead, looking for more. 12 seconds of time to fight for, and Elevate would have to still contest this through the equalizers. That eventually gets put down, but still Q9 finding a way to win the scrap.
For the first time
this
entire map for Q9 have a lead. 178 to 158, we go again. Back to the center of the map, a couple Hunter Killer drones being thrown out from the upper windows for Q9, trying to win the jostling for position up top while also maintaining time down low.
Moment of pause here as Elevate trying to fight from the low ground. Dive into the smoke. Susano, good read, able to clean up Uling.
Let's go.
What else can he find? And part of me, is that smoke even on screen? Susano is blitzing everybody through it. Guy's got infrared goggles or something, I don't know. But Elevate now on 3 in a row can get more time to try to bring this back to level terms.
Q9 now on the unfavored side, but it's just sprinting straight into the site itself. Curly goes on a massive spree, but it's a good couple trades to come through for Elevate. They'll maintain good high ground positioning, but one player has actually slipped the net. Chan's all the way through the Lambo side, and you might have to have that realization sooner rather than later if you are Elevate.
Dude, Yopi, unreal. Up to 34 kills on 4 in a row, shut down as Sun and Uling will string together a couple of fadeaway kills for Q9. Spawn situation, good for Elevate for now, but this hardpoint isn't open yet, so it's still going to be well-sided spawns. Q9 spawn towards the bottom side of the map. Every gunfight is a big one. Chen trying to get into lobby, shut down. Elevate through the back driveway, can only find a couple of kills. It's a 50-50 battle over the top of P2.
Got driveway spawns coming through for Elevate. They will be here first. Purifier might have been popped too early, but Sun has a Sparrow at the right inside the hill.
अरे मैं चाहती हूँ एलिवेट जीत जाए भाई ये राउंड. मतलब if they win this, they are the champions.
The smoke is your friend. I was born in it. An opportunity for Q9 still with these extra operators to hold on to some massive time. 35 seconds to fight for. Elevate spawning close. Here comes Susano, able to get the first, tracks onto the second.
Let's go,
my
Susano.
goodness, Elevate find a way to break a contest. Still 25 seconds to earn.
Uling has a War Machine, is actually going to decide to call it in right here. It's going to match that from PJ, has a Purify on the opposite side.
All over the mantle, tough timing, but still finds a way to get to the back driveway. And Elevate, 15 seconds, looking good for them. Q9 splitting all over the map in terms of their spawns, so they're going to send 2 on rotation, 3 trying to finesse the exit, and through this smoke, Elevate are not going to be denied as they will make sure every single second is contested.
Yeah, Chen's going to just die at the old time. You also have one player of Sun that spawns over by the rocks, maybe looking for a couple of exits, just playing through the open staircase, but the foot race was on quite some time ago over towards P3. Q9 currently hold the lead, but they still have numbers and the close spawns to boot.
Yobi gets shut down from his Sparrow. Klo has the equalizer, surprised by Uling. That's a huge shutdown. Hardpoint opens, Q9 have the numbers. What can PJ do from inside the hill? Finds the first, tucked into a corner. No trade. He's off the regen. PJ's getting the help from Klo. That was just down to what can Q9 do. They still don't know PJ's here. He's going to finesse around the back line. Kendi now all of a sudden has the War Machine. He gets pushed on and at least trades out his life. Even battle over the top of the hardpoint. 225 to 210. Favor to Q9.
Curly is going crazy right now. 47 kill for them in this map number 4, 228. And counting on up, but PJ still hanging around the joint. Is able to combine for 2. Sun's nade at least find the trade on the club. But all this time is damning. An Elevator getting closer to the lead that Q9 has.
That is one slippery son of a gun. PJ sliding back.
Possible यार अगर ये लोग ने ये वाला point ले लिया ना,
for the scrap time.
अगर वो hard point ले लिया.
On rotation, Elevate committing every single resource from the middle of the map. Q9 a bit split as Elevate just run right in. It surprises Q9. The trades are good and Elevate are going to get the early time.
Oh, PJ just catching them by surprise. 42nd kill for that young man. 224 to 230. The rotation was on. The Purifier called by PJ and he is locking down the upper halls.
And he knows exactly where Q9 are coming from. No operators available for Q9 to respond to this, but they still find the shutdown regardless. Follow-up from PJ is good. Now it's down to Klo. Over the top, he's able to find one. Elevate, a chance to put the game away here, but the contest is still alive. Q9 coming fully off the respawn through boat.
Equalizer called. Needs to find value. Curly shut down almost immediately. 4 dead, 5 all wiped off the floor. Elevate can still win here.
Last 10 seconds over the last month. The COD gods have given its toughest challenge to its strongest warrior. And at the end, there are no more questions.
Elevate champions!
Are the greatest Call of Duty mobile team in the world.
Let's go. The greatest team, bhai. World champions. 4-0. क्या close था भाई last वाला. W Elevate. W in the chat. GG's. World champions, bro.
When they were pushed against the walls, Elevate delivered not just at CDSI, but also with the targets on their back here. Q9, Silver Surfers once again, commiserations, hugs across the board, not just across the seas, but also here at DreamHack Atlanta. Elevate get the better of Q9 once again.
What a battle. I mean, we got 4 maps, 3 of which could have gone either way. You have to give the respect where it's deserved, and Q9 absolutely earned it. But like you said, 5 grand finals.
Man,
सारे redeem code दे दो, सारे redeem कर लूँ मैं.
Tough seeds, but at the end there can only be one. And Elevate did it on the Eastern Hemisphere. Elevate did it on the world stage. Your 2024 World Champions. It's Elevate.
वो क्या क्यूट हो, ढूंढ ही रहा था. अभी दिखाओ. वाह. So nice, yes. वैसे तो ये पता ही था यार, एलिवेट ही लेके जाएगी, बट ऐसा जीतेगी भाई. क्रेजी यार. Crazy.
On y'all win. Man, everything's going crazy out here.
Yes, show next.
You can answer the question, dude. Which end? Who are you talking to out in the crowd?
FDX.
And what are you saying to him?
4-0.
Sometimes that's all you need to say. It's 4-0. I mean, you guys came in and really made this one happen. Big 4-0, like your homie said here. I mean, was it easy?
Of course.
Dang. Well, I feel like when it comes to...
All right. We're having some issues. One real quick. We're going to come over here. Right here. Halo. Here. You know what?
I can translate for you guys. You can't go away from me. Come here, Candy. Come here. I can translate for you. Don't worry. How does it feel like to finally be a winner? You couldn't get that in
Elevate.
back in 2022, nor back in 2020. How does it feel like to finally win it on the biggest stage of Call of Duty Mobile?
Let's go, Philippines!
Hindi ko alam yung masasabi ko pero kami yung the best.
He said that he doesn't know what he wants to say, but he just wants to say that he's the best. And of course, the best that you are, the best performing team in Call of Duty Mobile. And I also wanted to ask
respect
from the coach himself. I feel
respect
like
for the team.
A lot of spotlight on the members here. But I do want to ask a question for you, Coach Alea. How did you finally get to this point? You've been loyal to these boys for so many years as the Low Kings, as the Mambas. How was that journey for you?
Sobrang hirap, sobrang saya. Marami kaming pinagdaanan bago namin narating to. Lahat ng pagkatalo namin noong 2022, 2023, ito 2024 nakuha na rin namin. World Champion, CDSI Champion, GM6 Champion, GM5 Champion, GM7 Champion, Regional Champion.
Champion.
Drop. But he said through the hardship, there was happiness. They were champions here, but they paved their way through it. They were champions. I mean, again, no need for translations. That was a lot of championships here, F-Dot. Again, F-Dot with the selfie with the teammates. Hey, let's go. Again, F-Dot.
Champion.
You good with that?
Yes,
You have one more team. I think, you know, for me, it's not a question for you guys, but a statement. But can I get a...
Can I get a huya?
Okay, when I say 3,
2,
1, 2, 3.
3 बोल के 1, 2, 3 बोल दिया. Bye.
Back to you, Glitter.
Well, you can see just how happy, excited everyone is on Elevate for being able to take this win home, and they did it in such a decisive fashion. Regardless of what was thrown their way all weekend long, they looked near flawless.
Yay!
Near flawless? What are we talking about? They were flawless.
Yeah, pretty damn flawless if you ask me. That is sparkling clean. I mean, throughout the entirety of the road for the tournament, starting all the way at Swiss, coming into this tournament from their CDSI win, all the way through lower bracket, confidence was booming. I remember seeing these guys even in the hotel lobby, and they were just already filled to the brim.
Sad for
with
Q9. They tried well.
Knowing that they were the better team when it comes down to respawns. How can you not be a fan of this team?
7-0 map count on Championship Sunday. Shut the front door. That's disgusting. I don't think in any form across Call of Duty that I've ever witnessed have I ever seen something like that.
So dominant and consistent throughout the entirety of the tournament is what's most important, because Call of Duty for us, especially even Call of Duty Mobile no different, is that it's so day to day. But they walked in Friday, great. Saturday, fantastic. Sunday, champions. That is just absurd to see that consistency.
Unreal.
This is going to be huge for Elevate now. Best team in the world for Call of Duty Mobile. Looking to the next year of competition, everyone is going to be having their eyes on them, watching them, what they're able to do yet again as a team. As the next year of competition kicks off, they are going to have a bar set very high, especially after the performances we saw here this weekend when it comes this time around next year.
Absolutely. I mean, 6 teams out of the East make it to playoffs, 2 from the West. Yeah, you get the Gallerus who make it into the Final 4, but Elevate beat everybody except for Luminosity. There's still that. A little cope, but I think the thing about it is a new region finds itself on top of the COD Mobile ladder. It starts off with a very dominant North American scene.
Wait.
Year we split it. Hard to say.
Chat में कोड दे दो ना यार. Last वाला जो कोड था उसके पहले वाले भी कोड
last year,
देख
West
के
falls
दे दो.
short. This year, expectations to rise up doesn't happen, and it's a new region inside of the Eastern Hemisphere.
कौशल
that reigns
कोड
supreme.
लास्ट में जो लास्ट वाला कोड था वो दे दो ना कौशल.
well beyond just the
Redeem हो गए सारे.
that they do have. I mean, dropping the kills is
डाल के देख लो अगर किसी ने नहीं किया हो तो मिल जाएगा.
along the way as well. Their adaptability in search and destroy, their consistency in fundamentals in the respawns as well is why they're highly
कौशल
regarded.
CODE.
This convincing of a grand finals win. We're going to be talking about this all the way until this time next year.
Yeah, I think a lot of the other teams will be taking notes on what exactly Elevate did to get themselves here as we get to take a look at the exact road they had to journey upon in order to get named the champions. I mean, we get to see their Swiss performance, a little refresher for anyone who might have missed it, and then take a look at what they did in playoffs like you guys were highlighting. It is such a strong run.
You can make the argument that maybe they had an easier run. I think that that's blasted as far as the take is concerned. Godlike Q9 Stalwart. Only losing 2 maps throughout the entirety of the Swiss. Only losing 1 map throughout the playoff bracket versus Wolves. Look at the teams that are on here and how many of them did make it as far as top 8 in Championship Sundays are concerned. A lot of representation that they had to cut through and how dominant they were throughout all of it.
They legitimately have nothing holding them back in terms of, well, they didn't play so-and-so. They beat Xrock at CDSI. They played against every
100 people can
squad.
redeem.
And now the sweetness at the end comes with the ability to be the last one standing on the bracket.
That was the fanciest
great heart
we've gotten on the bracket.
It's like off-center too.
Incredible.
Yeah, super cute.
Honestly, our teams have been such good sports. We keep talking about it all weekend long. So much love across the regions as the teams are knocked out of the competition. And you
उनको
see
victory
it
ring
one
भी
more
मिला है.
time. Elevate giving a little
Thank
bit
you
of love to
MGKHR.
Q9,
Thank
but that crown is
you.
next to their name on the bracket. They have the rings, they hold the trophy and the title, and they are the best in the world.
It's just insane to really
Chalo,
think
guys.
about how long ago CDSI
Congratulations.
was. Literally within about a week and a half ago.
To
the consistency is what
the
I was
winning
immediately
team,
asking for. I was all
Elevate.
over X asking for it on Instagram as well. We finally get here in Atlanta without skipping.
Thank you so much everyone for joining the stream. Thank you so much. आप लोग इतनी देर तक रहे. मल्टी रिडीम कोड है, दे दो सब. मैंने 2 किया, हो गया. बाकी सारे दे दो ना पायल जी. आप मॉड से मांग लो यार. मॉड सारे कोड मॉड्स दे देंगे सारे कोड आपको. चलो guys, I am super tired. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I had so much fun watching COD World Championship, and thank you each and everyone for the support, for the love. It was a good watch party. चलो मैं कमेंट में डाल दूंगी सारे कोड्स. ठीक है, चलो बाय गाइस. बाय. टेक केयर. लव यू ऑल. सी यू ऑल टुमारो. तब तक के लिए टेक केयर. गुड नाइट. हैव फन. हैप्पी नवरात्रि. ईट लॉट्स ऑफ गुड फूड. गरबा करो. Don't go. No. I'm super tired. I am very tired. Chalo. Bye guys. Love you all. See you. Take care. Bye. Love you. Bye. DM dekh lena. Okay. Bye. Good night.